Good morning, everybody. So we are going to continue our motion hearing. Remember, this is a long extended motion hearing for Zachary Adams' January 2024 petition for a new trial and other post-conviction relief. The last two streams that we did, we kind of started off, I didn't plan to go all the way back because I didn't know these hearings have been happening for months. We watched a little bit of what happened on Wednesday of this week, and I think we're going to start off by starting with those clips. So if you didn't watch our first stream, but you want to see all of the November hearings, we're going to do all of the November hearings on this stream and possibly spill into tomorrow if we need the extra time. On Monday, we're going to start rewatching the actual trial. That's going to be really cool because I've never gotten to watch post-conviction proceedings. Usually we're reading like appeal briefs, but this is taking place at the district court, at the trial court level. So we have cameras to watch these post-conviction proceedings. We don't always get to do that. And then to go back and watch the whole trial, knowing the defense's arguments, at least, why they would be petitioning for a new trial, all of that in the back of your mind while actually seeing it all play out, I think that's going to be really cool. It's going to be something different. I think that's our agenda today, though. So for Wednesday of this week, Law and Crime only has a few clips of different pieces. There's 3 clips that they have. We're going to hear from Paul Hagerman, one of the prosecutors from the original trial. We heard yesterday from Jerry, the defense attorney, that said, hey, I went to Hagerman and I said, this is not a death penalty case. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And they went and changed the judgment and took the death penalty off the table without a fight. We watched Paul Hagerman on our first stream, but we're going to do it again now that we're watching it in order. And then there's 2 other clips. Then we're going to get to Thursday, and that's when Zach Adams takes the stand. So I'm excited for this. Good to see everybody here on the Saturday morning, getting together on a weekend. Scott's in the building. Gwennon's in the building. Gwennon says she's checking out the 2020 podcast of this case because it's new to me. We're going to do the same thing. I actually want to see if we can do like a group watch party over in the Discord. Get the link to that real quick if you guys want to join the Discord. Dropping that in the chat. But yeah, I'm excited to see the 2020 episode because they do get a lot of interviews and little nuanced details. Amy's in the building, always reminding people to hit that like button. Thanks for looking out, Amy. Amy, you guys, make sure you check out Amy's channel. It's Love Amy E. And tons of great stuff over there. If you guys like watching body camera footage, not only does she have a ton, like it's like an archive of content, but she'll set it up where when she releases a new video, it'll be a premiere. That way there's a chat and you guys, we can all get together and talk about what's going on screen. So always love the environment over there. Good to have you here on a Saturday, Amy. First Best Gigi, spent together last night with you, back here in the morning. Hope you have some coffee. So awesome to have you here, Gigi. The firstest, bestest Gigi. Scott Wade is in the building. This is true. This is true. Tatum says, good morning to everyone. Good morning right back at you. Michelle's here. Christine is here. I don't know if this is a question or a statement. Like, he's getting a new trial or is he getting a new trial? So they are still, there's going to be 2 more sets of hearings, December 29th and 30th, and then January 7th and January 8th. We're going to hear a lot more from the state opposing the petition for the new trial during those hearing days. I think they're going to be fun to watch. And then after that, the judge will make their decision. So, a Curious Leg, good to see you. Janet, good to see you. We got Debbie in the building. We've got the Honorable Take It to Trial. Good to see you. I think you've been looking at the hearings from this week, right? Take It to Trial. If you want a quick sheet, if you did, never mind. But if you didn't look at the May hearings and the August hearings, it's like not that much of a pain in the butt to go and find the old links, but I have them if you want to. I don't know if you have Discord, but if you want to jump in the Discord, I can send you a Google Docs with all the clips from those hearings. I know you watched the November ones. So, yeah, so it's going to be so cool, I think, to see the trial after you hear the post-conviction issues. It's going to be so, so cool. So, guys, I've got to get Amy's link for you guys. I got to get Take It to Trials link for you guys. I'll drop those in the chat when we hit the play button. Good morning to KP. Let's see. Good morning, Catnat Williams and family. Chat slat and let. Getting all the rhymes going. Love it. And then Shout is here. And then to round us off, Kay Schmidt giving 5 gifted subs, you guys. We're going to treat those like coffee. So if you just got a gifted sub, say thanks to Kay Schmidt. That's your caffeine fix. Big thank you for the super generous gifting here, Kay Schmidt. You guys keep rolling in. We've got to do more Saturday streams. Trakisha's here, Paul's Hijinks, Martina Nim. Guys, we're going to hit this play button. And I'll be chat side with you guys until we stop for commentary. So we're starting with Wednesdays. The 3 clips they have from Wednesday. They're going to be a little haphazard. This one's just called Holly Bobo Killer Shakes Head as Lawyers Go to Sidebar. And you might remember this if you hung out with us on Thursday watching Stream 1. Here we go.
Let's now talk about Dylan. What got you on to Dylan?
What got me on to Dylan?
Yep.
All right, and if you're new, Dylan Adams is the brother and co-defendant of Zachary Adams. He also has some cognitive disabilities. He's not as quick to speed with hearing what people are saying to him. And he's really the reason I took an interest in this case. Thursday morning, or maybe it was Wednesday, I think, saw Kathy Roussan mention Dylan Adams is picked up on federal gun charges with another guy named Justin Kilzer. And he's in custody for several months, and then he takes a plea to get out of that gun charge. And one of his probation conditions is to go live with retired police officer Dennis Benjamin, who we've now also heard the Bobo family went to and asked him for their help, and he was doing private investigator work for the Bobo family. And then Dennis Benjamin goes back to law enforcement. You know, he's retired, but he's doing his private investigator work. We're going to hear some details from Paul Hagerman, I think, when we rewatch that. That'll click better than when we saw it the first time. And he's saying, like, hey, Dylan told me these 4 guys did this thing. So then they take Dylan in for an interview and press the guy, but he's got cognitive issues. So, and one more layer there. We heard that TBI agent Brent Booth went and spoke to Vincent Dinsmore, and Vincent Dinsmore, I think Booth was holding some, charges possibly over his head. And Dinsmore's like, well, you got to go after Dylan. Dylan's the slow one. Dylan's the one that you can get to talk. And that was all before they coordinate this whole give him the plea deal, get him on these gun charges, federal gun charges, give him the plea deal, and make him go live with Dennis Benjamin. Like, he never met the guy Dennis Benjamin before he was made to go live with him. It's just, like, this case is just crazy to me. So that's my spiel. We're going to just get right into it. Which is just weird.
I never thought Dylan was involved.
Subpoena Dodger Benjamin.
So I don't know what you mean on to Dylan.
Do you remember if Mr. Dinsmore told you Dylan is the weak link?
I remember him saying he was the punching bag.
Do you remember anything else
About Dylan. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
I remember him coming to live with me.
All right. Prior to that, go to hour 2. No, not this one. And now, Your Honor, we're playing the most recent exhibit.
Still 74, correct?
No, Your Honor, the most recent.
103.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that now? She was with Jamie Darnell. She was with Jamie Darnell? Yeah. Okay. And Jamie Darnell was associated with the 3 guys?
Mr. Banks, where did you start this?
Hour 2 minute 34:00 second.
Off and on. So he's scared of him now. He's scared of him. But he's not associated with him at all. He's scared of him. He was then, too. And I think now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off. So his mom down very religious. So he's wild and cleaned up and all. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak. You think he'll give it up? He's weak. I think he'll give it up. I'm telling you right now. Give it up?
He's giving up. What does that phrase mean?
I didn't catch it.
Okay, go back.
His brother, he do. Now he's still taking this deal. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak. You think he'll give it up? He's weak. He knows. He'll give it up. I'm telling you right now. Even up his brother. He hates it. He got rid of this. The grandma's dead. All there is Dick Adams left. And there's about 150 acres, 3 houses.
You remember other statements about Dylan being weak beyond this one?
No, sure.
Does he seem shifty at all?
Go to hour 4, minute 12.
Back on slow on it.
His cell phone is 993
I got him.
635
317.
317.
I believe he'd be a lot of picture. And Zachary Adams. I just been raised from Average, retired right down here. In 11 and had a barber shop. He just sold everything, retired. Yeah, it's very good. So when I go down there, I'll do a little bit about it. See what I can find. I know Zach put that on there. He's laying low. You already know for a reason.
Yes.
And it ain't the man because he's right out front street. And he don't care. It's that. He's laying low because that he knows that everybody knows. Just don't let nobody know out here. And I will definitely tell Bobo what you told me. And Carl, he does have a warrant up there for him, so that's the way you can get him to talk. And Dylan is super weak. He's fragile. He'll talk.
What did you understand? Dylan is super weak. He's fragile. He'll talk. How did you interpret that?
I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay.
I didn't pay much
Then
attention to
fast
it.
forward to me when Dylan comes to live with you. What took place between being told Dylan's super weak and fragile to him living with you?
May we approach him?
And I think this is where this, oh no, there's a little more.
Hold on one second.
Oh,
Gotta make sure that there's no mics up here from speech conference. Just
I don't remember if they come back and say anything after this. I think they just keep the camera panned on Zach Adams. Because that's the name of the clip. Holly Bobo killer shakes head. Not for me. Me personally, the juicy part of this clip is we're seeing the behind the scenes. They're peeling back the layer of the onions right in front of our eyes. We're seeing how the sausage is made. How can we get somebody vulnerable to give us something we need so we can pursue the case the way we want to pursue the case? That's what I think we're seeing in this clip, but that's not how this is titled. The next clip from Wednesday. There's 2 more from Wednesday. They're both with prosecutor Paul Hagerman. Let's get this one pulled up. And then we'll move into Thursday, which has a full stream replay. So we'll be back to normal course of business.
State your name, sir, and spell your last.
My name is Paul Hagerman, Hagerman.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm an assistant district attorney
What district?
in the 30th Judicial District at Memphis.
And how long have you held that post?
24 years.
You were a prosecutor in the prosecution of Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry.
Yes, sir.
And when did you come on the case?
Not sure about dates. The case had been going on for a little bit. Jennifer Nichols and Ray Lapone were on the case, and Ray had recently taken another job and gotten off the case. Miss Nichols got Mr. Ragland, Mr. Christensen, and then me to help her on the case after that.
Did y'all have a specific assignments?
No. Miss Nichols and myself we were the primary attorneys that worked on it the most.
Okay. Was the case a death penalty case when you came on?
Yes.
And when you came on, had you reviewed the 2014 recorded statement of Dylan Adams?
After I came on, I reviewed it. Yes.
Okay. And at some point you received cell phone records of the defendants in this case?
TBI or the other investigative agencies had gotten cell phone records for the defendants. That was part of the file.
Okay. When did you realize Dylan's statement was impossible with the cell records?
So when I first got on the case, of course, Dylan's statement already existed. You know, it was recorded. It wasn't until Mr. Autry gave his proffer that we realized the significance of a lot of the cell phone proof. So maybe, I guess that's my answer to that, unless there's more particular question
Okay.
about what you mean.
You realized Dylan's statement could not be true.
Based on the cell phone proof?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I realized that.
Well, how do you reconcile them?
Well, I don't know that they can be reconciled.
What do you mean by that?
Okay. I mean, Dylan's statement was, I want to say, is limited as it does go on for a decent amount of time, but it doesn't provide details as to exactly, when and where and every party's movement, during the incident, or after the abduction and pre-abduction, and then during.
Do you remember reviewing Dennis Benjamin's statement that Dylan gave to him that became the precursor to the recorded interview?
Yes.
The witness can be passed. Exhibit 104.
It's the last exhibit.
Next to last.
Not next to last exhibit, but
You have it in front of you.
I do.
And can you go to page 3?
remember, we kept the IR on the front, so it's page 3 of the handwritten portion.
No, sir, of the typed.
Okay.
I've got 1, to the back is 2,
And then 3.
and then 3.
Yes, and
Gotcha.
you see Dylan's timeline. John Adams' timeline.
Okay.
You remember looking at this?
Yeah, this is one of almost thousands of IRs that I would have reviewed. Absolutely.
Do you remember reviewing this?
I absolutely would have reviewed this.
Okay. And you see a timeline of arrival 9:30 to 10 a.m.
I see that on this IR, yes.
10:05 to 10:50, Autry raping Bobo.
Okay.
Do you remember the evidence y'all submitted to the jury about where Mr. Autry was during that time frame?
Yes.
Where was he?
I remember Mr. Autry's testimony from the trial, and then I remember cell phone records with regard to Mr. Zach Adams and Mr. Autry's whereabouts during this time frame.
And where were they?
Which time are you asking about?
Between 10:05 and 10:50 a.m.
You know, I can't say now, years later, exactly, but I would think that would be about the time that they would be getting back from the river or in their travels.
These are two totally inconsistent realities.
You asking? I think this is a summary of what Dylan Adams would have said in his statement.
Right.
Yeah, and if he got things wrong, then absolutely he got things wrong. But Mr. Dylan's Adams statement does not match Mr. Autry's statement. If that's the question.
Then from 10:50 to 11:10, John Adams raping Bobo. 11:10 to 11:55, Zach Adams raping Bobo. Are you aware where the cell phone records put these defendants during that time frame?
Again, we're talking years later here. And so from my memory, the abduction is around 8 in the morning. Rape, travel to the river, come back. And from my memory, comeback time would probably be around 10:50 or something. I don't know if in particular.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember a moment when you realized this Dylan Adams story doesn't make sense?
I remember watching Dylan's statement on the video recording. I remember speaking to Mr. Dylan Adams, and I remember thinking that he is not telling the truth about what happened, and his details with regard to what happened, are insufficient, incomplete, held back. That his statement was incomplete, if that's what you mean.
When you say insufficient, do you mean insufficient to get a conviction?
Against whom?
Zach Adams, Jason Autry.
You wouldn't want Dylan's statement to be the only piece of evidence in front of the jury. You would need at that time too corroboration under the law. And so if you're actually asking about Mr. Adams in Dylan's statement, you could build a case against Mr. Adams, which you could win with Dylan's statement being part of it, because there was other proof against Mr. Adams.
But if he said a series of events that were impossible to be true, that's concerning to you, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's why I said when I watched the statement and talked to him, I thought there were details that were wrong. I think he was holding a lot back and not telling.
And at the time Dylan gave his statement, he did not have the cell phone records.
Yeah, I assume he did not.
When Jason,
So Doug Bates' question there. Doug Bates is the defense attorney doing the questioning. We don't see him on screen right now, but that's the other voice that we're hearing. Doug Bates, the fourth, more specifically, comes from a long line. He's like 7th generation attorney with Bates and Bates located in the Bates building. So bow tie Bates, lots of B's going on. He's asking an important question here because, as we discuss in the chat, like, do you think there should be a new trial? And we're seeing different perspectives in the chat, and we're not the ones that are going to make the decision. The judge will. But some suggestions are, yeah, because I think he had ineffective assistance of counsel, or yeah, because for me, my suggestion, my 2 cents was, the combination of not having access to the full ATM surveillance video, let alone they had a partial clip of it, but it was inaccessible. And layer that on with ineffective assistance of counsel, because the push wasn't there to actually get a usable file. All these different layers. When you have this former prosecutor who sort of came on, it seems like he came on more when they were already looking at the 4 guys. He wasn't that involved before they got to looking at the 4 guys. You're asking him, well, when you're asking all these questions of Dylan Adams, you're reviewing his statements, you're looking at what Jason Autry said, all of these different things. Did they have the cell data yet? So the issue isn't purely that during trial, the cell data didn't come in. The jury didn't hear the cell phone mapping data. That we have multiple people from TBI, from the FBI, even the neuropsychologist, the expert witness, all seem to be 100% on board that Zachary Adams is factually innocent, largely based on the cell phone mapping. The jury doesn't have that. But before we even get to trial, the absence of this cell data, the way the prosecutor let it be sitting collecting dust, TBI was letting it collect dust, all of these conversations when they're sitting to try to get information out of people and they're saying, you know, we have this information on you and you're facing the death penalty. It doesn't look good. This evidence is not going to look good. A jury's going to convict you, and a conviction, you could, it's DP, it's capital. And nobody's sitting there telling them, hey, even though we also have this cell phone mapping that shows that Zach, Shane, their cell phones are all in different areas than Holly Bobo's cell phone. So that missing information is critical at stages of this investigation before we even get to trial.
And Autry did in early 2017, he had the cell phone records, correct?
I was told that Jason Autry himself did not have the cell phone records.
Who told you that?
Mr. Schull.
Okay. We'll come back to Mr. Schull. Do you remember a extra copy of the cell phone records going to Mr. Schull in November of 2016?
I wouldn't have remembered it, but when I was looking over stuff to prepare, I saw that.
Okay.
Or I was told about that.
That's out of the ordinary.
No, it's not.
It's not. Why is it not?
Well, with cell phone records, it's quite often the case that the original form in which we provide them is not what the defense's expert wants. So providing the cell phone records in a different form later on happens all the time in cases like this.
So when did Mr. Schull tell you Jason doesn't have his cell phone records?
As when we first approached that defense team about the possibility of Mr. Autry cooperating or testifying, some time passed between then and when he actually came in and gave the proffer. Mr. Schull told me during that time period that Jason had told him the whole story, had given the whole account, but that Mr. Schull and his investigator wanted to check things out. They wanted to see it conformed with reality. And one of their big truth tests of Mr. Autry was the fact that he did not have the cell phone records, and they looked at his story, compared them to cell phone records, and that added some credibility to Mr. Autry with regard to Mr. Schull.
At this time, Mr. Schull had made public comments that Mr. Autry had nothing to do with the rape, kidnapping, and murder of Holly Bobo, correct?
Do not know.
You remember him on the news saying that on the lawn at Decatur County Courthouse?
I did not watch the news.
Do you remember his motion to continue in August of 2016 saying, I try to go and take my discovery to my client. The jail confiscates what I bring to him. I don't have a place to set up my laptop. There's voluminous terabytes of discovery to go over. And I'm not prepared to try this case in whenever the trial was set.
I don't know if I was on the case yet, but that sounds familiar.
You were on the case in August of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And so when did the conversation where Mr. Schull now has been able to go through all this discovery he said he hadn't gone through in August of 2016? When did he tell you?
So if you go, I do not know a date for you, but if you go to Mr. Autry's proffer agreement, it would be some time period within a month or two before that.
Okay.
Mr. Banks, just to clarify, Mr. Schull is Mr. Autry's attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we're going to go to another clip. I think it took us right there. Wait, or is this the same one? Did I just play the wrong? No, I think that's not the right clip. Because that's where he's taking the stand. I don't know why it just restarted. All right, so next clip should be this one. So if you see, it starts right in the middle of him talking. This is just how the clips for this week's Wednesday hearing were, unfortunately. And don't let me forget, chat, I have one bit of information that I don't remember hearing in these clips that I saw after we watched them that when this clip ends, I think it's important for us to talk about.
Just give him the whole binder. Just to orient you, General Hagerman, the Bobo residence here in the bottom
Okay.
ground. The remains found up here,
By the cell tower.
correct? Tower 10961. There's no movement from 826 to 856 on Holly's phone. Shane house here on sector 31523. Zach's home on 31522.
Okay. So to answer your question, I think that there was evidence. There were various items that had been discarded, note cards and things north of Swan Johnson, because it was in proximity to Shane's house.
And if the travel was clockwise from the Bobo residence to where the remains were down to the last cell phone ping on Gooch Creek at 9:25 on tower 12573, that direction of travel, there was no evidence before the remains and physical evidence thrown out after. Right?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
All right.
So the incident occurs on Swan Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. And there is evidence north of
And
Swan
you
Johnson.
just look on Exhibit 5 to show the various pings on the cell phone route. 811, 816, then 826 to 856. Follow me?
Okay. So the purple note cards
Correct.
are going to be some type of cell phone location that's not a GPS ping, but is some sort of middle of a circle, I assume, having to do with the proximate location.
Correct.
Okay.
And you understand that's what Marshall Walker, what he found in his work.
Which is what?
These pings along this route of Miss Bobo that morning up to this location where her remains were found.
I understand that he made this map, and I understand that the purple things on this exhibit have to do with cell phone location. It's not a GPS ping, so we're not talking about a coordinate. These notes should actually be large circles that cover a certain
Right.
But we know where the
circle. I have
remains were
no idea
found.
how big the circles are.
You would agree then it's consistent with his work y'all called speculation that her remains were found where he said the remains were going to be found.
Yeah, I don't remember the.
So this is the kicker, and this is why we had to rewatch this after watching the May and the August hearings. So they wanted to rely on is it Shane? I'm losing the names. One of the four guys, he was being questioned. He was offered immunity, but they told him, you have to find, and this was discussed during this hearing, but I don't think it's going to be in this clip. I only saw it in a news article. Maybe it's in this clip and I just didn't catch it when we watched it. That's what I needed to tell you guys at the end of this clip. But they tell one of the four, you're going to get immunity, but we need to find Holly's body. Where's Holly's remains? So it's Jason. I'll look and verify who it was. He gives this long-winded detail. Yeah, I helped Zach Adams carry Holly Bobo's body. I helped him get rid of it. Gives all these different details about the whole process. Stuff that would have taken like hours to actually incur. And Marshall John Walker's work shows that, hey, this cell phone data, this 2G data, they got the exact same make and model phone that Holly had, registered through AT&T, and they drive around and they map this stuff out. And they said they had greater accuracy than you might get in an urban area just because there isn't a lot of buildings blocking the signals population much smaller, and the roads, things are more spaced apart. And based on his data, they're like, all right, well, we would say that this is the last time her phone pinged. Let's go over there. They end up finding remains. And not only that, but Marshal John Walker ends up finding evidence that TBI didn't find. So Marshal John Walker, who TBI and the prosecution's office have a split with, they ignore his data. He emails them to remind them, hey, I don't want this to be Brady when trial starts. And we find out jury doesn't get to hear this stuff. They're saying it's just speculation. They got him off the case, and they got Terry Dicus, the TBI agent that was on board and put a PowerPoint presentation together with Walker's work. They get him off the case. And Terry Dicus believes in Zachary Adams' innocence. Marshal John Walker believes in Zachary Adams' innocence. You have him being able to find where the remains are. But yet they wanted so badly to rely on Dylan Adams, and I think it was Shane Autry. Shane. His details don't line up. They follow his description. They can't find Holly's remains. So they rescind their immunity offer. He kills himself. And yet this guy is still saying the guy who did the cell phone mapping and drove around and was able to say, hey, these are where the remains are going to be. It's just speculation.
Does the part about
And a bullet round, a spent casing, was found right next to Miss Bobo's remains and personal effects.
I remember there being a casing that was found in proximity. Yes.
And it's a .38, a 38 auto round.
That
Correct?
sounds familiar.
At any time, did you Google what the actual size of a .380 pistol round is?
We had conversations with people that
Who's we?
did ballistics,
Who is we?
the prosecutors,
Okay.
and then ultimately we had a meeting with Dr. Ross, medical examiner, who opined about the size of the wound and what type of caliber could make that.
And he says it was anything no bigger in size than .36, right?
I don't remember.
Are you aware that a .380 is not .38 in size?
I do not know. I mean,
At any time did you say, Dr. Ross, thank you for your service to the state. Can you tell us, is the round next to the remains that verifies possibly now Marshal Walker was correct and the direction of travel was clockwise, is that round larger in reality than .36?
I don't remember asking him that. He was Mr. Christensen's witness, but obviously I would have been familiar with the entire case. We definitely talked with Dr. Ross about what caliber would be consistent with the wound, that he found.
Okay.
And then he offered his sort of expert opinion with regard to that.
Where in your professional opinion was the body and Miss Holly's body and her cell phone separated?
I'll have a professional opinion about that, but you've heard or you've read or seen Mr. Autry's testimony, and you've heard the proof about the cell phone records, so you could extrapolate, from that.
You told the jury something. I'm asking you, where was it separated?
You mean a physical location where it was separated?
When and where was the body and cell phone separated?
Well, we believe that when Mr. Autry and Mr. Adams traveled to the river with Miss Bobo, that the cell phone was not there, that she was separate from her cell phone. And we believe that Mr. Dylan Adams.
They needed to believe this because, and this is why the missing shell casing is critical, because the charges, the conviction, it's murder, it's kidnapping, and it's rape. And their theory is there was more time that Holly was alive because they heard this story. And let's just go down the rabbit hole. We have the Kilsers come into the picture. There's mom Sheila, and then the son's name is Justin or Jason. And the son gets picked up the same time Dylan Adams. They both get picked up on the same federal gun charges. And suddenly Agent Booth's like, well, Sheila tells me that she heard from her son that Dylan was telling him that Zach and Shane, they all kidnapped this girl and they take her to this green couch. And they did a search warrant 3 times on Zachary's home. They don't find any DNA evidence. They don't find anything that lines up with the story. But it seems like this story was invented. And Sheila tells Brent Booth, Agent Booth, he's like, when did you hear this? Oh, like 6 or 7 months ago. But she only makes this call to him when her son's picked up on federal charges with Dylan. And then again, that's the same timeline that when Dylan takes a plea for the gun charge, he's shipped off to go live with the same person that's acting as a private investigator for the Bobo family. Like, it's just a lot. So the shell casing, what the state's trying to refute is now that they're being confronted with there's this 380 shell casing, and the cell phone takes us to this point where that's the last time Holly Bobo's phone is on. That's it. It's only like a 2-hour window. She's kidnapped on April 13th, 2011. And then by 9:30, like a 2-hour window, which does not bring in a possibility that she was going around to these houses to the couch and people were having their way with her for 45 minutes. Sorry, that sounds crass to say, but I'm just trying to spell it out. Her phone last pings where we find this 380 shell casing, and her cause of death, the manner of death, homicide with a bullet to the skull. And the bullet, they're trying to say, oh, it wasn't the same. They have to try to cover up how that could all make sense. Because all of that lined up together make it seem like she was kidnapped and driven. And by that time that her phone goes off that same morning, that's when she's shot and killed. And the state has to walk this all back because they've convicted somebody on a theory that she was alive for much longer because the group of guys had kidnapped her and were committing rape. But the first story takes those charges off the table, even if it were those individuals doing it. So yeah, very important that the jury didn't know about this mapping data. And then also there were issues in closing statements from the prosecutor trying to tell the jury that that 380 casing and the gun that was used definitively pointed to their theory of the case.
Was probably the one that had the cell phone thereafter.
Have you gone through and reconciled the timeline Mr. Autry testified as to when he showed up at Shane Austin's house?
Yeah, we did. We spent a good amount of time looking after Mr. Autry gave his account at what evidence corroborated,
Right.
his account.
What time does Autry say he gets to Shane's house?
I can't tell you. You'd have to look at the record there. I can't remember that.
Just take a moment. Did you ever remember somebody saying, wait a minute, we got a problem? Autry and Zach talked that morning at 8:52 a.m., and we've got it on the cell phone record. Yes or no?
We looked at Mr. Autry's records and looked at Mr. Adams' records.
Do you remember a phone call at 8:52 a.m.?
Not the particular time.
Do you remember if Zach was at his home tower at 8:52 when that phone call went out?
I do not remember.
Do you remember saying, oh no, Holly's cell phone and her body are on 10961? We got a problem.
I do not remember that being a problem.
Do you remember Autry testifying it was 20 to 30 minutes after the 8:52 phone call, which puts it at the very earliest at 9:12, the latest at 9:22, when Autry appears at Adams' house? Do you remember that?
Not the time.
Do you remember if it was at 9:20, if it was at 9:17, 9:15? Autry says Dylan is standing in his shirt off inside the trailer. You remember that?
The trailer, do you mean Mr. Austin's house?
Yes, sir.
I remember, I don't remember the time, but I remember Mr. Autry describing when he arrived and Mr. Adams being there, Mr. Dylan Adams, without his shirt.
And that time, Holly's cell phone is traveling from 910 down to 925 at Gooch Creek, which shows somebody's lying.
Well, again, I don't remember the times, but also what we have to take into account when we look at these things is we got different actors, right? So this idea that Mr. Adams, Mr. Autry, Mr. Dylan Adams, and Mr. Shane Austin are together the whole time is just not, that's just not correct.
Right, but you told the jury it was Dylan moving the cell phone when Jason says Dylan is sitting in his trailer with his shirt off and never left.
Again, I don't remember the times, and I think you do have to you have to take into account that we're talking about circles and not pinpoint GPSs. I remember also the expert cell phone testimony having to do with bleed over between Zach's home tower and
No doubt.
one of the other towers.
Right, 31523 and 31522, sometimes you could ping off both, but not 12573 where the phone was found. I'm sorry, where the lunchbox was found and other things. Correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, you did not take part in the Jason Autry proffer session, did you? Or
I
did you?
did.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Did you take notes?
No.
Why not?
I don't take notes.
You don't take notes.
I don't.
You take notes during trial?
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. Was it a policy not to take notes during proffer sessions?
Absolutely not.
When, if ever, did a TBI officer come to you and say, I think Jason Autry's lying?
No TBI officer came to me and said that.
Are you aware of a TBI officer coming to any prosecutor and saying that?
I'm not. I'm aware of ex-TBI Dicus that I went to talk to, but
What about Kathy Ferguson?
no, I'm not aware of that.
If she did, it would have been significant to you, wouldn't it?
It would have depended on what we're talking about, but it potentially could be significant, yes.
Now, at some point, did you come to the conclusion, we're going to lose this case if Dylan's our witness?
No, but Miss Nichols and I, like I said, believed that Dylan was leaving a whole lot out and holding back, and we weren't entirely comfortable with him being a primary part of the case. We were much more interested in a cooperator that would tell the truth and give a truthful account of things.
Okay. At some point, did you listen to Brent Booth in Indiana talking with Victor Dinsmore?
I did not.
Okay.
I think Miss Nichols had, and she relayed to me sort of generally.
Did Miss
You know.
Miss Nichols can bring up concerns to you about that conversation?
I remember this. I do remember that she wasn't impressed with the interview.
On Agent Booth's behalf or Victor Dinsmore's?
Can't remember. Really can't remember. I think that we had higher hopes for like what would be disclosed in the interview. And that didn't happen.
Have you listened to this since the trial?
No.
Did you listen to it before the trial?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I think I've been going on third party summary of it.
When you say not impressed, I take that to mean you, as a lawyer, you wish it would have been better evidence at trial.
I don't know that I don't know if we ever contemplated it being evidence at trial, but I remember when he went to interview him, we had high hopes that Dinsmore had more information and we were going to get it as a result of the interview.
Do you remember, did this Nichols say, I'm a little concerned Agent Booth suborned perjury?
No, but not being
So Nichols was the other prosecutor at the trial. Jennifer, remember there's two Jennifers. There's Jennifer Thompson, who was counsel for the defendant. We heard a lot about her from Jerry yesterday. That was the time. And then Jennifer Nichols was on the prosecution side and is now a judge.
impressed with the interview. She may, I don't want to guess, she may have made comments about she didn't like the way he asked questions or something like that.
As a prosecutor before trial, do you think it's ethical for you to go to one witness who's going to testify to something, go to another witness and say, look, this is what this witness is going to say, and I'm trying to get these details lined up, and it helped me and it helped this case if you said this?
You don't want to ask for a witness not to tell the truth, right? And you don't want to feed a witness information. A lot of times it is helpful to confront a witness with facts that you do know in hopes that person is then going to tell the truth. So it's a sort of mixed answer there.
Okay. At some point now, who approaches whom? You or Mike Schull regarding Jason Autry testifying?
So to my to testify or to sit down and tell us what happened?
Whatever came first.
Okay. So there was another time that we were in Nashville. We went to Nashville several times. Discovery conference I mentioned. After the Discovery conference, at least once, maybe more than once, we met in Nashville to look at the evidence with the defense attorneys. And all the defense attorneys came, and there was an enormous amount of physical evidence and things there at TBI. During, again, I can't remember if we only did it once or twice or three times, but during one of those meetings, I approached Mr. Paris, who was co-counsel of Mr. Schull. And I told Mr. Paris that we would be interested in hearing the truth from Mr. Autry. I think I said this, even if he was part of the very worst of it.
Why did you pick Mr. Autry first? I'm sorry, why did you pick Mr. Autry?
We had talked, me and Ms. Nichols, Mr. Christensen, and Mr. Ragland had all talked previous. And like I said, we were relatively, we were convinced that Mr. Dylan Adams wasn't telling us everything. And we believed, or we had hoped that Mr. Autry would be truthful and be able to tell us more.
Why didn't you approach Ms. Thompson?
I can't say that nobody didn't previous to that. I can say that what we were hearing from Ms. Thompson from the start to the end of the case was that Zach was maintaining his innocence.
And had you been aware of any times where Mr. Autry was not?
In terms of court pleadings, I'm certain that he was maintaining his innocence. And then during the trial, he was cross-examined with regard to the times that he had maintained his innocence. There was never a time that I spoke to Mr. Autry and he told me anything different than what you heard at trial.
Y'all were still seeking the death penalty for
Yes.
Mr. Autry
At what point?
when you and Mr. Schull were talking.
Yes,
Okay. Now,
Mr. Paris. But
Mr.
yes.
Paris, how many cases have you had with Mr. Paris where he represented what would become a cooperative witness?
I can't say for certain. If you told me that we had 3 or 4, I could believe it. If you've told me that we never had one, but we definitely had cases together, that could be true. I can't remember if we've ever had a cooperator before.
Same question regarding Mr. Schull.
Since then, I know I've had at least one with Mr. Schull.
Prior to this, prior to the 2016,
After 2016, I know that we've had one. Before 2016, I assume that we've had at least 2 or 3 or 4, but I couldn't name a name. And, if we look down at every single case I prosecute and we could only find one, that wouldn't shock me.
Right.
But I think we've definitely had cooperators before. And I'm talking about serious cases. He also handles, cases every day in Memphis. 3 guys steal a car. We very well could have numerous cooperators on cases like that.
he is a good attorney in Memphis,
I consider him a very good attorney. Yes.
and he handles a lot of high crimes, low crimes, and everything in between.
Sure.
And do you have his cell phone? You text each other,
I have his cell phone. Yes.
and consider him a professional friend.
I do.
Miss Nichols did as well.
Yes.
Would you say he is less hostile than, say, Miss Thompson was in this process?
So, Mr. Schull is a very good attorney, and different attorneys have different styles, right? At the end of the day, if it's going to help his client, Mr. Schull's going to fight, tooth and nail. Miss Thompson is a very good attorney too, and I got along, quite well with her. I think
Miss Nichols did not.
there was a little oil and water or whatever you call it there.
What did Miss Nichols say about Miss Thompson?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll strike that.
All right. Objection sustained.
What did you observe in their interactions?
So I got to play sort of a role that, I was comfortable with, which was like I got along with Miss Thompson quite well. So she knew she could come to me with, questions or, like I need X or I need Y or I want to talk about, X or Y. I think that she definitely, as I said, and this is not to her discredit, but she was at the extreme maintaining Zach's innocence, and she vigorously litigated, and she was sometimes met with sort of vigorous litigation, on the other side, but it was.
You and Mr. Schull never discussed what Mr. Autry was going to get in terms of a sentence prior to his testimony. Is that your position?
That's true.
All right. We'll ask you, you understand the difference between express and implied?
Yes.
All right. Express is some words to that exact effect, correct?
Okay.
Implied is something that's not reduced to words.
Okay.
Was there an implied understanding with Mr. Schull?
There was an express understanding that that his truthful testimony would be taken into consideration.
I'm aware of the party line. My question is,
Can I object to that characterization?
I'll strike that.
That's not at all what Mr.
I'll
Hager
strike that.
testified to.
what was the implied understanding?
The implied understanding was the same as the express understanding, that your truthful testimony will be taken into consideration. What you also have to balance against this is what was the case we had against Jason Autry at the time. And so that informed, a lot in our mind about what, ultimately is going to happen probably.
Well, let's go through what was the case at the time. You had Dylan Adams providing a statement that if the cell phone records were accurate, Dylan Adams' statement was inaccurate.
We had Dylan Adams wanting to be a witness and had given a statement.
Dylan's statement, unlike Jason Autry's statement, went through what happened the night before, right?
I think I remember that.
And if those statements are true, the cell phone records, they're inconsistent with the cell phone records.
I would think so.
Dylan Adams went through start to finish the night before through several days, correct?
I remember his statement being a lot more piecemeal and a lot more sort of labored. But I do remember they definitely did talk about the time period before. And I'm sure that his statement, again, much more piecemeal. I'm sure his statement extends past the crime.
And now you say Autry, Dylan, you said Dylan's statement left things out, but Dylan's statement chronologically covered a far longer time.
Again, having watched Dylan's statement and having talked to Dylan, it was not like you were getting an account that went from point A to point D or E or whatever. This thing is broken up, staccato, like hard to.
Didn't make sense.
Excuse me?
Didn't make sense, did it?
It definitely left so many questions, and it left us with a sense that he was not telling the whole story.
At what point did y'all say, all right, why don't we take the death penalty off the table since our main witness, his story doesn't make sense?
I don't know that Dylan was our main witness. When I came into this case, we had the 3 defendants, that remained, and who was going to cooperate, if anybody, was still sort of an open question. There was sort of an assumption that Dylan was quote unquote the state's witness, but nobody had committed to that or anything like that.
So was the state prepared to request Mr. Autry serve 50 years? When Mr. Schull and you were discussing Mr. Paris, y'all very well could have asked for 50 years.
I don't object. This calls for speculation.
It goes right to the
Throw
heart.
out numbers.
This is a pled allegation in our complaint.
Which is what?
This is that the state did not disclose this, what became reality. But the difference between offers of leniency and 8 years time served.
Anything else, Ms. Wyrie?
No.
All right. Objections overruled. I'll allow a question.
Did the state have internal discussions about what it would be willing to do to Mr. Autry?
Internal, me and Miss Nichols and Mr. Christensen, Mr. Ragland. Yes.
And what were y'all prepared to do?
Well,
The reason he's willing to answer that it's internal is because that isn't actually conveyance. If the conversation isn't happening with the suspect that you're trying to elicit information from, and potentially get them to agree to testify against somebody else, then there isn't a feeling of coercion. There's no possible conveyance. You can't make an inference that 2 prosecutors talking to each other has any impact on how someone decides I'm going to cooperate or not. So he's willing to say, yes, we had internal discussions.
after we heard Mr. Autry's account and after we saw the corroborating evidence, we believe that Mr. Autry was telling the truth. On the other side of the equation was that the state's case against Mr. Autry was quite weak at that time. And so Ms. Nichols and I and Mr. Ragland and Mr. Christensen all talked and knew that at the end of the day, we were obligated to take into account that the state's case against Mr. Autry was quite weak and that his account was the most truthful, most detailed, and most corroborated account of what happened, and assisted in the prosecution of this defendant and Mr. Dylan Adams more than sort of any other single piece of evidence we had. And so we knew that meant that Mr. Autry, at the end of the day, again, this wasn't communicated to defense, but at the end of the day, we weren't going to get much more time out of Mr. Autry.
Then time served.
I can't say that we talked about time served. I can absolutely say that we talked in terms of we're not going to be able to get much more time out of him.
Okay. Was that ever communicated to Ms. Thompson?
Those internal thoughts that we had?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
What was communicated to Mr. Thompson was that the truthful testimony of Mr. Autry was going to be taken into consideration at the end of the day.
But y'all held the keys to the secret, which meant that means time. virtually very little more jail time.
We knew that that was what we had against Mr. Autry was, here, and what Mr. Autry was providing for us was here. And so we talked about these things internally because we have to make a decision as to whether or not to use Mr. Autry as a witness, or not. So obviously we have to talk about these things. We would never convey that to Mr. Autry or to Mr. Schull or Mr. Paris without telling the defense and the court, because that's what we have to do, because that would go to motive and bias. Since these were internal discussions, it couldn't possibly go to any sort of motive to lie or any sort of bias. At the end of the day, we have to do what's fair. His truthful testimony deserves some credit. At the time we made the decision, our case against Mr. Autry was very weak.
I wonder if I still have it in my quick overlays. I don't think I do. I used to have it in my StreamYard ready to pull up, but a screenshot of Tick from the YSL trial, his plea agreement where you have to initial on the line that you shall not testify truthfully about the innocence of anyone in this indictment at trial. Just poor wording. And I don't buy this. Prosecutors will say it all the time. Oh, we don't think it would influence the testimony. We didn't think it would go to bias, so it's not, under Giglio, we're not obligated to tell the defense, to disclose to the defense that we made such offers of leniency in exchange for the cooperation. It's, to me, I wouldn't even say it's coloring within the lines. But if you don't know what the conversations were behind closed doors, how can you challenge it? Second reference to YSL, not really the YSL trial itself, but we found out while having discussions about the prosecutors in the YSL trial that Adam Abadi was actually named in an opinion from the Georgia Supreme Court because he offered benefits to a key witness in a trial and didn't disclose it. And it wasn't a negotiation with the term of sentence. It was an agreement to wait to prosecute something and then end up dropping the charges against the key witness entirely after she had delivered her testimony at trial. And it's not very often that you see an appellate court use somebody's name in their opinion. They usually say trial prosecutor, trial counsel, the court, the state, the petitioner. But they named the name. They named the name because he got caught. Now we're going to go to Thursday. So again, for context, you guys, Wednesday's hearing was just clipped up like that. There wasn't a full stream, unfortunately. But I still think it's cool that we got to see what we got to see. And again, if this was happening at the appellate level, besides oral arguments where you get the 5-minute timer at the state Supreme Court level, usually, you wouldn't get to see cameras and such a long, expanded hearing. Okay, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday was the 8-hour stream. I think I heard that it was hard to hear this day, so as soon as they start talking, we'll do a volume check. Well, the judge isn't always mic'd up. He's quiet.
And I just want to ask you some questions about.
All right. It sounds like the judge just isn't mic'd up, but we can boost it a little bit.
Good morning, everyone. Be seated, please. All right, counsel, any matter for me to address before we call the next witness?
Not mistake.
No, yes.
Thanks, and call your next witness. So, Adams, you have a question for the right hand for, sir.
You swear or affirm
on, Mr. Adams? You ready, ready?
You can go ahead, I want to ask you, make sure your
Oh.
mic's on too.
Is it on? Okay. Will you just please state your full name for the record?
Zachary Adams,
And Mr. Adams, where did you grow up?
around the Holiday area.
And where did you go to school and work around at the time of April the 13th, 2011?
Where did I do what now?
Where did you go to, where were you working and living at the time of April 13th of 2011?
In 2011, I didn't have a normal job. I lived in Holiday, like I said, at 235 Adams Lane. I helped my granddaddy. He worked with the water department. I helped him with odd jobs, stuff like that. That's what I did.
Okay.
I tended to, we have a lot of land and stuff. So like during the summer, I would mow and bush hog and stuff.
I want to first, before we just handle administrative matter really quick, do you recall reading and signing? I'd like to hand the witness doc. This is just the proposed addition of the Second Amendment supplemental to his petition. It's a verified copy. It's the one that he signed before a notary. I'd just like to make it part of the record, Your Honor. So
Thanks for becoming a member, Nisi.
We'll verify things.
It's the verified copy is not in the record, and I would just like to. Thank you.
We're 2015, we'll make this verified petition to the
Mr. Adams, if you'll, do you recognize that document as a document that you signed?
I dropped.
Okay. If you just go back to, I think it's like the third page from the back.
Yes, that's my signature.
Okay, so, and that's the petition that you signed, that was filed with this court.
Yes.
That's all I need to do.
Thank you. You can pass that to the court.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Adams, I'm just gonna speak to the elephant in the room, okay?
Okay.
Did you know Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge of the Bobo family?
Miss Karen Bobo was my fourth grade teacher at Parsons Junior High School in middle school.
Did you kidnap Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you rape Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you murder Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you have anything to do with the disposal of Holly Bobo's remains?
No, ma'am.
So I want to take you back to April the 13th of 2011.
Okay.
And I just want to ask you some questions about what you specifically remember. Okay. So where you just said you were living on Adams Lane, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right beside my granddaddy.
And who were you living with at that time?
So at the time I was living in my dad's old house and Rebecca Earp was living with me. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How long had you been dating Rebecca?
We had been dating at that time about 9 months to a year, I would say.
All right. And who were you hanging out with during that time?
I hung around Jason Autry, Shane Austin, my brother. He lived right next door. He hung out with us a lot. That's mainly about it. My girlfriend's sister and stuff would come over on the weekends. She had a boyfriend named Michael Petty. They would come on the weekends and hang out.
Okay. And I just want to verify some facts about your relationship. So just Shane Austin, can you just real quick tell the court about what your relationship is with Shane Austin?
Shane, I grew up with Shane. We grew up in church together. We went to church together since we was very little. We went to school together. He was a year younger than me. We competed in sports together. We grew up. He lived about a mile away from me. So we lived real far away from the high school. We probably lived the furthest away from the north end of our county. So we was only two, as far as he was my closest friend that went to school. That I went to school with.
Okay. And you said Dylan, you hung out with your brother Dylan. Is he your younger brother?
Yes, 4 years younger than me.
And tell me about your relationship with Jason Autry.
He was older than me. He was somebody I guess you could say I looked up to. We did a lot of drugs and stuff together. That was our main.
That was going to take me to my next question. At this time, were you a drug user?
Very much.
And
Daily.
how often would you use drugs?
Daily, I would say.
And what types of drugs were you using at this time?
Marijuana, morphine, methamphetamine, Xanax, Valium.
All right. So I just want you to quickly recall what you like. I want to clarify something. There's going to be things that you specifically remember. And I'm sure that there are things that you recall because of documents that you've been provided during this case, right?
That's right.
So just real quickly, take us through April the 13th of 2011. What are the things that you remember about that day?
So that day, I specifically remember Shane called, and I remember he called and he asked, he said, "Hey, Zach," he said,
Your Honor, you're saying?
Objections hearsay.
Your Honor, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, sir. He's just taking us technically through the day as to what he did that day.
Objection overruled.
Shane asked if I wanted, when I answered the phone, he said, "Hey, you want to see if we can't overdose some Xanaxes today?" And I said, "Shane, don't be messing around," because me and Rebecca had been arguing the night before. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I've got some Xanaxes lined up. I need a ride." He had just previously wrecked his truck, so he didn't have a vehicle, and so he needed a ride. I said, "Well, Shane, I don't have a vehicle. I have to get Dylan to give us a ride." I said, "I have to go out and get him up and stuff." And so I went out to my granddaddy's, told Dylan the plan. He was getting ready. So while he was getting ready, I think I got on the internet and got on my Facebook, which is a password protected that I only have the password to. Nobody else gets on my Facebook page but me. Nobody has the password but me. And I got on there, and like I said, me and Rebecca had been arguing, and I think I had cussed or something on the main wall where everybody could see. And Becky Moody had commented, she said, "Zach, you can't talk like that." And I think I apologized. And it didn't take Dylan like 10 minutes to get ready. So we left. We went to Shane's, picked up Shane.
Okay, so say you and Dylan
Me and Dylan.
went and picked up Shane. Okay.
So Dylan didn't have enough gas in the truck to make it to Parsons. So we go to the Shell station on the Decatur County side. We get $5 in gas because the gas is more expensive at the interstate. It's cheaper in Parsons. So we was going to get more gas in Parsons. That was the plan. So I'm pumping the gas. Shane and Dylan are in the vehicle. I pump $5 in gas, and while I'm pumping, I see 4 or 5 SUVs. And I'm not for sure if they had their blue lights on. I know there was no sirens, but I could tell there was cop cars. I could tell there was police SUVs. So my antennas kind of went up because we're going to pick up drugs, and they're cops. So I go in, pay for gas. When I come out, I asked Shane and Dylan, I said, "Did y'all see the cops couldn't get off the interstate?" And they was like, "What are you talking about?" So it kind of irritated me that they wasn't paying attention to what was going on, So I get on 641, and I kind of fall in behind them to see how fast they're going. And I get Dylan's truck up to 100, and it shuts off, and they run out of my life. So I don't go 100 all the way to the Parsons. I go 60 or 70 because I know there's something going on. I don't know what's going on, but I know something's going on. I know there's whatever's going on. There's no cops coming our way. So we get into town. What I remember, we stopped by. I think we went behind Ramey's barbecue, and we went to the drug dealer's house. I'm not sure who it was to this day. I still don't know who it is. We get out, and I thought we was going to go in, me and my brother and Shane. But when we get ready to get out and go in, Shane said, "Y'all can't come in." So we sit out in the driveway, and whoever's house it was, they had a bass boat, and it was a nice Triton bass boat. The reason I know this is I love bass fishing, and so me and Dylan were looking at the bass boat, and we're talking about how nice it would be to have one. And I'm not really sure how long it took Shane, 10 or 15 minutes. He comes back out, and we go from there.
Hey,
We
Aaron,
go up 1 block to the Delta
And Allie.
gas station, which is right up from behind Ramey's. It's right 1 block up, right beside the hospital. So when we pull in there's a local deputy, Tony Weber, and Tony Weber has been known to harass me.
Starfish and Coffee.
He knows I was a drug dealer, a drug user. So when we get there, I told Shane, I said, "Shane, you go in and pay for gas. I'm not going in." And so Shane pumps the gas, and he goes in. When he goes in, he pays, and when he comes out, he said, "Look," he said, "when I was in there, the deputy was talking about what happened." He said, "You're right, something did happen. Somebody got abducted." And my antennas kind of went up. I said, "Well, I knew I was right. I didn't know what happened, but I knew something. Like I said, I knew something had happened." And so I knew that we needed to buckle up. We got these Xanax. Jane had all these Xanaxes on him, so I knew we needed to, kind of be safer.
Okay. So when you guys went to get the drugs, who paid for them?
Shane.
Okay. So again, I initially asked you, there's going to be things that you specifically remember and things that throughout the course of this proceedings that you learned. That right? Has there anything that you have learned based on the documents that you've received or things throughout the course of your trial that you didn't specifically remember at the time?
No, I'm going to object to that. I don't know how he can share with the court things that he has learned through other sources. That's the epitome of hearsay. That's the epitome of not firsthand knowledge.
Well,
he's a witness to a hearing. He can't come in here and regurgitate to the court.
There's 4 terabytes of data that was provided to the defense in discovery.
Yes, sir.
Certainly, he's going to distinguish what he learned from that discovery versus his own memory. I'm going to allow.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to allow.
There was things that jogged my memory about that day. I don't specifically remember going to the ATM until later on. There was a moment later on when I realized Shane had a lot of money that day, and I didn't specifically remember. I remember I was irritated with Shane. Shane liked to joke a lot, and he liked to like make people laugh and stuff. And I wasn't having it that day because me and Rebecca I'd been up with Rebecca arguing all night, and I was kind of irritated. And I wasn't in no mood. And I can remember, like, when we put up the ATM, I remember I specifically pulled him backwards. And how I know that is because I didn't want Shane to accuse me of stealing his pen, or I didn't want him to lean over, you know. But in my statements to police, I don't believe I gave that. But it wasn't because it's just I didn't remember, you know.
All right. So you spoke with police several times throughout the course of this investigation?
Every time they came to my house, every time they asked me, anytime and every time, I gave a statement. Not once did I ever. I left my job when they come to the jail. Anytime they asked.
Okay. So real quick, I want to back up to something that you said. You said that you weren't in the mood because you had been fighting with Rebecca all night.
Yes.
Okay. So did Rebecca stay with you that night of the 12th?
She did not.
All right. And do you recall telling police that maybe she did, or were you confused?
See, that's another thing that I didn't learn till we had the cell phone records. And she normally stayed there all the time, but her cell phone records put her at her mama's house up to 4 a.m. I think we was texting. So there's no way she stayed with me that night, you know, because she got off work at 10 or 11 o'clock from Joe's video, and she would either come straight to my house or go to her mom's house. And, you know, her mom lived in Parsons. So.
All right. So you're saying upon receiving the discovery documents, bank records, whatnot, it triggered your memory that you went to the ATM and got cash, and that you specifically remember pulling in backwards. What vehicle were you driving at the time?
We were driving my brother's Silverado. I think it was a 2007 Pewter. It's extended cab.
Okay.
2-wheel drive.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to look at something back there. Your Honor, this is Exhibit 8, I believe.
It's probably awkward to turn around when you're.
Your Honor, I apologize for having some technical difficulties here. Do we have a printout of the still yet?
It was on one of the thumb drives.
Apparently, we can't connect to the internet, so I'm going to try to get this to him a different way, maybe show him the still.
Certainly are. You got it up, Mr. Boyd,
I can't.
you got it up, you got it down, let's see.
I have it on the computer if I can approach.
State agree that that's exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right number?
I believe it's 8. Where's the?
Is it running?
I have the ATM video as exhibit
The still shot. You can
Oh, the
show
still
the
shot.
shot of the whole video.
I don't know what she's showing.
8. The still shot 101.
Yeah, that's the video, right?
8 is the video, 101 is the still.
Yes.
I don't know what
That looks like the video.
they're showing, but. Oh, it's on my-
Aw, shout out to Amy E gifting 5 subs. Let's get some W's in the chat for Amy. Some blue hearts. Well, let me get over to YouTube so I can use emojis. StreamYard keeps the chat boring on our end. Let me get some blue chats for Amy. Thank you, Amy.
You may. Now, let's clarify. Are you showing the whole video or just the still shot?
I'm just going to show the still shot.
Okay, which is exhibit 101.
Yes.
Mr. Adams.
I typed Amy to search for the blue heart.
That's my brother's truck.
Okay, and you're familiar with the ATM that you stopped at.
Mhm.
So who was in the vehicle with you?
I'm driving. Jane's in the passenger seat. My brother's in the back.
The timestamp on this is approximately 11:11 in the morning.
Mhm.
Does that sound about
love this
the time that
picture.
you guys would have gone to the ATM that day?
It was.
So, one second, Your Honor, if you'll give me 1 moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach him one more time because I realize I need to show how the vehicle went in because it correlates with my client's testimony. So I'm going to show the video.
All right. So now we're going to show the video, Exhibit A. You're still unable to connect?
The TV is not connecting to the.
You're going to show many videos this morning.
No, Your Honor, this is the only exhibit I'll be offering today.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
So I'm starting this video, Your Honor, at minute 11, hour 11, 10 minutes, 34 seconds, just to show how the other vehicles are. All right, so Mr. Adams, let me play that for you. So do you see that vehicle coming
Yes.
the opposite direction? And which direction is your vehicle going?
That would be going the wrong direction. Like if you were going through the drive-through in the bank, that's the wrong way. The arrows were pointed, that would be going the wrong way.
So when you pulled into the ATM, who was it, the driver's side or the passenger side that was facing the ATM?
It was the passenger side.
Thank you for your indulgence. Okay.
I'm laughing because I can picture like being in the car with friends growing up, and because the person who needs to use the ATM or the little like bank tube chute thing, backing in to get to the window, and me be like, "What are you doing? Like, just let me handle it, or let's just go inside." Just backing into the ATM lane.
Now, you were driving Dylan's vehicle. Why is that?
So at this time, I didn't have a vehicle. My Silverado, I had wrecked. The whole front end was tore off of it, and the Nissan, the white Nissan, I didn't have access to at the time. My granddaddy had it hid somewhere that I didn't know where it was at.
Okay. So when is the well, first of all, this ATM footage and this trip to the bank, is this something that you told your attorneys during trial?
It came up, yes. It came up, but like I said, I didn't at the time. I didn't realize about the ATM. I didn't remember. There was a lot of places that we stopped that day that I didn't really remember.
And when is the first time that you saw this ATM footage?
First time I saw it was with Mr. Bates.
Okay. So do you recall being in court back?
And again, guys, Mr. Bates is his current attorney. So he was not aware of this piece of evidence. And the portion that they had available, it was an unreadable file, and it was not the full surveillance footage anyway. So even if it had been accessible, there would have been the issue of it not being complete. And I think this is just so problematic because whoever actually killed Holly Bobo, if Zach is the killer, if Zach's not the killer, I think we're at a point where we need a new trial. And they put an extensive amount, and I'm not trying to say Holly Bobo doesn't deserve the best community backing, TBI getting out there, FBI getting out there, but I think the reaction to Holly, a young girl, beautiful girl, whole life ahead of her, it's the type of tragic case that encapsulates the community and even rings like nationwide when we hear stories like this. And with such response, such a desire for the community to get justice for Holly, for that trial, for that process to not go correctly, what is the chance for anybody else that might be a victim? And it just, like, last night, I'm just like thinking about other cases, and I'm thinking about Agent Booth saying, you know, he thinks it's rare to have a perfect victim. And that just, it didn't really sit right with me. Because it's like, if this is what's going to happen to the conviction that was supposed to be justice for Holly, because I think we're at a point where there should be a new trial. What about anybody else? What about anybody else? So,
back in, I think it was January or March, and Mr. Boyano had his laptop on the podium.
That was the first time. Yes, that's right.
Okay,
That's
is that the first time that you saw the picture of your vehicle?
That's right. That's right.
All right.
What jogged my memory is the reason I knew that is because when it went pulled in backwards, I said that's us because that's what we did that day.
Right. Now, you've been given your cell phone records, all these things that you've received in discovery, and you heard the testimony at trial. So you heard Jason Autry's testimony that y'all went to the river that day. Do you recall going to the river that day?
I don't recall going to that river that day, but I went to the river so much down there underneath the interstate bridge. It was I would go 5 days out of the week, sometimes 7 days. I bass fished down there. I did drugs down there. I went down there to look for arrowheads. We just went down there just to kill time. Like it was just a place we hung out.
To be clear, when I say the river, where specifically are we talking about?
Under the interstate bridge, under I-40 bridge, exit 133.
All right. Now, do you recall going to Victor Dinsmore's house that day?
I don't recall going to Victor Dinsmore's house.
Is it possible that you went to Victor Dinsmore's house that day?
Could have been. I don't remember though.
Okay. Do you recall getting in a fight with Shane Austin that day?
I did.
Okay. And where did that take place?
That was at Doug and Dottie Cooley's house.
Okay. And so did you see Mr. Dinsmore there?
I did.
Okay. And who was with you at the time?
Jason Autry. Shane and my brother was in the back, and I was driving. It was in Dylan's pickup.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you guys going to see Mr. Dinsmore?
Mr. Dinsmore was a morphine connection of mine. I bought morphine from him, and at this time, Jason or Shane they couldn't access Victor to buy morphine from him, so I was the kind of the go-between. I would buy morphine and distribute to
All
Jason.
right. So then you guys were doing Xanax, the pills that Shane Austin purchased,
Mm-hmm.
and then what time do you think you guys went over to Miss Dottie's?
It was after we picked up the Xanaxes. It was after that. I would say, I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. If you don't know
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So this is not this particular conviction is not your first run-in with the law, is it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I would like to take you through. You're aware that if you would have testified at trial, that you would have had to have talked about some of your prior convictions.
Of course.
I'd like to run through those with you if you don't mind. Okay. So, Mr. Adams, you have several convictions for possession of drug paraphernalia or possession of narcotics.
Correct.
Okay. When did you start doing drugs?
Started smoking marijuana when I was 14. Started doing meth when I was 15 or 16.
And there was a notice that was filed in your trial. We call it a Rule 609. It just shows saying that this is the evidence that you're going to be impeached with if you testify at trial.
Okay.
Did you tell your attorney that you wanted to testify at trial?
I did.
Okay. And were you willing to face up to and acknowledge all of these crimes that you committed?
Absolutely was.
So you've been convicted of some assaults as well.
I have. I've played out to him.
Okay. So there was one in 2004. Do you recall a conviction in 2004 for assault?
I don't know the specifics, but I don't dispute it.
Okay. And you have possession of controlled substance in 2004. Possession of drug paraphernalia in 2006. So you have several possession charges.
Been
Does that
doing drugs
sound
most
about
of my
right?
life. That's correct.
Okay. You have some theft convictions as well.
I do. You have 2 of those.
All right. And in 2007, you have 2 assault convictions. Do you recall the circumstances surrounding that?
2007. I don't recall if you had more details about the incident or something.
Well, why don't you tell me under what circumstances have you been convicted of assault?
So, my grandmother knew. She knew that if I was in jail, sometimes, she knew I wouldn't be getting high if I was in jail, and she knew that she could call the law sometimes if I was high and say, "Hey, look, he pushed me or he did this," and she knew that I would be arrested, and she would be hoping that I would go to jail and I guess the catch Jesus moment, get Jesus and get saved and start acting right, and that's happened a few times where we had gotten in an argument or something and she called the law. And
Mr. Adams, isn't it true that you shot your mother?
I wouldn't say I shot her. I did operate a firearm in a reckless manner that caused her to get shot. So it was my fault, but it wasn't like what you would say I just, shot her.
And you weren't ever convicted or charged with that, were you?
I was charged.
You was charged. Okay. And,
And, I,
what were
and
you
I
convicted
did. I
of?
did plead out to a simple possession or a simple assault.
Okay. So that's one of these assaults that you have on here.
It was.
And in 2011, August 30th of 2011, there was a conviction for assault on a police officer. Do you recall that?
I do. That was the incident at Nancy Strait State Park, and where the park ranger. I got out and run, and he chased me down. I ran into some thorns and got scratched up real bad. Still got scars on my leg, on the inside of my leg.
Okay. Oh, and I missed one. July of 2011. July 25th of 2011, you have an assault conviction that you pled to for 11 months and 29 days.
That was me and Rebecca. Me and her got into it. It was kind of a shoving incident, and
Was Rebecca using drugs at the time as well?
she was.
And then you also have a domestic assault June 11th of 2012. What was that from?
2012. I think that's where me and my granddaddy got into it.
Okay, and you pled to 11 months, 29 days.
I did.
So in your entire criminal history, have you ever been charged or convicted of any crime that was sex related?
Never.
All right. Give me 1 second. So do you recall sitting here in 2017 in this courtroom and watching witnesses give testimony and putting words into your mouth?
I do. Hearsay.
And I'd like to, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'd like to take you through some of the statements that you were alleged to have made. Okay. Did you say some of the things that were testified to?
I did.
And did you say all the things, every single thing that was testified to, did you say?
I did not.
Okay. I want to go through these statements, but before we do, these statements that were given at trial they were accusing you of joking about the murder of Holly Bobo, right?
Yeah.
Why would you say anything like that?
Well, I sold a lot of drugs, and I found it a lot easier when I fronted drugs out. If people were scared of me, I got my money. I got paid. It was just the way it is in the drug business. If people are scared of their drug dealer, they're going to pay. So that's kind of a stupid answer, but it's the truth. I mean,
Right. Okay. Who's Carl Statler?
he was a friend that lived right below me. He went to school with my brother.
All right. Did you hang out with Carl Statler during this time?
I did.
Below him
Do you recall going to Johnny's bar and grill with Carl?
I do.
in the basement
And-
or on a map?
Sure, you heard his testimony. Did you tell? So who's Misty Tubbs?
She was a friend of my son's mother. Never really hung around her that much. I think I've been at her house one time with Amy, my son's mom.
Okay. And was she the bartender at Johnny's bar?
She was.
Do you recall getting in an argument with her?
I don't really recall. It seems like we did get into some kind of argument. She accused me of, I think, of doing something to her car or something.
All right.
And
Did you say, I'm just going to ask, did you say, I'll kill you like I did Holly Bobo?
I don't recall saying that.
Did you tell Carl Statler that I did it?
No.
Is it possible that you made some statements similar?
I've made some open-end statements before where people could have had the wrong idea. I remember I told Rebecca once, I said, there's already one person missing. What makes you think it can't be two? And by that, I wasn't meaning that I did anything. I was just, we was arguing and just trying to get her to, she was kind of griping at me.
Were you admitting in that statement that you killed Holly Bobo?
Absolutely not.
All right. And do you recall Rebecca Earp's testimony?
I do.
On the day after, so on April 14th of 2011, she testified that you guys were watching the news and that you said they'll never be able to find her. Did you say that?
I believe I did say that. And now there's reasons why. There, in Decatur County, there's a history of women that goes missing and hadn't been found. There's still a Bogus girl that's never been found. Nobody knows what happened to her. And this happened when I was in high school, and nobody knows anything about it. So yeah, I made that comment.
Okay. Did you make that comment because you had knowledge of where Holly Bobo's remains were?
I did not. I only made that comment because of the time period of the news interview, and it's just statistics. If the police didn't find the person that was missing, it's just statistics, and that's all I was stating. I guess I watched too many crime.
You heard Rebecca Earp testify that you said that you would tie her up just like you did Holly Bobo, and no one would ever see her again. Did you say that?
I don't recall making that statement.
How about, she better not go to the law and she better not make any statements, otherwise you would hurt her or her family. Did you say that?
I may have said that.
Was that you admitting to having anything to do with Holly Bobo?
No,
Was that you claiming to have any knowledge of the murder of Holly Bobo?
no.
How about around July of 2011, when you and Rebecca were at John Mitchell's house? She testified to that. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. She said everything was ready to go in the back of the truck to be put under the Birdsong Bridge, and that you said, or I should say, you or John Mitchell said, they said that it was Holly's remains in these Tupperware tubs that were in the back of the truck.
The only thing is that date. The date was, we wasn't dating at this time. This was after me and her broke up, and this was after me and her broke up. And I think she was seeing John, and I do recall that. And it had nothing to do with no remains. It was meth making material. We was just kind of the way we was discussing it. We just didn't want to put our business out there.
Okay.
But with the way she took it, I guess she took it that way.
But you never told her that it was Holly Bobo's remains in those tubs?
I never told her it was Holly Bobo's remains. I never told her it was a meth lab.
All right. Do you recall Victor Dinsmore testifying?
I do.
All right. So you testified earlier that you do remember getting into a fight with Shane at Miss Dottie's that day.
I do.
Okay. So Victor Dinsmore testified that you and Shane were arguing about who was going to hit it first.
Yes. And
So-
can I elaborate with that?
Please.
And when I jumped out, Shane was like, "You ain't gonna hit me," and I said, "Well, I'll hit you first." And that's where that comment came up. And I did. I hit him first, and the argument was something stupid. To this day, I still don't know. It was just like, well, that wall is white. No, it's not. And we just jumped out. He's like, "You ain't gonna hit me." I said, "Okay."
When you made that statement, were you in any way claiming that, telling Shane that you were going to rape Holly Bobo first?
No.
Anthony Phoenix, who is he?
He was a friend of mine, a drug friend of mine.
All right. Do you recall hearing Anthony Phoenix testify?
I do.
Now, he testified that, first of all, did you talk to Anthony Phoenix about meeting with Miss Bobo?
I did.
And did you express concern to him?
I don't believe I expressed concerns. I think I just told him about the meeting.
He testified that you were driving around in the car and said, "Let's rape this bitch."
I did make that comment. I didn't say let's rape this bitch. We was riding around and he was needing some money. He was wanting to rob somebody's house. And anytime I've ever stole something, I've always gotten in trouble. And I could not get him to shut up about wanting to go rob somebody's house. He was wanting to drop him off somewhere and pick him up. And I made the comment, well, if we're just going to do that, we might as well just go rape somebody. Because anytime I steal something, I always get in trouble. So that was, and after I said that, the wheel started turning his head, and I wouldn't admit nothing. I was just trying to get him off the track of going and stealing something, which he did. He didn't say nothing else about stealing nothing that night. So
did you say to him, "I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch, and it sure was fun"?
I don't recall ever saying that.
Okay. So at any point in time during your conversations with Anthony Phoenix, did you admit to raping or killing Holly Bobo?
Never.
Jamie Darnell, who's he?
He's a local friend of mine that uses drugs.
All right. And did you guys use drugs together?
Yep.
Okay. You heard him testify at trial.
Yes.
So he testified that you said about a knife that you were carrying. If you knew, if you knew what that knife had done, that you would probably be afraid of holding the knife. Did you say that to him?
I did. That's another situation where he kept bothering me. He was wanting to buy. I've got a knife collection of my dad's, and my dad had this guy named Perry Wingo to make these knives. He would make them, and I probably got about 25 or 30 of them. And I had one of these knives with me at the time, and he wanted to buy it. He kept bothering me to buy it. It was getting high, and he kept asking me it. And I just finally, that's what I said. If you knew what this knife done, you wouldn't want it. And after I said that, he didn't ask me no more to buy that knife. But the whole goal of that was just to get him. He didn't. When I told him no the first time, it's like he wouldn't listen. So. I told him that just to get him to quit asking about it.
Were you in any way implying that knife had been used on Holly Bobo?
No.
How about his testimony that you pulled a pistol out and shot it over the top of his girlfriend's head out the front door?
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Okay. He also testified that same night he had pushed you out the door and you broke down crying and started apologizing. Do you recall doing that?
I do. And we was in his bathroom getting high. And I was at this time I was an intravenous user. I used a needle, and I tried to get him to shoot up that day, and he didn't want to. And after that, you know, I felt real bad because I tried to push that on him, and I apologize for that. You know, and that's what I.
So you were not apologizing for something you did to Holly Bobo.
No,
And he also testified that you needed to clear your name, that he couldn't be coming back around his house. You need to clear your name. And he said that you couldn't do that because you were too far involved into it, and there was no way that you could do that.
I did, and there's reasons. I thought he was talking about you to clear your name as far as like being the local drug dealer, being the local drug user. And I told him I was too far in. I can't do that. Like I was selling dope every day at this time. And yeah, I absolutely said that. But that was a mischaracterization.
All right. So when you said that was there any implication from you that you had anything to do, but you were too far deep into Holly Bobo's murder?
No, absolutely not.
Corey Rivers. Do you know who that is?
I do know who that is.
Okay. And you saw him testify.
I did.
So who is Corey Rivers?
He was just somebody that was at Williamson County Jail in the pod that I was with.
Okay. And does it sound about right that it was around sometime between April and June of 2016?
That sounds about right.
He testified that you said that you went to him and asked him if God would ever forgive you. Did you do that?
Never.
And he also testified that you told him that you and a couple of your friends got drunk and went into the woods with this girl. One thing led to another, and I was there for the worst of it. Did you have any conversation with Corey Rivers that was anything like that?
No.
Have you had conversations at all with Corey Rivers?
I did talk to Corey.
Okay. What did those conversations entail?
I don't really recall. I may have told him what was going on, like what was going on with the case. You know, what the state was alleging. That's the only thing that we're here, you know.
Did you testify to him, or I'm sorry, excuse me, not testify. He testified that you said that the bottom side was found in one part of Tennessee and some other pieces was found in other places. Did you say that to him?
I don't recall saying that.
And that it had been chopped up?
I don't recall saying that either.
Did you at any time in any of your conversations with Mr. Rivers admit to killing, raping, or kidnapping Holly Bobo?
Never.
All right. How about Sean Cooper? You remember him?
I remember Sean.
Who's he?
He was so when I was at Chester County Jail, he was in the little room right there with us. I think there was 3 of us.
Okay. Now, he testified that you asked him to tell your brother, Dylan, that if he doesn't keep his mouth shut, that you're going to put him in a hole beside her.
I don't recall saying that. I do remember telling him that he needs to tell my brother. I think he had charges in Obion County, and that's where my brother was being held. I said, well, you get up there, you need to tell my brother, Dylan Adams, he needs to keep his damn mouth shut because the lies he's telling has got me arrested for something I didn't do.
Did you in any way admit to Mr. Cooper or imply to Mr. Cooper that you were involved in Holly Bobo's death?
No.
How about Jason Kirk? Do you know who that is?
I think that was the other guy that was in there.
All right. And so he testified that he overheard you tell Mr. Cooper that will you give my brother a message for me? Tell him if he doesn't keep his fucking mouth shut, I'm going to plant him next to that bitch. Did you say that?
No.
Did you make any statements? You know, Mr. Kirk also testified that you were bragging about the bond that was put on you. And he testified that you said, I guess you got to kill a bitch to get that kind of bail around here.
I don't recall specifically saying that, but I did make a comment about the bail being so high. And the way the judge, when I left the courtroom at Chester County, the judge made an announcement to the court that was the guy for the Holly Bobo deal. Like it was kind of a messed up little deal, but I got angry but I don't specifically recall just saying that.
Okay. Chris Swift.
He was another person at Williamson County Jail.
Okay. He said that you went up to him and asked him, would God forgive you? Did you ask him if?
The only thing I talked to Chris Swift about was making meth and his meth use and stuff like that, but no.
All right. So he testified that you told him that you weren't involved in the killing, but you were involved in the worst part of it.
Never said that.
Okay. And he testified that you told him about some boy who hung himself and that he and his brother were involved and your brother were involved in the killing. Did you mention anything to Mr. Swift about Shane Austin?
I may have mentioned that Shane and my brother were my brother was being charged, and Shane was a friend of ours, and he had hung himself. But other than that, no.
Did you tell Mr. Swift that they were in the back room having sex with Holly?
No.
Did you tell Mr. Swift that something went wrong, and that you were involved in the worst part of it?
No.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Swift that as soon as the trial's over that you're going home, they didn't have a body and they didn't have a murder weapon nor a motive?
No.
All right. Did you have any, did you call Mr. Swift from another inmate's?
He gave me his phone number, and I believe I did call him.
Okay. And did you tell him that you probably wouldn't be talking to anybody else and to take care of himself?
I don't remember what I said in that phone call. I'm sure it was recorded if it was a jail phone call.
Did you threaten Mr. Swift in any way?
Absolutely not.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit now. You said earlier that you had been visited by police on multiple occasions. Okay. So, well, first of all, so I'm looking at all of these statements that you admitted to saying to witnesses that testified. And so as I understand it, there were some of the things that were testified to by various people that you knew outside of jail, right? That you admitted to saying, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that the people that you knew in jail, you didn't say any of those things.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you recall?
I didn't know them well enough to talk to them like that. You know.
Do you recall meeting with Karen Bobo?
I do. Her and Clint.
Okay. And you heard her testify at trial, right?
I did.
And she testified that when you met with her and Clint described what the kidnapper looked like, her testimony was that you said, "That's Shane." Is that what you said?
That's not what I said. I said, that's the same height as Shane, but Shane has red hair and he was with me.
Okay. Did you tell Miss Bobo that you would do whatever you could to help?
I did.
All right. So in all of the interactions that you've had with police, let's go back to the first time that they came out to your house. Have you cooperated with law enforcement during the course of the investigation?
Yes, I gave my statement to where I was that day. Yes.
And did you allow them to search your house?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search under your house?
Anywhere there could be a body or, I told the FBI and the TBI, y'all can come in here and look anywhere y'all want. Y'all start pulling drawers up, I'm gonna ask you to leave. You look anywhere a person can be, anywhere you want to look. Anytime they came to me, I would answer questions. Anything, anytime. I mean, at
right.
jails, anywhere they wanted to question me. They would bring me off the work crew at a jail, and I would go in and talk. I knew I didn't really know my rights, but I knew I didn't have to talk to them. But I did. I wanted to help.
Do you recall hearing testimony about officers observing you in those early days vacuuming out your car?
I vacuumed out my truck all the time. If you looked at my vehicles, I vacuumed my trucks out all the time. That was a regular occurrence.
See, this is why I'm glad we went back and watched the May and the August hearings before catching up with this week, because talking about vacuuming out cars, now the only thing that's coming to my mind is is it Janet Britt? So Terry Britt, the registered sex offender that was dealing with the Tequila Jones prosecution. I think his wife's name is Janet. We heard that Janet said something like, "You're going to find a lot of women's hair back there. Are you going to vacuum the car out?" So just hearing the term vacuuming the car is making me think of what we heard from an alternate suspect's wife, which sounds a lot crazy, really, really crazy. You're going to find a lot of women's hair back there. Like, why do you just spurt that out? Why would you just volunteer something like that?
You can ask anybody that knows me. All my vehicles were clean. I kept a shop vac at the house just for that.
What about the mattresses that were leaning up against the house?
So when Rebecca moved in, we moved all her stuff. I had a double wide 16-foot trailer. We moved all her stuff on that. And the mattress, I think there was 3 mattresses. She had 2 mattresses in the box set. One of the mattresses blew off whenever on 641 when we was coming. So we took everything off the trailer and stuff. And I went back and got that mattress. And she said, "Look, don't bring it in. We're going to clean it up and stuff. I don't really need that. It just makes the bed look higher." And so I was like, "Well, what do you want me to do with it?" And she's like, "I don't care. Just don't bring it in here. We don't have nowhere to put it." So I said, "Okay." So I leaned it up against the back side of the house. And every time I would mow or every time it would get dirty or something, I'd either wash it off or I would blow it off with the leaf blower because I was under the impression she was still going to use it. I didn't know, what to do with it. It was hers. I wasn't going to throw it away. That would cause the argument.
Can you give me one moment?
That math, I can picture that.
All right. So have you had a chance to review some of the, first of all, do you know what an IR is?
I do now. It's the investigative report.
Okay. So I am, have you had a chance to review the IRs that related to statements that you made to law enforcement?
I have.
Do you recall right around April 23rd of 2011 with them coming out to your, law enforcement coming out to your house?
What was the date again?
April the 23rd of 2011.
Okay. Who was the law enforcement officer?
FBI Special Agent Matt Ross.
Oh, that's when he took the pictures.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I was all scratched up from running from the police in Nancy Trace. But it wasn't nothing for me to have scratches. I grew marijuana back behind my house. It's nothing but clear cut. And that was another, the time when they was talking about I ran behind the house. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rainey also testified that he knew where my marijuana plants were, which he did. When they come searching, I had to move everything. I had about 5,000 marijuana plants when all this went on. And when Miss Bobo went missing, I moved everything outside. I had just got them started and I moved everything outside. Well, when everybody started searching, they come through, I had to move everything. And when law enforcement came that one time and talked to me, that's what I ran around behind the house doing, was moving all the marijuana plants that I had there.
Okay. Did you provide your best account of what you did that day to law enforcement?
I did. I didn't tell them every time I used the bathroom, though. I mean, I didn't tell them, I was a drug user. I told them where I went,
Okay. Did you, do you think that there were things that you did throughout that day that you didn't include in your statements to law enforcement?
Absolutely. But I didn't lie. I didn't, I gave the best, there was people that called that morning that I didn't remember talking to that later on that I realized I talked to, like going to the river. There's nothing that happened that morning going to the river. I don't specifically recall going to the river that morning with Jason, but we went down there so much. I'm not disputing that.
Okay. And do you recall right around July 6th of 2011, you were visited by S.A. Dicus and Investigator Inman?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And they came to your residence?
Yeah, I think it was my granddaddy's. I think we sat on the back porch that time.
All right. And did you give them an accounting of what you did?
I did.
On April the 13th, 2011? I think they had, did you tell them that you had gone to the coon hunt or that you didn't go?
I didn't go. I didn't have no way. And I didn't go to stuff like that. I mean, when I was younger, I did, but I didn't go to stuff like that. I was a druggie. I was a drug dealer. Like I didn't go out in public much. Not a lot of people like me, I had a known reputation in the neighborhood for being the local drug dealer and drug user. So just, I could go in a gas station and people would look at me different, of course I would give them the stink eye, or I would, I gave them that perspective. Like I wasn't the person to be messed with, and
Okay. So you were visited again by Agent Dicus on August 28th of 2012. I believe that was in the Benton County Jail.
Yep. In the basement in the investigator's office.
Okay. Did you ever ask for an attorney when you were speaking with law enforcement?
Never.
Did you voluntarily give them information?
I take that back. When I talked to Jeff Jackson, I think I had asked for an attorney at the end, but during this meeting I didn't with Terry Dicus at Benton County. I didn't know.
And did you voluntarily sign a release for your phone records?
I did. Anything that they needed, anything you want my DNA, anything I could have did. I would have did.
Okay. Even if so would you have done anything that you could do, even if it meant?
There were so many cops in the neighborhood. We would have did anything to get the police to solve this, to get the TBI and the cops out of our neighborhood. It was so hard for us, drug dealers and stuff. We wanted the police to solve this thing,
Okay. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Dicus, S.A. Dicus on May 22nd of 2013? And I believe that was at the Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
Go into specifics on that.
There was an investigator Cunningham and investigator Meeks.
About the leather coat.
Yes.
Yes.
So you gave a voluntary statement to law enforcement at that time?
I did. There was a leather coat that I didn't know the specifics of what had happened or whatever, but there was a leather coat in my brother's truck. I didn't know who it belonged to. I know my brother did at this time. I don't think he had a girlfriend, and I was willing to do anything I could to help. And I called him in. I said, "Hey, look, did Miss Bobo have a leather coat on?" And they said, "No, this didn't."
Okay.
I was willing to do anything,
Do you recall again meeting with or speaking with law enforcement September? Let me make sure that I'm on the right one. Hold on 1 second. September 9th of 2013 with Agent Joe Walker. Did you meet with him?
I did at the Benton County Jail. He brought me in from work release. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And did you give him a statement about your whereabouts?
Hold on a minute. Right as I'm like talking about, hey, I've been outside and I've gone down the side of a bridge down to where there's this little river in the wetlands behind a house where I used to live to catch frogs, the lead attorney pops in. And the one time, do you remember one day, lead attorney, I think it was during your Nick Rekieta stream, you mentioned something about I look like I smell good or I smell like outside. We got into some conversation about how when you step outside in Florida, you smell like outside. And here I am talking about catching frogs. And you show up. Thanks for popping in here. You guys already know lead attorney. If you don't, my mind is blown. So salute to the lead attorney, as he says. Hope you're doing well. Let's get back into this, guys. This is a crazy case. This is the post-conviction hearing from this week as Zachary Adams fights for a new trial. And this is Zachary Adams himself on the stand.
That's on April the 13th, 2011.
Yes, told him where I was.
Did any of your testimony change? Did you add any additional information to him that you recall?
Not that I specifically recall. Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Walker saying, your name keeps coming up?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So did you address that with Mr. Walker at all?
Yeah, I think I told him I'd made some jokes, made some statements.
Okay. All right. And what about on February the 28th, 2014, when you that's when you spoke with
arrested?
Jeff? That's the day you got arrested. Jeff Jackson and Agent Lewis and Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that interaction.
So February 28th, I was with a girl named Trish Evans. She had a house in Camden. So I had stayed the night with her. And that morning I was getting up. I was going to help a guy that owned a local plumbing shop up there. He's not sure his name. I think his last name was Farmer. I was going to help him that morning, and Richard Collum went by my house and seen there was police everywhere. And I think it was Linda Kimball is the one that called and said, "Hey, there's cops all at your house. What's going on?" So I thought it was the local cops. I thought they had done sold to us a confidential informant, sold some drugs or something. I didn't really know what was going on. So I called the Carter County Sheriff's Department. And I said, "Hey, look, what's going on? Why is the police at my house? What are y'all doing?" I said, "Zach, we don't know what's going on. It ain't us." So I call. And I said, "Well, y'all go back by there and see what kind of cops it is." So they went back by and they said, "Well, it's got to be TBI." So I went on the internet looking for the number for the TBI. They don't really have a number, so I just called 1-800-TBI-FINE. And I asked them, "So what are y'all doing in my house?" And they asked, "Well, where are you at?" They wouldn't answer my question. I lied. I said, I'm in Lexington. "What are y'all doing at my house?" They said, "Well, we need to talk to you." And I said, "Well, I'm working right now. You need to get here." I said, "Well, I don't have a driver's license." So I hung up, took my phone apart, and I called my girlfriend. I said, "TBI's at my house." And I said, "I don't really know what this is about." And she said, "Well, what do you want to do?" And I said, well, I need to go see what this is about. You know, this is, there's lots of law there. So I said, "I'm just going to have to come pick me up. There's no need in you driving." She didn't have no license. And so I called TBI back. I said, "Well, y'all come pick me up at the McDonald's in Camden. I'm very
always the McDonald's.
I wanted to meet at a public spot." So they came, and I called them back and I asked, I said, how many TBI agents are there? And I think they said 3 or 4. I bought everybody. I went in McDonald's. I bought everybody Sprites and drinks and sausage and biscuits and just I bought everything and got in the vehicle at the McDonald's with Jeff Jackson, and I don't know the other agent's name. I know Jeff Jackson was in the back. We leave McDonald's and they pull right in the Camden Bank parking lot. Tell me to get out, and the whole time Jeff Jackson's got his hand on his gun. And I'm thinking, when I get in that vehicle, I thought I was going to get shot. I didn't know what was going on. He never took his hand off his gun. They pull me out. They search me, take my pocket knife, and we ride to my house. And I'm asking, like, what's this about? What's this about? And they make statements that my brother has made statements. I says, "Dylan, he's in federal holding. What's he made statements about?" And we get to my house, and it's a circus. Like, they had the driveway blocked off. They had the TBI mobile command unit in my granddaddy's front yard. It was circus. It was a circus. And
so let me just make this. You voluntarily, you sought out law enforcement when you found out that they were looking for you And you invited them to come meet with you.
I did. I called them.
Okay.
They had already knocked the door down, was in my house.
All right. So I want to ask you one last set of questions. Okay?
Yeah.
At your trial in this case, has your defense always been straight up innocence?
Always.
Why
Till my last breath on this earth, it's always going to be innocent.
then why didn't you testify?
The reason I didn't testify, a week before my trial, Jennifer Thompson had my mom and my cousin come in from Atlanta. My mom had to take off work and come up here, and we all met at the Savannah jail over here in the library. And they had already talked for us and planned all this out, but they got up there. She got my mom up there and my cousin up there, and my mom made me promise that I wouldn't testify because all the bad things that the state was going to try to say about me, and you know, they just didn't want me to testify. And
Did any of your attorneys ever meet with you and prepare testimony for you?
never.
Did you discuss taking the stand with Ms. Thompson?
I did multiple times, and she the way I guess that she practiced, she tried to say that, you know, she didn't want me to. She didn't want me to at all. I was advised not to. I wanted to bad.
How about with Mr. Simmons? Did you have that conversation with him?
I didn't, not that I recall.
Okay. Did the pressure from your family and the advice you received from counsel, did that in any way affect your decision not to testify?
It did.
Do you recall Judge McGinley asking you questions, saying, is this your decision not to testify?
It did. He did ask me that, and at the time I didn't realize I could have said yes, you know, and went against my lawyer. You know, I just was going with what Jennifer. We paid her a lot of money. She was a paid attorney. We paid her a lot of money, and I was told to listen to her, and that's what I did.
That's crazy. I mean, not to say I was judging, but I don't know. I didn't know that he was paying for the attorney. It shouldn't matter. But imagine you were paying for this attorney, and this attorney was possibly drinking wine while on antidepressants, brought on co-counsel at the last minute, and that co-counsel testified. We heard yesterday. It was from a hearing in August, but we watched it yesterday. No theory of the case. Wasn't paying attention to testimony because she was trying to prepare for questioning. And it was so bad that a paralegal was whispering to her, like, object, object. So she would object. Didn't know what legal basis to use for the objection. So the counsel that she brought on was like, hey, you know, maybe just don't object because you're going to piss this judge off. Because this judge is also kind of crazy. This judge has, I don't know why, but this judge is instructing me to walk with the defendant through a certain doorway to get into the courtroom every morning. And the judge is standing there with his firearm as we're walking in every day. Judge is watching football. Judge just seemed really, really adversarial. And then we find out that he was paying for this. Now, the guy, Jerry, the attorney Jerry, came on last minute. He did it pro bono. He agreed to come on pro bono. This was a capital case. And until Jerry got on there and spoke to ADA Paul Hagerman, and shout out to Paul Hagerman, they get together. They say, look, this shouldn't be a death penalty case. Paul Hagerman's like, you're right. And then they revise the judgment form to take the death penalty off. That little short moment interaction at the last minute, at the final hour, is probably the best advocacy for this client, for any client that took place at this initial trial. And that's just wild. So that was the best. Guys, if you missed that yesterday, totally recommend going and watching the testimony of Jerry Gonzalez. It should be time-stamped in yesterday's stream. It's not often that you get to see prosecutors get put on the stand, attorneys for the first trial on the stand, telling you all the tea. And it was a lot. It was a lot.
Ms. Thompson ever sit down and discuss any kind of defense strategy with you?
We met a lot, but like the discovery. I never got to see all of the discovery. Like, she tried to fix it up at the Williamson County Jail where I could get a computer and get the hard drives. Like, and the sheriff, they wasn't trying to make anything extra, like, special for me. He said, no, you can get it mailed in. What the sheriff didn't realize, it would have filled 4 or 5 cells up. And I never got to see all the discovery. I never, you know, we met a lot, but a lot of it was just, you know, she just asking where I was, just, you know, She was unorganized, very unorganized.
So being a part of this post-conviction relief process, observing Mr. Bates and I.
Day and night difference.
So knowing now, if you had known then what you know now, would you have testified?
Absolutely.
And I just have to ask these questions one more time. Did you kidnap Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you rape Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you murder Holly Bobo?
No.
Did you have anything to do with the disposal of her remains?
No. And if I would have knew anything about this, it could have helped in any way possible, I would have.
And is everything that you testified today the truth?
Absolutely.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. 8, 9.
About this part too. So thank you, True Crime Fraud It. Love the name. Says the judge also told Jerry he had to get his client to take a plea as well. And it was worded with the phrase to save your client's life, which the additional problem with that isn't just a judge stepping in as a 13th juror, but it's giving a hint that someone that would be in charge of determining sentencing. And I'm not exactly sure on how Tennessee's sentencing phase works for death penalty cases. But in a lot of states, even if the jury says, yep, we think all the requirements are met where this person could be eligible to be put to death, the judge still has some discretion. At least that's the way it works in Florida. The law has changed a few times, mostly because the jury only needs to be 8 out of 12 to say elements for a death sentence are met, rather than the full unanimous 12. But the judge still has the discretion to say, you know what, even though the jury recommended it, I say no. And they cannot make a recommendation. They cannot make a final judgment sentencing someone to death if the jury does not meet the threshold and make the recommendation. So for a judge to say, save your client from death is hinting that you're already determined on how you're going to sentence. If Tennessee requires the jury to be 12 out of 12 and he has that box checked off, he's already saying, I'm going to do it. When the evidence is still being presented, we haven't even gotten to the penalty phase. Just all around improper. So, and GV, I don't know if this is, I believe him as well, about Jerry's testimony. I believe it as well.
19 in the morning on April 13th of 2011, you texted Jason Autry.
Okay.
Never mentioned that to the police.
I didn't mention every text I made. I didn't tell them every time I used the bathroom.
8:30, you called Jason Autry on the morning of April 13th, 2011.
It's why there was a lot of phone calls I made that morning. There was a lot of people I talked to that morning that I don't recall talking to.
8:35 on the morning of April 13th, 2011, you called your grandfather, Dick Adams. 8:37 in the morning of April 13th, 2011, you're calling Jason Autry again. Let me guess, you don't remember that, right?
If I would have.
You would have what?
If I would have remembered, I would tell you. I'm not going to sit here.
Okay. 8:38, Jason Autry calls you back. Again, I'm talking about the morning of April 13th, 2011. The morning that has been your whole life since it happened. Since April 13th, 2011, that day has consumed your life. And nobody until this moment has heard that information. You didn't tell one officer.
I did not.
Wait, I had nothing to do with Holly Bobo's disappearance. I was on the phone with my grandfather. I was texting with my buddy Jason Autry. Never mentioned it, did you?
There's a lot of things I did that day that I didn't mention.
Right.
And it wasn't because I was lying or trying to be. It's because I just didn't remember. I was a drug user. I didn't remember everything I did that day, but I didn't lie about where I was at.
You like to leave things out, like you like to leave things out sometimes when the police talk to you.
No.
Okay.
No.
8:38, you're calling Jason Autry. 8:53, you're calling Jason Autry. What was the urgency of getting hold of Jason Autry that morning?
We talk all the time.
Okay.
We probably talked every day. Pull the phone records before that day, April 12th, April 11th. How many times did we talk to Jason Autry? I talked to Jason Autry at weeks. I mean, every day I've talked to Jason. There's probably a day that went by during that time period that we didn't talk. We used drugs every day. Of course we talked.
Y'all were close.
We talked every day.
Y'all were close.
I looked up to him.
Right. 8:58, you get a call from Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
9:10, you get a call from Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am. We was talking. Brandon Williams was a friend of mine and Rebecca's, and yes, I was talking to him. We're trying to get him to help get on my side and get Rebecca back on my side.
Rebecca Earp testified at the trial. Of course, she was not telling the truth, right? She was mistaken about what she remembered. She wasn't telling the truth. She told the jury, you left early that morning to go scrapping. Turns out you didn't go scrapping, right? Remember that?
I didn't. Look at the scrap records. I didn't. I scrapped before. I think it was 2 days before that, and a couple of days after that.
She told her
that's
where
she
you
at my house. If she testified that she was at my house, how is she at my house if her cell phone is pinging at 4 a.m. at her mama's house? How is she at my house?
I don't know. At between 9:50 and 10:32 in the morning, you're wearing your phone out. You remember that? 9:50 and 10:32 from the Bird Song Tower, which is the closest to the interstate, which is the closest to the underpass, which is the closest to where you put a bullet through the head of Holly Bobo. You are wearing your phone out. Do you remember who all you texted and called? You called Joe's Video. Shane Austin is calling you. You're calling Michael Hughley. Is he one of your drug buddies too?
He is.
Okay. You're calling Joe's Video again. Who works at Joe's Video?
Rebecca Earp.
You called Joe's Video again at 10:15. At 10:15, you're calling your grandfather again, trying to find him. At 10:16, you're calling your grandfather. 10:18, you get a text. 10:18, you send a text. 10:19, Shane Austin is calling saying, where are you, man? Right? Where are you, man? This plan is about to fall apart and blow up. Where are you, man? 10:19, you called Joe's Video again, trying to get a hold of Rebecca because y'all were having a fight, right? 10:35, you call Dick Adams, your grandfather, again. 10:38, you call Rebecca. 10:49, Rebecca texts you, and lo and behold, and the whole world heard it, and there's no denying it, and nobody cares, that at 11:12 in the morning of April 13th, 2011, where were you?
It's at my house.
At 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, 2011?
I don't recall exactly where, I don't recall the exact time. Like I just testified to, the first thing I remember that morning is Shane calling. He asked if we wanted to overdose on Xanaxes. Just like I said, I went out to my brother's, got him up, got on Facebook.
No, you didn't, because there's evidence in the file, and I'm sure you've seen it because your lawyers that are sitting here today have shown it to you. And the lawyers, the 16-member team that you had representing you at trial, they showed you everything. There's no proof that you were on that computer at home. It was a mobile posting from your Facebook page. The last activity was at 6 o'clock in the morning. Is that coming back to you?
That's
at 11:12 in the morning of April 13th, 2011. Where were you? Let me give you a hint. The bank. Does that sound about right? I mean, isn't that what this is all about? Your lawyer stood up months ago and said, our client was at
the bank.
May I finish? They stood up months ago and told this judge that on April 13th, 2011, the last day that Holly Bobo took breath on this earth, my client could not have committed the crime that a jury convicted him of because he was at the ATM in Parsons. Dun, dun, dun. Mystery solved. We are so sorry. 11:12 in the morning is the whole point of this hearing, for you to convince Judge Bradbury that there's no way you could have raped, murdered, and kidnapped Holly Bobo because you were pulled in backward at the ATM at 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, right?
That's correct. That is correct. That's correct.
But we got no proof of that.
That truck.
Okay, the truck that you can't see anybody in.
That truck is my brother's truck. I was driving that truck.
Okay.
Was there any other vehicles that was pulled in the ATM backwards that day?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
If we had the real ATM video, we would know, wouldn't we?
We've seen it.
That's not the real ATM video. ATM video shows the person.
I wonder who that is in the back. I mean, I could be, if she's reacting very quickly, it seems like she's reacting in agreement with Zachary Adams. Well, that was a strong nod. Two nods.
Okay, the truck that you can't see anybody in.
That truck is my brother's truck. I was driving that truck.
Okay.
Was there any other vehicles that was pulled in the ATM backwards that day?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
If we had the real ATM video, we would know, wouldn't we?
We've seen it.
That's not the real ATM video. ATM video shows the person that's punching the numbers in. If we had that, we would see Shane Austin punching the numbers in.
And here's,
And you would see me in the driver's seat and possibly my brother in the back.
you know what the jury heard from your cell phone expert? Did Do you know what the jury that convicted you heard from your cell phone expert? Not the state of Tennessee's, though he agreed with it, but from the very expert. You remember Jonathan Reeves? Remember that name?
I do.
And you attended the trial. You were here every day, right?
I did.
Miss Thompson put you in a new suit every day from her husband, right? She put makeup on you, right?
I did.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, you sat here, you listened to the witnesses, you took notes, right?
I did.
You were engaged in the trial, right?
I did.
You're pulling on their suit coat and asking them questions. You're interacting with them. Jonathan Reeves, your cell phone expert, told the jury Zach Adams' phone was pinging off of the Parsons cell tower at 11:16 in the morning. Remember that?
That's right. Along with Shane Austin and Dylan Adams.
Right. We're all in Parsons.
That's right.
We're all in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. The jury heard it. They didn't seem to care much about it, did they?
The jury heard a lot of things, a lot of lies.
Right. Everybody was lying, weren't they?
Well, I wouldn't say everybody, but there was a lot of lies told in that case, in that trial.
Mhm.
Lots of lies.
Let me ask you about the trial a little bit more. You mentioned that if I had just known that I had the opportunity not to testify or to testify, I would have done that. I would have done that. I'm sure you've seen this, and we'll talk about it in a little more depth in a minute. There's a series of documents that your lawyer's team put together titled Zach's Stupid Mouth. Remember that? Did you ever see that?
No.
It outlines everything that Ms. Etu has just talked to you about. In addition, everything else that you said to anybody with ears between April 13th, 2011 up to today, because you're still talking about it. But at the trial, after the state rested, right? And Judge McGinley looked to your team and said, will there be any defense proof?
Look at was it Mr. Boyman? He looks like he needs to protect his hearing right now.
Because you're still talking about it. But at the trial, after the state rested, right? And Judge McGinley looked to your team and said, will there be any defense proof? Does your client want to testify? Remember that?
What was the question again?
Do you remember being asked if you wanted to testify at your own trial?
I did.
Okay. You're on trial for the rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo. The judge asked you if you wanted to testify. Did you answer the judge right away, or did you talk to your lawyers about it?
I believe I answered right away.
You just blurted out an answer.
I said no. I was advised by my lawyer not to, and that's what I did.
Okay. All right. May I approach your honor?
You may, you can pass it to the vote.
May I approach? Did you hear her clicking already before she gets permission? Which is, I mean, I think asking for permission to approach is kind of just a mannerism. But listen to her heels.
You just blurted out an answer.
I said no. I was advised by my lawyer not to, and that's what I did.
Okay. All right. May I approach your honor?
You may, you can pass it to the vote.
May I see what the
The moment here at the trial, page 2,539. I don't know wrong. There you go. Thank you. You recognize this?
would you like a transcript? We have a copy of the transcript for the court if you would like to follow along.
I'll be all right. You have any objections to stay here?
No, no.
Let's go ahead and accept it for the vote. Exhibit 116.
You recognize Mr. Judge McGinley talking to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You sat in that stand, didn't you? You remember?
I don't recall sitting in the stand. I think I stood up over there at the table.
Swear you in?
I don't believe I was sworn in.
Yes, you are. Read it. You were sworn in, and you were sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth. And nothing
Okay, I
but
see that right here.
By virtue of, what else did this be marked as an exhibit?
I did. I marked it as
Thank you.
exhibit 116.
By virtue of the Constitution, we all have certain rights. One of those rights is you can't be compelled to give testimony. You were present when this is the judge talking to you, right? Not to Ms. Thompson, not to your mother, to you. You were present when I read that to the jury at the outset. Said if you do not take a stand to testify, that they can draw nothing from that. That that's constitutional right. Also, you have a constitutional right to give testimony if you wish or desire. You can take a stand. If you do, you will be subjected to cross-examination, and your credibility will be judged by the jury by the same standards I've already charged them. This is your decision, okay? Again, this is the judge talking to you. your big moment.
Miss Wyrick,
You can make
my-
it having consulted with your attorneys. Again, this is the judge talking to you after you've been sworn to tell the truth. I would expect you to consult with your attorneys, but this is not their decision. This is your decision. You're standing there between two of your attorneys. Mr. Gonzalez came on the case late, but you've had ample opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. Is that correct? That's the judge asking you. Is that correct? You know what you said? Yes, sir. Having said all of that, is it your election not to give testimony? Again, this is the judge asking you. Yes, sir, that's right. Correct. The judge goes on because a judge wants to make sure this very important decision is being made freely and voluntarily, without any pressure, without a lawyer saying, oh, no. You ain't getting on that stand. So the judge says to you, are you doing this freely and voluntarily? You said, yes, sir. You don't feel you've been pressured either way? This is the judge asking you again. No, sir. The judge goes on because it's that important to give or to not give. You cut him off. You were so ready. No, sir. No pressure. No, sir. This is your decision. The judge is asking you again. This is your decision. Yes, sir. All right. Want to address anything further? Here's your open mic moment. Do you want to address anything further?
absolutely.
No, sir, I do not. And that was the end of it. And then your team began putting on your proof in the trial. What was the defense in your trial? Do you remember?
I was innocent.
Right. What was the defense? What was the strategy? Who
I-
committed the crime?
Mr. Britt,
There you go. Terry Britt was the strategy. And the defense was built around that, correct?
I don't think that a client can't dictate attorney's choice of strategy. So, but I'm surprised. I mean, I guess we'll get some redirect, but I'm surprised that the defense attorney didn't say something there.
I also want to say my mind was already made up about the testifying before the judge asked me all this. My mind was made up the minute that I promised my mom and my cousin that I wouldn't testify. But there was nothing that was going to change that.
So you're either lied to Judge McGinley when you were under oath. You didn't tell Judge McGinley anything about your mom and your grandmother pressuring you. So you either lied to Judge McGinley on that day or you're lying to this judge today about it, because that never came out of your mouth, did it?
That didn't come out of my mouth, but my mind was already made up.
Okay.
My mind was already made up.
You never told the judge that though, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, Mel.
All right.
I didn't. There was a lot of things that I didn't realize at my trial, things that I know now. There was a lot of things. I was totally unprepared. I had no way to access law books or anything. There's a lot of things I didn't know that I would have did different. There's lots of things.
That you would have done differently.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely. There was. I would have demanded to go through all the discovery. I would have demanded it. That's one of the key things. What if there's something in there? My lawyer don't know if there's something in there. I mean, that's.
Let me ask you this. How many times did Ms. Thompson come to meet with you?
I don't recall Miss Wyrick. She came a lot. She did.
She worked hard on this case. Almost 4,000 hours. Do you know that? Almost 4,000 hours of time that she billed the state of Tennessee for, which is probably an underestimate of the time. I would imagine she probably put time into this case.
Okay, so he was getting some court-approved defense because this lady who we heard was unprepared somehow billed 4,000 hours to the state. And in addition, we've heard that there was also some funds coming from the client. It scares me every time I think to myself, I feel like we're padding billable hours, but it's just my own speculation.
That she didn't bill the state for. In addition to that, your family paid her $50,000, right?
I believe it was 55.
All right. She put a lot of work into this. How many times did she come see you? 10, 20, 30, 40?
She came a lot.
Give us an idea.
50.
50 times.
I would say yes.
Jay trying to do
I
speculation.
I don't recall. Like I said, I don't recall how many times. I didn't count. I didn't mark it.
He's giving us testimony about it's a lot. We know it's a lot. It's a lot.
But every time she came, she wouldn't. A lot of times we would just be going through the discovery, going through stuff.
Well, I thought you just said you never saw this.
I didn't see all of it.
Did she ever
There's
call
4
you?
terabytes worth. I didn't see all of it. I'm not sure she looked at all of it.
Did she ever call you on the phone? Did you ever call her on the phone?
We did.
Okay, so you had in-person meetings, you talked over the phone. Every time you had a court setting, you were with her, correct?
We did. And
Okay.
when she did call, when we did talk, we didn't talk. She advised me not to talk about the case on the phone. She was very leery. I remember when I was at Chester County Jail, I remember they would let me call her, but they would carry me to there's a little room in there, the same room when she would come to meet with me. It's the same room they would put me in. And when I told her about that, she said, well, from here on out, don't talk about nothing on the phone. We think this room may be wired or something.
Sure. So she didn't want you talking there. Right. So she came to see you many times. She also sent people to come see you, correct?
She did.
Mitigation experts that came to see you, right? Remember Lee Norton? Who was Lee Norton?
The one that did the IQ test and all that.
Okay. Jim Simmons, did he come see you?
He did.
All right. Did Jerry Gonzalez ever come see you?
I don't specifically recall. I think he might have came once. I don't really recall.
How many times did the mitigation specialist come see you?
I think we met once with Jim Simmons, and then she came back another time and gave me the IQ test.
And there was a team of investigators working on
I
the
remember
case,
2
right?
investigators. I remember
8?
2. I think there was 2. Jim Simmons had a investigative team, and Jennifer had one, but it was like 2 investigators.
They ever come see you?
They did. They came with Jennifer and Jim.
And so I'm certain, correct, that in these conversations and these meetings, when you met with Ms. Thompson, did she take notes? Was she writing anything down? Was she just on her cell phone?
She took some notes.
Okay. So in the course of these interactions, did the investigators take down notes?
I don't recall. I believe so.
Okay. What about Lee Norton? Lee Norton take notes?
I don't remember much. I can't really recall Lee Norton. I know we did the IQ thing. That was with the blocks and all that stuff. I thought that was kind of.
But it's your testimony today that you told all of these people, I couldn't have done this because I was with Shane ODing on Xanax, right?
That's the truth.
Okay. So, and you told all of those people, I couldn't have done this. I was with Shane ODing on Xanax when Holly Bobo was abducted, raped, and murdered, right? That's what you told
Well,
them.
Shane and Dylan was with me.
Okay.
They was with me.
Right.
So
When?
we was
At what time?
like you just said, 11 o'clock. We was at the ATM. So that truck that you just showed, that's us pulling the ATM backwards.
Right. Okay. But you told all that to Ms. Thompson and to Ms. Norton and to Jim Simmons and to the team of investigators.
No,
They all
no.
knew there was
No,
no
there was-
way.
Like I just testified to, there was things that I don't remember about that morning. I don't specifically recall going to that ATM until some later on.
Okay. Do you remember telling? Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember reading or seeing from Ms. Thompson a report from one of the mitigation experts? There are problems with using his mother as mitigation because Zach shot her. Remember that? I know a minute ago, I wrote it down because it was such a creative description of a shooting that somehow your mother's leg accidentally got in the path of a bullet that you accidentally had in your possession. I think I'm not getting it accurate, but you shot your mother.
I did not shoot my mother like you're sitting here saying. I operated a firearm in a reckless manner. Rule number 1 of hunter safety: you're supposed to always, any weapon, you're supposed to treat it like it was loaded. I treated that firearm, a pistol, as it was unloaded, and it went off and it struck my mother in the knee. I did not voluntarily shoot my mother like you're sitting here, like you're trying to explain to everybody. That did not happen.
Trying to explain anything,
That's
Mr.
what
Adams.
you're trying to make it like.
No. What I'm trying to do is get to the truth for the
That is the
judge
truth.
and for this court. And you're well versed in the use of guns, aren't you?
I am.
You've been handling guns since you were about 8 years old, right? When your
I am.
grandfather taught you how to handle a gun and how to shoot
Probably
deer.
before that.
Okay. All right. So you know about all that.
Yeah.
You told the mitigation or the investigator team that came to see you that you've known Jason Autry for a long time, right?
I believe I just testified to that.
Right. You never told the police that, though.
Yeah, I never told the police that. I was scared of Jason.
Okay.
Jason's not a
Thought he was
person that you're just going to tell the police on.
I'm not asking you, why didn't you tell the police that Jason Autry was with you at the river when you murdered Holly Bobo? Why didn't you tell the police Jason Autry is my best friend and we text and talk to each other on the phone every day? You never said that to the police, did you?
I never told the police a lot of things.
Okay. In fact, you told Eva Pilgrim with 2020, I wasn't with Jason that day.
I don't recall being with Jason that day.
You just testified that you were with Jason that day.
I was, but I don't, there was no specific, I was with Jason so much. There was nothing that we did that morning that like, we didn't catch a big bass. There was nothing specific about that morning to make me remember. Like those phone calls you just went through, I'm sure they happened, but I couldn't tell you that what we talked about. There was nothing specific that happened that morning that stood out. I'm sure I made every one of those phone calls. I'm sure I made every one of those texts, but I can't tell you what we was talking about. I'm sure it was about drugs or something of long. I guarantee it was about drugs. It's the only thing it could have been.
Do you remember how many times you told your lawyers, I just want to go to trial. I just want to go to trial.
Absolutely.
They wanted you to plead
I'm
guilty.
innocent of this. Absolutely. I don't care if death penalty is on the table or not. Absolutely. I'll to my dying breath, I'll be innocent. And that's the truth.
In all of these interviews with the investigators, when did you ever tell them I was with Jason Autry that day?
Like I just said, I don't recall being with Jason that day. I was with Jason so much. Ma'am, we did so many drugs. Days would run together. Jason hung out at my house so much. We was together all the time. All the time. Look
Then
at my
why
phone
not
records.
tell the
Look
police
at that
that?
two or 3 days before April 11th or April 13th, 2011. Look, 2 or 3 days after. We talked all the time. All the time.
Then why not tell the police that? Do you remember telling investigators that people steer clear of Jason and I when we're together? Most people know we are up to no good. Remember telling them that?
That's the truth. Most of the time me and Jason was together, we was up to no good. We was
Well,
usually getting high or going. He was usually trying to steal something.
What kind of car did Jason drive back in April of 2011?
PT Cruiser, gray, 4-door.
Did he come to your house later that day before y'all
Did it have
went
wood
to Dottie?
paneling?
He did yeah, he came that day.
So you did see him that day, later that day?
I did.
Okay. All right, y'all went to Dottie's together, and you're both covered in blood, is what your brother and Shane told the police. You both had blood on your clothes.
That's a
You
lie.
know, that was, of course, that's a lie, yeah. And that's when y'all got in a fight, right? You and Shane got in a fight there.
Yeah, but what? So he just pulls up my house. He got blood all over him. We're just gonna go go about our daily business with just blood all over. That makes no sense whatsoever.
There's a lot about this that doesn't make much sense.
You're right.
But I'm telling
You're
you-
absolutely right. Like those ATM videos. We had those ATM videos of that day. You would see Shane Austin. You would see me in the driver's seat. You see my brother in the back seat. But where are they at?
Right.
If we could get those, if the TBI would have did their job and got that, we wouldn't be here today. Promise you.
If I felt I was innocent and I didn't have this video, this is exactly how I would be. I don't know how you want to characterize it. Mouthing off, righteous indignation, whatever you want to characterize this as, I would be acting. This would be my demeanor as well. This would be my demeanor. Just saying.
We wouldn't be here today.
Jury heard that you were in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. The jury heard that from your own expert.
Miss
and
Wire,
they did
of course
not
they heard that.
care. Do you know what time Holly Bobo was abducted?
I don't.
7:50 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. So your defense team, you filed a notice of alibi, didn't you? You and your lawyers? Remember who your alibi witnesses were? You remember who you told the court your alibi witnesses were going to be in a written motion?
I think it was what? No, I don't recall.
Dick Adams, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin,
Right.
and Rebecca Earp.
All the people that I seen that day.
Right.
All the people I made phone calls to that day. Everybody you just stated, I was talking to that day. Everybody you just stated, every one of those names you just stated that I talked to on the phone that day.
Right.
Every one of those names that I seen that day. Me and Dylan and Shane, we was all together that day.
Did any of those people, who of that bunch saw you at 8 o'clock in the morning on April 13th, 2011?
Nobody. Well, nobody.
So on April 13th, 2011, much later in the day, after you've gotten into a fight with Shane at Dottie's, your grandfather calls 911. Not once, but twice. On April 13th, 2011.
That's correct.
The jury heard that, right?
That's correct. If I'm not mistaken, he said he's trying to get a gun and a vehicle. Well, why was I needing a vehicle if I had the white pickup like you said? That makes no sense whatsoever. And I believe you said it yourself yesterday. If I had access to a vehicle, why was I needing his vehicle?
Maybe you were trying to get out of town fast because. you
That's not
just
the truth. It's
kidnapped,
because I didn't have a
raped, and
vehicle.
murdered Holly Bobo.
It's because I didn't have a vehicle. That's why I was trying to get his van.
See if you recognize these voices.
Is it?
You're too late in hell with it.
Is that your grandfather?
That's Dick.
911, where's your emergency? Yeah, this is 260 Adams Lane. Zach is down here raising hell again. Who? Zachary Adams. Okay. Causing trouble? Yeah, he's causing trouble. Is this Dick? Yeah, that's it. All right, stay on the line, woman. Okay. You got any weapons or anything? No, he don't have any weapons now. Did he have? Oh, yeah, he just raising hell with me. Okay. County units, Mini pin route 260 Adams Lane, 260 Adams Lane. I have a grandson causing problems. Time out 2146. It's just you and him now? Well, his brother here too. He's the only one causing problems. Yeah, he's raising hell wanting another and I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm talking to them, I'm on one, so I know everything. You raising hell with me, I tried to get you to leave. And you got out of me. How are you? Well, he can't go even now. Was he leaving in? Well, he ain't got no vehicle. He ain't got, there's no way to go. He's on drugs or something. I don't know what the hell it is. I can't put up with this. I'll wait. I'll bother you. Okay. Well, he said he'd leave me with Bob. It's just totally up to you. You call me. Well, I mean, if you want him to come, I'll take care of it. Okay. I'll let him leave. All right. If you need us, call us back. Okay. I'll call you back. All righty. All right. Bye.
He ain't got no vehicle. That's what
There's another
Dick just
phone
said.
call. There's another phone call.
Okay, but he just said
I couldn't understand it.
he ain't got no vehicle. Yeah, I didn't have no vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
911, where's your emergency? Hey, just send him on down here. Zach is wrong, but he grabbed 2 guns. I got him away from him, but just send him down here and get him. He's on drugs. Okay, has he got any weapons now? And hang on just a second. No, he ain't got any weapons now. I've got him. Hang on just a second. County units, we'll need units to be back en route to 260 Adams Lane. 260 Adams Lane. No, I'm not gonna do that. Subjects come back causing problems. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not going to go ahead. Hang on, just stay on the phone. Okay.
706 Temple.
Is he still there in the house? No, he's leaving. He's running out here right now. Well, I'm tired of this. I can't put up with this. Where's he live? He lives right next door to me. What's his number? 235 Adams Lane. Has he got the guns or you got him back? I got him back. Okay. And now he may have one out his house, an old muzzleloader or something. I don't know. He's all the time cutting things off. Have you put the guns back up? I got it. Okay.
You didn't have a car or truck at that time, right? Because it had been confiscated on April 4th, correct? When you got arrested?
It was confiscated, and then my granddaddy went and got it out and hid it at Betty Bell's house.
He hid it from you, right?
Yeah, and I didn't get it. So Holly got abducted April 13th, 2011. That Friday after this is when he took me up there to get the truck. It was hid behind their house, behind Betty Bell's house.
What time did he take you up there?
I don't recall, Miss Wyrick. I know it was around lunch, I would say.
All right. And where's that truck today?
You know more than I do. I'm sure the TBI had it.
They searched it, right?
They did.
They searched the black pickup truck.
They did.
Searched a lot of cars that you had access to, right?
Tore my house all apart.
Right. How many cars that you had access to did they search? Do you remember?
All the cars that y'all searched, none of them ran. That White Nissan never ran.
how many cars and trucks that you had access to did the TBI search?
The Silverado that was wrecked, that was incapacitated.
Just give me a number.
I'm counting right now. I'm counting. I'm doing it right now. If you're just my Silverado that was crashed. I had a black Nissan that didn't run. The white Nissan that didn't run, and then there was another black Nissan that didn't run. It was just the parts.
Okay, they searched it all.
Yep.
All right. There's more to this 911 tape, if we may continue.
He run to 235. He run back to his house at 235. Calm down, Dick. We're gonna get you some help out there. They just come in and woke you up? Yeah. He's been let up sleep all day, and I can tell he's messed up on drugs. I called him power too. You just tell him if he comes back over, okay? Okay. He go back in over to his house. I don't know where he just run out toward his house. I don't know where he went, but he run out toward his house.
Should we rewind and get timeline? Because the way I interpreted this is they confiscate the car on April 4th. And let me pull up a calendar to see what day the 13th was back in 2011. Gotta go all the way back in a calendar, clicky click. Okay, so the 13th was a Wednesday. What I heard the prosecutor lay out, and I mean, maybe we can't trust what she's saying if she's jumbling it as she's speaking, but it seems like car is confiscated Monday the 4th, the operable car, one of the operable cars. Holly Bobo is taken and goes missing on the 13th, and then grandfather goes and gets the car out of impound the Friday after Holly was abducted, which would be the 15th of April. And then this 911 call is the result, presumably, of they live next door, their houses are next to each other. Zachary Adams is presumably confronting the grandfather about the vehicle because the grandfather was hiding the vehicle and Zach couldn't get access to it because grandfather parked the car at somebody else's property. So this vehicle was missing. This vehicle was not accessible to Zachary Adams between the 4th and the 15th, which means that couldn't have been a vehicle in use for the 13th. And I think what Zachary Adams is trying to get at, all of the other cars that were sitting there were inoperable and you searched them all anyway. But perhaps I'm mistaken and the prosecutor spoke weird and maybe its car was confiscated on the 4th and the grandfather got it back on Friday the 8th. But I don't think I think she said grandfather gets it back after Holly's disappearance. So yeah, we've got both ways in the chat there. Was the camera, so we're at, let me type the timestamp in the chat so I can remember. We're at 2:01:17 and they're about to continue playing the call. I think they had the camera on the prosecutor for a second when she started questioning with the timeline. Let's go hear how she says that. Was it that long ago already? It's kind of hard to scrub when it's such a long video. So we know grandfather hit it. And presumably this 911 calls from the same day or shortly after Zach realizes grandfather has car hidden somewhere.
I was with Jason so much. There was nothing we did that morning
that was way far back. Let's go closer. This must have been right after the grandfather had no vehicle call.
You're too raised in hell, wouldn't it?
Is that your grandfather?
That's Dick.
911, where's your emergency? Yeah, this is 260 Adams Lane. Zachary's down here raising hell again. Who? Zachary Adams.
Okay.
Causing trouble? Yeah, he's causing trouble. Is this Dick? Yeah, it's Dick. All right, stay on the line, woman. Okay. Did he get any weapons or anything? No, he don't have any weapons now. Did he have? Oh, he hasn't. He just raised hell with me. County units, Minnie's been route 260 Adams Lane, 260 Adams Lane. I have a grandson causing problems. Time out 2146. It's just you and him now? Well, his brother's here too. He's the only one causing problems. Yeah, he's raised hell wanting another am. I don't know where it has. I'm talking to them 911, so I'm not past there. We got here to me. I told you, you raised hell with me. I tried to get you to leave. And you got out of bed. How are you? Well, he can't be leaving now. Was he leaving in? Well, he ain't got no vehicle. There's nowhere to go. He's on drugs or something. I don't know what the hell it is. I can't put up with this. I'll wait. I'll bother you, okay? Well, he said he'd leave me when Bob. It's just totally up to you. You call me. Well, I mean, if you want him to come, I'll take care of it. Okay. I'll let him leave. All right. If you need us, call us back. Okay, I'll call you back. All righty. All right, bye.
He ain't got no vehicle.
This is the description.
That's what
There's another
Dick just
phone
said.
call. There's another phone call.
Okay, but he just said he ain't got no vehicle. Yeah, I didn't have no vehicle.
Or did I miss the description before the first call? I think we need right here.
Where's your emergency? Hey, just send him on down here. Zachary's run, but he grabbed 2 guns. I got him away from him, but just send him down here and get him. He's on drugs. Okay, has he got any weapons now? Hang on just a second. No, he ain't got any weapons now. I've got him. Hang on just a second. County units, go need units to be back en route to 260 Adams Lane. 260 Adams Lane. I'm not going to do that. Subjects come back causing problems. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Go ahead. Hang on, just stay on the phone. Okay.
706 Temple.
Is he still there in the house? No, he's leaving. He's running out here right now. Well, I'm sorry, I can't put up with this. Where's he live? He lives right next door to me. What's his number? 235 Adam Point. Has he got the guns or you got them back? I got them back. Okay. And now he may have one out his house, an old muzzleloader or something. I don't know. He's all the time cutting things off. Have you put the guns back up? I got them. Okay.
You didn't have a car or a truck at that time, right? Because it had been confiscated on April 4th, correct? When you got arrested?
It was confiscated, and then my granddaddy went and got it out and hid it at Betty Bell's house.
He hid it from you, right?
Yeah, and I didn't get it. So Holly got abducted April 13th, 2011. That Friday after this is when he took me up there to get the truck. It was hid behind their house, behind Betty Bell's house.
What time did he take you up there?
So it's his words saying that grandfather took him there. He didn't take him there. It's not exactly eliminating. We're not saying when he got the car back, when grandfather actually got the car out of impound.
I don't recall, Miss Wyrick. I know it was around lunch, I would say.
All right. And where's that truck today?
You know more than I do. I'm sure the TBI had it.
They searched it, right?
They did.
They searched the black pickup truck.
They
They
did.
searched a lot of cars that you had access to, right?
Tore my house all apart.
Right. How many cars that you had access to did they search? Do you remember?
All the cars that y'all searched, none of them ran. That white Nissan never ran.
How many cars and trucks that you had access to did the TBI search?
The Silverado that was wrecked, that was incapacitated.
Just give me a number.
I'm counting right now. I'm counting. I'm doing it right now. If you're just my Silverado that was crashed. I had a black Nissan It didn't run. The white Nissan, it didn't run. And then there was another black Nissan that didn't run. It was just the parts.
Okay, they searched it all.
Yep.
All right. There's more to this 911 tape, if we may continue.
He run to 235. He run back to his house at 235. Calm down, Dick. We're gonna get you some help out there. They just come in and woke you up? Yeah. He's been let up sleep all day, and I can tell he's messed up on drugs. I called him solitude. And just tell him if he comes back over, okay? Okay. He go back in over his house. I don't know where he just run out toward his house. I don't know where he went, but he run out toward his house. He want me to give him your vehicle. Is that what you said? He want me to give him the vehicle? Yeah, he want my vehicle. So I just had to go to Lexington and get I called him up there with a bunch of drugs next to Safe Park. And I had to go get my vehicle out for the record store to be in. Yeah. He messed up. I know it. He said location. 2154. Don't know what all he's messed up on. No, I just know he's messed up. I mean, he hadn't seen him since he took off. No, he grabbed that couple of guns and I got him away from him. And he run. So he comes to my house again like that on my shoe. Hang on.
Pause that, Mr. Boyd. For what purpose are we playing this?
We're just playing the entire thing, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I think it's almost done. To show that his frantic state of the defendant on April 13th, 2011, trying to get to vehicles and trying to get to guns. Is that it? I think we'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibits.
Objections, Mr. Bates, thank you. Let's put those both on one flash drive, collected exhibit 117.
That's all we're doing.
Thank you. A few days after this, did you get one of your granddaddy's cars that night after he's calling 911? Did you get one?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
A couple days later.
So I think the best indication we have of time is just that call seems to happen later in the evening / nighttime. I think. We don't have an exact hour, but it seems like it's like the end of the day on the 13th.
Warren Rainey comes by your house, correct?
I don't dispute that.
Law enforcement? Okay. And he asked you for your phone number. You wouldn't give it to him.
I don't cooperate. I didn't cooperate with law at the time like that.
He noticed that you were shaking.
They knew my phone number. Why do I have to? I mean,
Sure.
stuff like that. They had my DNA. I'm not, it's just little stuff like that. They would ask, back then, Miss Wyrick, it was me against the police. I sold drugs. I did drugs. I knew that the police, it's not like I am now.
Right. So if they knew all about it all, why were you shaking so bad that day when he came?
I had about 5,000 marijuana plants right behind the house there.
Okay.
And inside the house. It was all inside the house. I'm talking I had about at least 5,000.
But they knew you were a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Okay. So he comes by, wants to talk to you, check some things out. You won't give him your phone number. That's when they watch you for hours. That's when you're vacuuming out the truck. That's when you're running back and forth between your granddaddy's house and washing off this mattress. You never once mentioned, wait a minute, I was at the bank on April 13th, 2011. I was at the ATM at 11:16 in the morning. I was with Shane and I was with Dylan. You never mentioned it.
No, I never mentioned that. But if we'd had that video, if we had that ATM footage, like I said, it would show Shane. He got the ATM getting, and like I said, I don't know where the video's at. If TBI would have did their job, I wouldn't be sitting here right now in blues like I am.
Well, thank goodness for your cell phone expert. Thank goodness for Jonathan Reeves, who made it clear to the jury. Zach Adams was in Parsons at 11:16 in the morning. He made that clear to the jury.
Well, ma'am, that
Law
ATM footage
enforcement-
would have showed me. It would have showed me sitting in that 2007 Silverado with Shane in the passenger seat, my brother possibly in the back.
All right, Mr. Adams, I know that's your position. Ms. Wyrick, I know that his expert testified.
Yes, sir.
The jury heard it.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on.
Yes, sir. April 23rd, 2011, law enforcement comes back. They see the scratches on you. You said that you got those on April 4th of 2011 when you were arrested by Henderson County. That was investigated. You didn't get the scratches then. And there was testimony about that you lied about that. Again, you don't mention the bank. You don't mention Jason Autry. And you don't mention, I was frantically on my phone the morning of April 13th, 2011, trying to get a hold of my grandfather and Jason and Shane. I couldn't have done this. Never mentioned
I
it.
never mentioned that.
July 6, 2011, law enforcement again comes by, different version. This time you're getting up a little bit earlier. This time you mentioned Tony Weber. And when that was run to the ground, problem there was Tony Weber said, I didn't get gas that day. I wasn't at that gas station that day. I don't know what Zach Adams is talking about.
Miss Wyrick, I believe that we found bank statements where he did get gas that day. And it wasn't once, I think it was twice, if
No,
I'm
sir.
not mistaken.
Well, the record will reflect what the record reflects. August 28th, 2012 is the first time, August 28th, 2012 is the first time you mention to law enforcement that you were with Jason Autry. You then go.
Miss Wyrick, I wasn't with Jason Autry. He came by. I remember he came by that day. And we went over to Victor's house for a little bit, and I got morphine. I was the go between him. Like it wasn't like we was together all day. He was there for like 30 minutes at the most. He came by. We got the morphine. We smoked a joint. Me and Shane had a little spat. We got out of there. Like Victor got out and said, "You can't be coming over here fighting." We went back to my house. And he left. Like Jason wasn't with us that day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you.
Is this already been marked?
No, sir.
Here's this one. Set of documents. That has been marked. No, that's just a transcript of the moment here. That was never marked. 116. And now we're at identification.
We probably do on this one. I don't have a paper copy.
What does it say at the top of that?
Original list regarding Zach's stupid mouth, Brian Smith.
How many pages is that document?
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're not asking that 4 pages. That
Why is he making it so clear that we know he can count how many pages exactly it is? He does not seem to trust that somebody will take him at his word.
Mark exhibit 180.
You see.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. When did you hire Jennifer Thompson? Do you remember?
I was arrested February 28th, 2014. It was, I think it was later on that week she came. Her and Jim came. I wouldn't say I hired her right then, but she came on, and it was right before the preliminary hearing at the Decatur County for the trumped up charges that was later dismissed with Amber Bray and that.
The charges where you held Amber Bray hostage?
No.
That was the accusation, correct? Until she gave you money?
Until what?
Until they gave you money?
That's false.
Okay. That was trumped up.
Well, how come y'all didn't prosecute that then?
That's what I'm asking you. Is that the case you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were also indicted at some point for threatening to kill your brother Dylan Adams, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall being indicted for that?
Ms. Wyrick, from February 28, 2014, you know how many times the TBIs came, they've dropped the charges, recharged me. I've been charged with so many things. I couldn't even tell you how many times y'all have dropped charges, recharged me, charged me with stuff, tampering with evidence, all kinds of stuff that never went to court over. So if you was to tell me that, I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
The jury heard testimony that you tried to get Jason Autry to kill Dylan Adams.
Absolutely not. That's a total lie. I love my brother with all my heart.
The jury also heard testimony that you got word to Dylan Adams that he better keep his mouth shut. Was that a lie too?
No, I did say that. I was upset, and that's the reason that all this happened is the lies that he told.
When Miss Thompson came to meet with you each time, you spoke to her, right? Like you answered her questions, y'all talked, you got along?
Absolutely.
Did she show up at every court appearance?
Absolutely.
Did she file motions on your behalf?
Yes.
She argued those motions?
Yes.
She subpoenaed witnesses to the trial?
Yes.
She asked you questions about, all right, I mean, where were you on April 13th, 2011? She asked you where you were and you told her, right?
Yeah.
You gave her everything you knew, right?
Yep.
You gave her names of people to talk to?
I did, but throughout that day, there wasn't really a whole lot of people that I seen other than Rebecca. And I didn't throughout April 13th, we went to Parsons. We didn't really run into nobody that day that I could specifically give them that I didn't run into anybody that I knew. I didn't get out. I don't recall getting out of the truck after I left the Shell, and then we got up there to the drug dealer's house. I don't recall getting out of the truck except for up there at Joe's video. Other than that, I don't recall getting out of the truck that much that day.
Would it surprise you to learn that Ms. Thompson, in talking with one of the many consultants that she brought in on this case, shared with that consultant that you were not engaged, you were not talking, and that you had absolutely no short-term memory about these events because of all your heavy drug usage? And she was doing the best she could, given the fact that you were not sharing information with her. Would it surprise you to learn that she said that?
It would surprise me. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me what anybody would say. There's been some lies told on me. I wouldn't be surprised what anybody would say.
All right. You were convicted by the jury. How long did they deliberate? You remember?
I don't recall. It was a couple days.
A couple days, wasn't it? They were out a while. It took a while to come back and convict you, didn't they?
I don't recall the amount. I know it was a couple.
Okay. When you made the statement, no body, no gun, to Misters Cooper and Kirk, you were just talking?
I don't recall making that statement, ma'am.
Okay. When you made the statement, I couldn't have picked.
That's another thing. Y'all had those two inmates, but there was a corrections officer that was right there too. How come y'all didn't get her to come up here and testify that I made those statements? She was right there. She was right there beside me. I was in protective custody. They had me up there in a cell. I wasn't in general population. I was up there in the front in a cell all by myself. They had me right there beside the guard. How come y'all didn't get her to come say that? How come y'all had to get two inmates? Oh, let me guess. Y'all couldn't give her a deal. Okay.
You have an opportunity to explain.
Okay.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. You were convicted by the jury, and then conversations started about the next phase, right? About the death penalty.
Which if I'd had to do over, I'd have been on it and let them get the death penalty. It'd have been, I'd have got better appeals. I would have went on it. If I had hindsight been 50-50, I'd have went on. I wouldn't have took this deal.
Well, you
that I
could have,
took.
you could have taken a deal, Mr. Adams.
I shouldn't have, though. I should have went on and let them give me the death penalty, and then let these death penalty activists fought this, and then the truth would have came out, and all the shady stuff that has went on, like the ATM video, and all the stuff that's been hidden and covered up, would have came out.
Well, then why didn't you tell your lawyer to sign me up for the death penalty?
I should have.
They came to you and tried to get you to plead to something lesser than life without parole, right?
I would, and I ain't going to. I never will. I won't ever plead nothing. I'm innocent. Why would I plead to something I didn't do? That'd be stupid.
After you were convicted, you began having conversations with your lawyers, right, about the next phase, or did they not talk to you about it? Did y'all talk about it?
We talk.
Okay. And they said the state is willing to take death off the table and give you life without the possibility of parole, right? Did they say that to you?
They did. They did. And they come back and they said, the first time, I believe it was, they didn't want me to have no appeals. I said, no, absolutely not.
So you took
And
life.
I do remember that at this point, there was some animosity between Mr. Jim Simmons and and Jennifer, because Jim came to me trying to get me to plea out behind Jennifer's back. And then after I said, no, I'm not pleading out to something I didn't do, he made me sign a motion. He wanted me to write a motion to the judge because he wanted to recuse himself, in which I did.
You accepted life without parole, right?
I did.
Okay. What year was that?
2017, September.
You remember writing a letter to Ms. Thompson in 2018? You remember writing a letter to Ms. Jennifer Thompson in 2018?
I don't recall. If you have the letter?
I do. Jennifer, hear me out. I can take care of myself. Please get me off of Max. I'm sorry. I was trying to see if you remembered the language of it.
Well,
Is this your handwriting?
I can't see that far.
No, I am. Is this your handwriting?
I can't see that far.
I have to pass the witness, Your Honor. Is that your writing?
That is.
Okay. And I'd ask that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Mark it as exhibit 119.
Second page.
Okay, we're at.
I wanted to go to trial and you made that happen. Remember telling her that?
Well, that's what happens when you don't plea out. So I don't believe that she made that happen. I believe that that's part of the court system. That's what happens whenever you don't take a plea. You go to trial, right?
Is that your writing?
That is my writing.
Is that a letter you sent to Ms. Thompson?
That is.
Okay. May 22nd of 2024.
Anything else with this letter?
No,
Let's pass
no,
it
sir.
down, please.
Sorry. Thank you.
Right, before we get to the redirect there, when we're talking about that discussion of the plea, if you missed it, I believe it was our first stream on this deep dive back into the hearings, but we talked about a separate case of Pamela Moses. Pamela Moses was accused of attempting to register to vote, even though she was disenfranchised for a felony. And she was convicted and she was sentenced to 6 years. I think 6 years was the sentence. And then the journalist, there was a bunch of people looking into it, and they found out that actually a probation officer made a mistake. Probation officer said she was good to vote, thought she was good to vote, and gave her the okay to go try to register to vote. And when all of that came to fruition, like really exonerating Pamela Moses, the response from Amy Wyrick was, well, our original offer to the defendant Pamela Moses was a guilty plea to a misdemeanor and no time to serve. She rejected that offer and asked for a jury trial. At the conclusion of the week-long trial, the jury convicted her on the felony charge of false imprisonment on false entry on permanent voter registration. So Amy Wyrick's response, approach to her office having something wrong is, and someone spending time in prison for it, is, well, we offered her a deal for less. So that's just something I've had in the back of my mind about Amy Wyrick as we watch through these. And I think it's very relevant to how we just heard Amy argue in this last 5-10 minutes of exchange here. So let's get redirect here.
May 22nd of 2024. Do you remember having a jail con?
Never mind. I thought we were moving to redirect.
Conversation,
What's the date, Ms. Wyrick?
May 22nd, 2024.
May 22nd, 2024.
You're in jail. You're having
Who
fun.
was the phone call to, Ms. Wyrick? 'Cause I'm making lots of phone calls.
Ms. Spirko.
Okay.
And she was needing instruction and help on burying something. Remember this?
I don't recall, Ms. Wyrick.
She said she had something she needed to bury. She didn't say what it was. And you told her where to go. You instructed her to go to a piece of property that your family owned. You remember this?
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Seems like I remember. Seems like I do. Keep going, though.
Told her to go to that property and bury something and not to take a cell phone with her. You remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Seems like I do.
Okay. Do you know what it was that she needed to bury?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Do you?
Do you know what she needed to bury?
I do.
Okay. What was it?
I don't really recall. I don't really recall the conversation exactly, but it was something to do with if something happened to me, it was the story so if something happened to me while I was in prison, it was the interview that I gave to her of everything that the truth. That's what it was.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Now redirect.
Redirect us.
Okay. Mr. Adams,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wyrick asked you a bunch of questions about how hard Ms. Thompson worked in preparing for your defense. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And she read through your testimony to the court, telling you it was your decision not to testify.
Okay. Can I elaborate a little bit? So I've never been in a trial before. I never knew how a trial worked. So I never knew, I couldn't, looking at the way she worked and the way y'all work is like day and night. She was so unorganized. She didn't know, it's like she didn't know what she was doing.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Did you have any idea that your attorney did not know the circumference of a 380 round?
I did not.
Did you have any idea that your attorney did not know the difference between a cell phone expert and a cell phone tracking expert?
I did not. But I do know we had unlimited resources that we could have hired any kind of expert available. And we didn't. I believe the only experts we hired were a jury consultant and a cell phone expert.
And do you recall seeing any video, still image, anything that showed your truck at the ATM during trial or before?
Nope. I remember I told Miss Thompson that about me being at the Delta, and I remember she was asking me like which pump I was at, but no, I've never seen no video of the ATM.
Okay. You recall Ms. Wyrick asking you about when you accidentally shot your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she read off a report from a medication expert that said that it would be a problem using your mother as a mitigation because you shot her, right? So during that incident, when you were mishandling a weapon, were you on drugs?
I was.
So were you high at the moment that happened?
I was.
And do you typically remember 10 days after a regular day of your activity, everything that you've done?
10 days ago, I couldn't tell you how many times I used the bathroom or how many phone calls I made or exactly who I talked to. But I could tell you that I probably talked to my mom. I probably talked to my granddaddy. There's 2 or 3 people that I always talk to. But other than that, I couldn't tell you what we talked about, the substance of the conversation, what I ate, or a lot of things. No.
Did the police at any time ever ask you specifically about Jason Autry?
They did not. They just wanted to know where I was that day. Where were you at, Zach? And I told them exactly where I was at.
Okay, so your testimony was that you met up with Jason Autry and went to Dinsmore to go buy morphine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that something you would want to tell the police?
Absolutely not.
And you also mentioned that, Mr. Autry's a commanding figure. Would you agree?
6'6", he's a big dude.
And you said that you didn't want to get on his bad side, right?
Absolutely not.
So we heard the 911 calls from your grandpa.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first instance that you ever had your grandparents have to call 911 or had problems with them?
No, ma'am.
Because you were using drugs, right?
That's right.
And you would get in fights with your grandparents.
That happened a lot. They would say I was high, and we would have an argument, and that was the easiest way for them to get me in jail and get me cleaned up. Happened all the time. I would go to jail and I would take a plea and I would plea out. Happened all the time. Happened all the time.
And I just want to be clear, Ms. Wyrick characterized she read off all the text exchanges that you had the morning of April the 13th, 2011. Do you recall that? She said you were frantically texting.
Mm-hmm.
Were you frantic that morning?
I was not frantic. I had been up arguing with Rebecca and I was asleep. Like I said, I don't recall going to the river with Jason that morning. It's because nothing stood out that morning. We didn't catch no big bass there. He didn't have a large amount of drugs. There was nothing that morning that was out of the ordinary. And the only reason I remember Shane calling is Shane never called like that. He never asked me that. I was like, Shane, why would you call and ask me if I wanted to overdose on Xanaxes? But like, it's just the way Shane was. He was just kind of he was trying to be funny about things.
So that's something that stood out to you about that day.
It is.
And isn't it the reason that you're testifying about? You testified earlier that you don't have a specific memory of going to the river with Jason Autry that day.
I don't.
So is it because of the phone records that you've reviewed?
I'm not disputing the phone records, but I don't remember it. But that's the whole thing. I went to that river so much with Jason. He would come by. He would come by, and he said, "Let's ride the river." We would go down and we would fish for 10 or 15 minutes, and we would go back. We would smoke some weed. Sometimes we would just go down there and get high and smoke meth, or we would go down there so often. You know, it was a place that we hung out.
And the document that you received that said all the stupid things Zach said. Have you ever seen that document before?
I haven't.
My favorite document.
One second, Your Honor. All right, that's all I have.
Were you,
Oh, wow. She is ready.
were you at the river on April 13th, 2011 with Jason Autry?
The phone records says that.
Were you?
I do not remember.
Were you at the river?
The phone
I'm
records.
going to object. He's answered that. He says he didn't remember.
Right, we have an objection. Are you asking a different question?
I am, because I recall two different answers now. On April 13th, 2011, were you at the Tennessee River with Jason Autry?
The phone records reflect that. Like I said earlier, I'm not disputing the phone records, but there's nothing about that morning that stood out. So I'm not disputing being at the river with Jason. I went to the river so much with Jason. I'm not disputing that, but there's nothing about that morning that stood out.
And no reason to dispute the phone records, right?
That's right.
Not the river.
That's the answer.
Thank you, sir.
The next witness is here. We're going to take a break.
Thank you.
All right, we can skip it.
Try to start at 11 o'clock.
Thank you. All right.
All right, space.
Yes, Your Honor, Jennifer Nichols.
So the trial prosecutor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just stand right here in front of the witness stand. This one, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Please have a seat. Go up to the microphone.
State your name, please. Spell your last.
Jennifer Nichols, N-I.
I miss this. Thank you, KLBOG, for becoming a member.
C-H-O-L-S.
Ms. Nichols, how many years have you prosecuted?
$23 in three, I believe, in three different times.
And you have been a circuit judge in Shelby and now in Sumner County.
No, I was not circuit. I was a criminal court judge in Shelby Hill.
You were the lead prosecutor through the trial prosecuting Zach Adams, correct?
I was.
And fair to say this was one of your bigger cases in your career.
I don't know that I would agree.
You put it on your judicial application,
Of
correct?
course, of course.
How many cases did you put on your judicial application?
A lot.
How many?
Don't remember.
All right. You would not want this conviction to stand if your state's witnesses knowingly lied to the jury, correct?
I would not want.
The conviction to stand. You'd want the verdict to be overturned if your witnesses lied about important things to the jury.
What do you mean by important things?
Well, you get to define it. If it's an important thing and they lied to the jury, do you want the conviction to stand?
It depends on what you think is important.
Well, if what you think is important
It
was
was,
false,
it was all important to me.
they were all?
I said a lot. It was all important. to
Okay,
me.
good. So that distinction is irrelevant, correct?
No, it's very relevant.
Okay.
I'll give you an example, Mr. Bates. If a witness
Could the
lied,
court instruct the witness to answer the original question?
She is.
She's answered the question and she's going to give an
Fair.
explanation.
if a witness lied about something that was not material to the guilt or innocence of your client, then I would want the conviction to stand. If a witness lied about something that was material to the conviction of your client, then I would not.
How much evidence did you present to the jury that was not material to the issue of guilt or innocence?
I don't know because I was not on the jury. You never know what they consider to be important.
Is there anything that you presented that you did not think material and relevant to the issue of guilt or innocence?
Yes.
What?
Oh, lots of things in context. Example, Holly Bobo's lunchbox and what was in it. What she was studying for that morning. Her cards, her study cards for pharmacy class that were found on the side of the road. We put them in. Was the fact that she was studying for a test that morning material? No. Did it add context and let the jury know what she was doing that morning before she was abducted? Yes.
Fair enough.
The fact that Dana Bobo put $20 on the counter beside her purse that morning, was it material to her, to the conviction of your client? No. There were lots of things like that.
You would not want this conviction to stand if you knowingly misled the jury on material issues, correct?
I would never mislead the jury on material issues.
If TBI coerced witnesses to say things that were not true, you would not want this conviction to stand, correct?
That didn't happen that I know of.
If it did, you would not want it to stand.
Coerced who to say what?
Material witnesses to say material things regarding the guilt or innocence of Zach Adams.
Correct.
All right. When you came in the case, when did you come in?
I was appointed November of 2014.
What was your understanding of why you came in?
My boss at the time, Ms. Wyrick, was the DA. I was the deputy DA. It is my understanding that she received a request from the District Attorney General's conference to provide support to General Stowe. She agreed. She walked into my office, which was next door to her office, and asked me as deputy, who do you want to put on this?
At the time, and you accepted the appointment.
I said, I'll do it.
At the time, who was Jason Autry's lawyers?
I don't remember. Whether it's Herbison, Long, Herbison. I'm sorry.
John Herbison, Fletcher Long.
I think they were on it then.
All right. And both of them were disbarred.
Were they?
You remember them coming off the case?
I don't remember them coming off the case because they were disbarred. I honestly don't.
Okay.
I know they came off the case.
And did you have any communications with anyone assisting the appointment of Jason Autry, an attorney?
Did I have any conversations with anyone
Correct.
about?
The appointment of attorneys.
Oh, of course. My whole team was always interested in who was going to represent any of them.
Did any court staff or liaisons ask you for recommendations?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You came in November 2014. Had the death penalty been requested yet?
Requested by Mr. Stowe.
Correct.
I don't know if he had or not. What is my understanding is that he campaigned on the issue that he was going to seek the death penalty for the individuals responsible for Holly's kidnapping and murder.
Had he filed that yet?
I don't know.
You then did.
I did.
What's the
Actually,
process?
I don't know that I did or whether it's Ms. Wyrick because we did not, as her assistants, you had to have permission of the DA.
Okay.
I don't know who signed it.
What was the process that you had to do
What I just said.
in court? You have to file, you have to go to the grand jury, or you just file a notice?
You don't file it with the grand jury.
Okay. When did you file that?
I don't remember.
How soon after your
I
appointment?
do not remember.
Months, weeks?
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
If I did, I would give you the date.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sure it's in the file.
And you know approximately how many months?
I do not.
Okay. What analysis did you do in determining your intent to kill Dylan, Jason, and Zach by operation of the death penalty?
My intention to kill them,
The processes, end result was they would be put to death, correct?
you're familiar with the factors that one has to look at to see whether or not a particular homicide even qualifies.
My question
Okay,
is,
are you familiar with that?
I'm
Because
not on the stand right now.
I understand.
My question is, what did you do?
Okay.
Ah,
I know the law.
Okay, I'll ask. So that's what I did. I looked at the law. I went through the factors. I looked, and don't ask me which ones because I don't have it in front of me, whichever ones I found applied. And then I presented that to my boss.
So anytime there's a question of law, now that she's a presiding judge, does she have to stop and go and review it because she doesn't have knowledge of major things? I mean, I can't spitball off the top of my head a lot of things. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. But there are things that I've learned pretty well in and out from following a case long enough. Or listening, for example, to Happily Angry Lawyer, to Jim, talk about, in Georgia, the difference between 16-11-131 and 16-11-133. So it's interesting that certain things she doesn't know well enough to not have to bullet point out. It seems a bit like hedging. Like she doesn't want to spell out the factors.
What analysis of the facts did you do?
I can't tell you the analysis of all the facts I looked at. What you look at are the facts that determine whether or not a crime qualifies based on those factors. And so to determine whether those factors apply, you would have had to look at the facts of the case relative to each of those factors.
Did you, prior to filing the notice, review the September 2014 interview of Dylan Adams by Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth?
I don't remember the date that I filed the notice. Therefore, I can't say for sure. But what I can tell you is I reviewed that interview early on.
Okay. What were your impressions of that video?
My impressions,
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't believe him.
When did you stop believing, or did you ever believe it?
I don't remember. I don't remember what information I had at the time I reviewed his video. I don't remember what I had or what point in time I got that information.
What all led you to not believe the video?
I believed he sought to minimize his role by claiming he was forced to do certain things and he didn't want it and he didn't know what happened before and didn't know what happened afterwards and just sort of happened upon the events.
What's the importance of minimizing your role? Why did that jump out at you?
You asked me why I didn't believe him. I'm telling you what I didn't, that's part of why I didn't believe him.
What effect in your experience does minimizing your role have in a so-called confession?
No, I would never, if it was so-called, that sort of changes everything about how you would analyze it. Are you talking about Dylan Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's start here. He admitted to raping. He says he raped her, correct?
Correct.
All right. He talked about a night of planning the evening before.
I believe so. Mr. Bates, it's been 8 or 10 years since I've looked at that.
Okay.
It's been long.
The issue here is the state, and this is not the first witness. This is not the first time this has been an issue. They keep saying all of the evidence, the totality of the evidence, but when they have to spell out their theory, they planned it the night before. You planned it the night before, didn't you? You took her, you had your way with her, didn't you? And they need that rape they don't want to change their storyline to it just being, someone gets killed, someone witnesses it, like 3 of the 4 witness it, but the other person's the one that does the killing, because they want that aggravating factor to keep it a capital crime, the aggravating circumstances. And whenever it comes to the specific details, they never want to concede that they're getting the details from Dylan Adams, because they know that there's going to be a problem with that there's a high probability that there's going to be a problem with that. So whenever we've had a witness on the stand being asked questions by Doug Bates about the Dylan Adams interview with Jackson and Booth, I don't remember that specific thing. Because they do not want to say that's the only thing, that they have no other corroboration.
If you want me to answer those questions, I would be happy to review it. As it stands, I didn't review it.
Oh.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean, as it stands,
Well,
I didn't review
I
it?
asked you several times leading up to today, what information do you want from me on the stand? We had this discussion. I didn't know what you wanted. I did not review things.
Okay.
I don't have access to things.
Did you ever believe Dylan Adams' video was going to be used as evidence in this case?
Against which defendant?
Any. Because initially,
Well,
all,
then it's not one answer.
right.
That's 3 different questions. We had 3 different defendants plus another suspect. So did I believe that it would have been used if we had tried Dylan Adams? Maybe, because parts of it he did admit to. Against his brother? No. It would have been inadmissible. Against Jason Autry? No. The co-defendant would have been inadmissible.
When you don't know when you filed the notice of death penalty if you believed or disbelieved the truthfulness of Dylan's statement.
I don't know the timing. I do know that I didn't believe Dylan Allen. All you have to do is watch it.
At the time, you recall being concerned about the behaviors of Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson interview methods.
Whether I was?
Yes.
No,
You don't think perhaps their conduct created answers?
I never thought that. He had confessed to other people before that.
And were you aware that, you remember who Sheila Kilzer was?
I do.
Was it your opinion that Sheila Kilzer contacted TBI in an effort to get favorability for her son, Jason?
You want me to comment how? Whether I believe that was her?
Yes. That was a motivation of hers.
I did not.
Any reason why TBI would say they did believe that?
You'd have to ask TBI, and not as a whole. That's an organization. You could ask the individuals.
Fair enough.
Agents.
You were aware Jason Kilzer provided statements that he nor Dylan had anything or any knowledge of the crimes against Holly Bobo.
I do not remember that.
Would that be an important thing in this case?
Potentially, but as I said, I didn't believe Dylan Adams.
Right. You didn't believe what he said. Did it concern you in this process of yours that witnesses said multiple things, multiple times?
About what?
Information regarding the guilt or innocence of Zach Adams.
Oh, of course. I was very interested in the 8 or 10 or 12 individuals that said Zach confessed to them. Very interested, always. Even though the statements he made were made to people that didn't have contact with one another, different parts of the state, out of state. Is that what you mean?
Talking about what happened the day of April 13th, 2011.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you when your back was turned.
Do you remember different witnesses testifying to different facts that occurred or didn't occur on April 13th, 2011?
testifying?
No. Their discussions with TBI changed over time.
I do not remember what individuals said or how necessarily. If you gave me a name in particular, I might can.
Victor Dinsmore.
Okay.
Do you remember his statements changing over time? Yes or no?
I don't remember them changing. What I remember during my involvement in the case, because remember, it had been going on for over 3.5 years when I got on it. I remember Mr. Dinsmore adding or recalling a different, additional information. So not necessarily changing my recollection, not necessarily changing what he had said, but recalling more or being willing to tell us more.
Right. Do you remember listening to Victor Dinsmore and Dennis Benjamin talk about a gun purchased from Shane Austin?
No.
Okay. Are you aware the first gun Victor Dinsmore said, the only gun he says he purchased from Shane Austin was a .22 long rifle?
I'm not aware of that being the only gun that, well, could have been the only one he purchased. Maybe the second one he got from Shane and he traded it maybe for some drugs, if I remember correctly.
Do you remember the first gun discussed, Victor Dinsmore had any connection with Shane Austin?
No.
You don't remember it was a .22 long rifle?
No.
Did you listen to Victor Dinsmore's recorded conversations with Dennis Benjamin?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Today. I'm not saying I didn't. I don't remember.
Do you remember in the IRs where it was discussed that the possible murder weapon could have been a .22?
A rifle?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bates, I don't remember.
Okay.
Are you talking before or after? I'm trying to, before or after Holly's remains were found with a bullet hole through the back of her skull? Because at that point in time, we had information about what would have caused that type of defect.
Which is important if somebody's sharing this information with witnesses, isn't it?
What information?
The size of the defect.
Important if you are sharing it with an expert?
No, with a potential testifying witness.
I guess it depends on who the witness would be.
The point is, if we apparently have 12 people that heard Zachary Adams confess, and the investigators have certain information on their mind about certain calibers, certain types of guns, and they're asking questions about this type of gun, it's going to steer the yeses or nos that they get from the people they're interviewing. And it's going to confirm what the investigators are already looking for. But what they're not doing is questioning about other possibilities, which means they're not going to be able to investigate. No, we never knew he was, in possession of a firearm that could have fired something that would have left behind a .380 shell casing. So we didn't ask any questions that could have excluded things. And the freeze frame.
I mean, is somebody that's going to be asked to comment on that?
Did you listen to Brent Booth interview Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
Yes.
What weapon did Victor Dinsmore say he got from Shane Austin then?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But I know that I heard that interview.
Now, at this time, in May of 2017, you were present when Jason Autry provided a proffer statement that says the vehicle used was a white Nissan, correct?
You're referring to a whiteboard behind you. I can't see that if I'm supposed to. So
Witness can be past Exhibit 15.
I don't have my readers.
We need to take a break for you to get your readers.
Is my purse back there? If somebody will retrieve some readers.
Please pass over. Please.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
I was like, who's dynamite?
And do you recall the proffers with Mr. Autry where you were present?
I do. I remember being in the room at the table with Mr. Autry, his lawyers, Mr. Hagerman.
Takes them off immediately after reading like 5 words.
Do you recall?
I miss we watched 2 trials back to back pretty much. The Nicholas Casotis, I almost said Jim Casotis, Nicholas Casotis, and then the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial. And I only have one screenshot ready, but it was like a series of witness after witness that had these snappy glasses ready to go. They knew they were coming to testify. They knew they'd have to look at things. They were ready. And then we've got this lady. She's on the stand for like 1,000,000 hours. The whole day. The whole rest of this day. She's like, oh, I didn't know I'd have to look at anything. You're an experienced prosecutor who has to prep witnesses. You are now a judge that probably should be reading a lot. Do we know if she even read these factors that she said she read? Did she have her readers that day before she went through the factors and made sure these cases would qualify for a death penalty? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, the reader retriever.
Mr. Autry saying that the Mr. Adams transported Miss Bobo in a white Nissan and then hid it at Victor Dinsmore's property.
And you're talking about Zach Adams, not Dylan Adams, doing the transporting when you say Mr. Adams?
Zach Adams.
I do remember the proffer including the information that Zach Adams transported Holly's body wrapped in a blanket in the back of a truck. The second part of your question, I don't recall.
Do you recall that being the topic of conversation between Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore in May of 2017?
I don't.
Okay.
But as I said, Mr. Bates, I listened to that interview.
You just don't recall it.
That's right.
We'll have a fellowship of listening.
May I have some water?
Yes.
Well, sorry, we ran out after Prosecutor Boswell was on the stand yesterday.
Monday 18th, 2017.
Technically, that would have been August.
Which exhibit is this?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Pause it. Exhibit 62, Your Honor.
I'm good. You ain't. What in the world has happened to you? Good. Go on, show me. Why? Would you come up here and take advantage of the sale? No. It's twofold. One, I brought you subpoenas, and my daughter's in a class up here. For what? Nursing. Oh, really? Yeah. What school? She's down right here at a nursing school, getting some extra training. So it's kind of a twofold trip. This is good for that. Oh, much as it is. But it's pretty good man that bring. For everyday, but all the east side where we're at. You wouldn't think that looking around here. Yeah, we're at. Really? It's bad. Our house paid off 3 payments, so we're concluded now. Where'd it go? East Tennessee, Kentucky. I should have, I say here, about kind of, you got the 21st century scholarship. Yep. Schools, you have to say it again. Okay. Probably be here. Okay. Or do you want to say, the 10th of July, let me tell you, I got the phone number, and we'll call you.
Yeah.
When, I'll call you before, and let you know exactly when to cut them. Y'all got a minute? Council development, let's talk to you. Hey, come on up here. Sit down. Yeah. Yep. Come on over, sit down, let's tell you. Well, get the front of the back. Up here.
What's going on, buddy?
Since we talked, Jason is wrong.
I figured you'd go.
Yeah.
Did live all the way.
Yeah. And let me tell you what he testified to.
Okay.
Might if you remember. He says, in the part that involved you when you came over to, what's your name,
Yeah.
That he got the truck, and said, I can drive. He was sitting on the passenger side, was in the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
And Dylan was sitting back there in the back seat.
I didn't see Dylan. When they come to dogs,
I
I didn't see Dylan.
He said they pulled up and he was in the garage.
Yeah, because I was following her garage, you know, outside.
What's your name? The house deputy came out. And he, that guy, I first thing Dylan was off and around the face.
Yeah, they started happening. Now I remember what they were saying. They were fighting the group was going to hit that little bitch first when they got back. That's what they were saying. So that's how.
He says that, yeah, he says the fight started actually at the end of the driveway down there. Before they were left out of the lane.
Almost minutes into about, they got there.
Oh, yeah, it was already.
No, that we were hurting.
Yeah. Over that, over what had happened, what was.
And then they take her because drugs. I thought,
Part of that.
when I got to know that, I figured after this happened, they took her because she bring back money. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, that's right. I should have known that was it. He said, that's just how I thought he was at the end. When I got to know him.
He says also Zach had taken his truck and taken your garage, and that he had told you, or he had seen you when he brought it over there. And he saw you when he put the truck in the garage. And I know the truck was there. I know it wasn't there because we pulled recordings and pulled tapes from 911, and Dick says that the truck, he didn't have his truck out there. That he had taken that was warehouse in the garage.
No,
Could he have done that? You not, no, it ain't going back. I need to nail this down.
I remember.
This is what's going to be
He
testified.
borrowed the ground truck and had me drive his old truck and looked at Dick and I said, I'm not driving that truck. It's hard to tell what he has in that truck. I want the brown truck back.
yeah, he just borrowed my brown truck so he could go up to Decatur. That's the only time he left his truck at my house. No, that wasn't that day. So, now I know he didn't hide a damn thing in my boulevard. Now he might mark it out the side, you know, behind my boulevard and let it there for a minute, but I don't remember that day, buddy.
Listen.
Well, according to him, that's what, according to him, according to what we got from Dick, that's.
Now, which truck are you talking about?
A little white truck.
He told me that he had moved the brown truck while you guys were doing that because he had his truck in Caterville that when cuts of that thing happened to me.
They're telling me something, and they right there. That white truck was for my house. I'll tell you.
They said they hit him in Caterville because that stuff matched up to transport.
Yeah, that's right. So, but now they got
They never did find out.
she come to after about a week getting back, and she remembered that she went and she leaned over and stepped in the water because she didn't want her damn fingerprints on it. So it's in the water up there on the side, and it went too far. It had water, no rush, like, you know, a creek, bigger.
Okay.
So I was calling. They had to bring my metal detector. He covered, and I could kind of look for something, but I don't be down messing with the local county cops. I just don't bring, okay?
Well,
They don't like me, you know what I'm saying? I know.
at the beginning.
So, but it's, and she thinks that it was right there, the first big pull off. She got off, leaned over, she said, put it down in the water and covered it with some leaves, so there wouldn't be no fingerprints. I believe it. I believe that. So,
All right, but we needed to get water.
it's in the water. It's in the water, and I know handguns, I know people fall but they might have tongue to work. come out of this stuff, it's there, So that tells me that nobody found it, we're riding four-wheeler up and down through there. So it's there, it's in the water somewhere. So we done both sides of that road. I figured you guys can check it out. And it's totally different. It was higher, so the road was wider. That's 5-6 years time. So, but I don't remember him storing that truck at my house. I do remember him using my truck and leaving his white truck there, but what the inside has been outside.
Yeah.
Because I have both, think of what he did over at Manchester. Yeah.
Supposedly, that's what he said. That's what's going to be testified to. They had to move around to get it in there. And that he saw you when he was putting it in there, and you knew you saw him putting it in there. But you didn't know nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I just tried to nail it down. You wouldn't have thought nothing about him putting it in there.
I thought he might have now, right down. I was doing a lot of dope then, okay, and I mean meth and stuff, so, but he might have right about that time. If I did another time, I don't know the only time I can definitely remember. Is when he was in that shit Natchez Trace and he wanted to go hang out and kind of look below the kid really over the truck.
What Jason has been identified to is he told you that when you pulled up over there at Dodge, he said, I put my truck in your garage. I saw Sandy, she knows it's in there. I had to move 4 rounds to get it in there.
No, that. She would have done that.
Well, it's, I don't mean.
We didn't do it.
It didn't happen.
It could have happened. Okay. It could have happened. And I can't say no, damn it.
I know.
No, I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here. So I can't remember shit. But when I do tell you, I remember. So
It helps me. It helps this case. The more pressure I put on him, the more.
Ms. Nichols, have I jogged your memory about this recording?
It's like he suddenly remembered that this judge appreciates brevity, doesn't like things to run on and on and on for the sake of it. And he's like, oh, yeah.
I would like to say yes, but I don't, without listening to it, I don't remember, what was said. So this is helpful if you want to ask questions about what was in it.
All right, we'll keep playing.
Yeah.
The more y'all can remember, the more it helps push the state case to make it a plea. That's what I'm saying. That's a plea.
are they chancing to get out?
No. I don't know what a town jury's gonna do, but I gotta know. It's got the more details that I can nail down, the better. I ain't, no, he can deny it.
He made it back.
I'm thinking maybe he did, yeah.
The same day they took Holly.
Yeah, would've been probably around lunchtime, maybe a little later.
And I was real sick then too.
Yeah,
So
because I had
moving down the hall.
You were in,
I thought you was like, I probably did that, because that's when he come out for run my property.
Yeah.
I trust him a little bit.
She got knocked, just a good boy.
Real kind with light guns and shit like that, but, okay, yeah,
I could have,
yeah, let's just, yeah,
it did.
yeah, let's say that. Because I'm starting to think now, I ripped the boat, because that's what I went to look that one with, and gosh, that's what we did, our boat wasn't in there. And I got there, I was there, yeah, I got him, I have.
So where was Holly when they hit the doctor?
The door killed him.
Still remembers.
They had already killed her and dumped the body. That's what I needed to hide. Needed to hide the trail. Still have the look back.
Having son of a bitch. Yeah, that's it, but the other guy. And the wheels got to take
Is
off.
that what he borrowed the ground tractor did?
Probably is. Now, more thinking about it, that's the time where I was off.
They were born for it. They got this round trip out.
And then I had to drive his old black truck and it made me very upset. I told him, oh no, I'm not driving. Because I took the grab, so I'm not getting caught. Somebody just hit.
Was it a black trip?
That was the black
That was
truck.
the black truck.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The black truck was at my house. The white truck, I don't remember parking my house. I'm talking about the black truck. I definitely remember being at my house, sitting right outside my house. But the white truck, I don't remember. So, but it might have been, okay? It might have. So,
There's one other thing I got to know.
okay.
And you got that letter from me. You don't know if you're not in trouble. Or nothing.
Oh, that's right.
I got to ask you one more question. I'm not going to lie. But I got to know. Were they getting morphine from you?
At first, yeah, they were getting some pills.
When did you know?
Yeah, yep.
Did they get some that morning from Docs when they came over there?
No.
Sure. That's what's going to be testified to. But that's fine. Autry said that he didn't get them from you because you didn't trust him. But he gave his money to Zach, and Zach bought more thing from you that afternoon.
You might have. I have a buddy down here, like a buddy that has morphine. And I would get them off, for cheap. That's not they go with money, you know what I'm saying? They might have had cups, and I know that what's smoking donuts.
He was still with Randy's, right?
Yeah. He had bottles.
I know what I'm saying?
That's about down there. That's not wrong. I might have some to you. Yeah, I'm not just, if they buy those things, yeah, it can tell. You know, they come up, I know for sure, the one is fucking joint.
Did Shane get them from you too?
Yeah, Shane, he was trading guns, and anything he did his thing.
Did he trade you that gun?
He might have, I got a couple of others.
So that's just me good.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got 2 or 3 guns. I saw rifles and 22s and probably pistols, so yeah. But yeah, I was pretty fucked up, but I do remember a lot of deals going on, so.
That helps. That helps.
Yeah.
Not easy to say.
Did everything right after the Holly thing, when everybody filled the floor, second officer came down and told me that we had the gate,
Yeah, lock gate.
and he told me, quit locking your gate.
That night, because they were coming trying to get her, our buddy up in that truck wreck. He got that, he was one of the over. That's all we did. We had to do for him. Okay, I wasn't scared none of it. I did a jock on my head, but when I tried to take my kid, I knew I had to go. My 12-year-old kid, I was.
Maybe they tried to do that.
Oh, they sent, what's the name?
Margaret Victor, she was in
Margaret Victor, with the woman boys, with the our driveway, our little girls out playing in the yard. He pulled up and said, "We're going to go help find Holly." And she said, "Let me go ask my mom," because he taught her that. And she went towards the door, he put the reverse of the slinger out, backing up all the way out the driveway. I wasn't there, I was working at Nashville at that time, so, yeah, so, needless to say, I was glad when I found out that ball truck got off the road, because we put an old cross head in him. And that's what I was gonna do, right, because you don't deserve to fucking die, if I do that to a 12-year-old kid. So, yeah, so somebody just went up on all that stuff, so it is. I thought for about a year and a half, right, and I told him, Justin, I felt it getting my mind. I thought DPA making me a session for us.
I'm positive it's 1639 with Nichols. Refresh your memory.
I have the same answer. I can hear what was said. I know that I listened to this at the time.
Okay.
Can I tell you what was said next? No.
Okay. Do you condone what Brent Booth did?
Interviewing Victor Dinsmore?
Yes.
Yes.
The way he did it.
It's not the way I would have done it.
What, do you condone the way he did it?
I'm not sure I can speak to how he did it. This is what I would have done had it been me. I wouldn't have led. I wouldn't have led.
He more than led.
Okay.
You agree?
No,
Well,
He said,
I heard him lead.
this is what Jason Autry is going to testify to.
Okay.
You condone that?
Well, that's a different question.
That's my question.
I don't know that whether I condone it or not. I understand that he was trying to get information, understand that he was trying to trigger Mr. Dinsmore's memory, a person who admittedly was on about every kind of drug you could be on, and much as what's happening to me today.
exactly the type of environment where you wouldn't want to be leading somebody because they would be extra impressionable. And you're giving them a detail that now the way synapses fire off in the brain, next time they're asked about something, they're going to say, yeah, I think I do remember something about that. I've heard something about that somewhere. And they might not be able to place that it isn't a personal memory. It isn't something that they have firsthand knowledge of, or even that like they had firsthand experience with someone relaying to them, like a friend telling me this. They're not going to know where to place it. But there's an association fired off here in your neurons that now you're going to remember this thing because the information was fed to you during the course of one of these interviews.
When somebody tells you things, like you're telling me certain things, trying to trigger my memory. That's kind of the way I look at the way Mr. Booth was. But remember this, I had already interviewed Mr. Dinsmore. So I flew up there and interviewed him.
Before this?
I believe it was before this. So I already had met him.
With a TV officer? Was an IR generated on your visit?
I didn't generate ours.
Okay. But if he said anything different than what was recorded, it would have been Brady material, correct?
Uh-oh.
Anything different?
Yes.
You mean like,
On May 18th, he's saying it didn't happen. The truck wasn't there. When he realizes how important it is to bring Booth in the case, he says, put it there. Yeah, let's do it. Go. So my question is, if he said something different when you were there, it would have had to be disclosed to defense under a Brady, right?
if he had said something different, I don't remember discussing that, the trucks with him when I went. It wasn't, I met him at the airport.
He's a judge now.
Introduced myself. Met his wife. I don't have notes, but
of course.
Why do you not have notes?
Excuse me?
Did you not take notes?
I didn't say that. I said I don't have notes.
Did you take notes?
I don't remember.
Oh my God.
Sir,
Was it your routine practice to take notes talking to important witnesses?
sometimes and sometimes not. But Mr. Bates, I invited you.
Do you
to
condone
my
your own
office.
behavior?
I set up every single item we had in the file. You and I had scheduled a 3-day event where I told you you would have a conference room. I would give you a phone. I wouldn't be there with you. And you know what you said?
That I got the 4 terabytes to review on my own time and not 3 days, I believe.
No, that's not what you said.
That I got from the Ms. Thompson the discovery to go through it, correct?
You said that.
You thought 3 days was enough for me to go through it?
Oh, no,
Okay.
you picked the 3 days. I thought you'd need to be there for a while. But the difference is you would have had access to anything in the file, including my notes, if they existed, as to interviews, because I don't
And if you
remove
turned
things
them
from
over.
files.
Okay.
Did you put them in the file?
Do you still have your notes?
Of course not. I don't have the file, sir.
Okay.
Did you
So-
ever put them in the file? That whole walk down the winding road initiated from a conversation of, did you generate an investigative report? Did you generate an IR? And now the way she closes that road off, we get to the dead end, is when she says, I didn't remove anything from the file. That's a very different answer that doesn't address whether or not you generated something in the first place to put in there.
Do you remember trial testimony on this issue of the truck in the Dinsmore garage?
Perhaps.
Ooh.
Right.
I don't remember. I don't know if I remember exactly what you want to ask, but I was there in the trial.
I have a transcript for the court and for the witness, Your
Okay.
Honor.
This is interesting to me because this is like a gray area for me that I know is supposed to be a big deal. Getting a workout carrying these binders.
You go to page 1505.
$1,000 what?
505.
Oh my.
And you see,
No, I'm not there yet. I'm having
Apologize.
a real hard time with these tiny little numbers. So give me a minute. Mr. Bates, can you come up here, please, sir,
if the court lets me.
and help me find the page? Because I cannot read these little numbers.
Yes. Ms. Lacy.
I can't read them.
I'll help you.
I think I'm in the one fives.
We need to figure out if we can watch a trial that she's presiding over.
Thank you. Sir?
All right, 1505, and you see.
Okay.
You are
Tell me, sir, which square on these two pages? Left
Bottom.
page, right page?
the bottom left.
All right, bottom
Yes.
on the left page.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
First question, line 2. You're asking Victor Dinsmore, do you remember getting a morphine pill or Zach buying a morphine pill or Shane buying one for Autry while they were there? No, not there. This fight, how much of a fight was it? Jumping around, basically, swung at each other a couple times. I think Zach hit Shane, about black as eye. That's about all there was. And I went out, told them they couldn't do it. They had to go. So you said that they pulled up in Zach's, no, Dylan's truck. Answer, Dylan's Chevy. What color was that truck? Black. And while they're on the property, did Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife or going to your wife's house and putting a car in the shop? No. Question, he did not say anything? No. When you asked that question, did you expect the answer to be yes?
I have no idea what I expected the answer to be.
You had Jason Autry's proffer that said the truck was hid there, right?
Well, I do not recall everything about the proffer. I can tell you the things that stood out from the proffer. It's not my habit, never has been, to take notes during a proffer.
You kind of said sometimes yes, sometimes no earlier. Is this just specific to proffers?
You just said earlier that sometimes you do take notes, sometimes you don't.
Right.
Which is it? You take notes and you don't? Or is it just in a proffer?
What I said was it is not my habit to take notes in a proffer, which is not, that's different than a witness interview.
Well, Victor Dinsmore had an immunity agreement, correct?
He did.
Jason Autry had an immunity agreement.
He did.
Both of them gave you what they were, all the purpose of the statements were to go over what their testimony would be.
No. The purpose of the statements was to tell us the truth.
Oh.
And whether or not it became testimony or not wasn't decided at that point.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep the book?
Yes, ma'am.
That's exactly why they don't
continued
take
on
notes
line
during
20.
proffers.
You continued line 24. At any time did he tell you that? Answer, no. Next page, bottom right quadrant. Has he ever hidden a truck in your twice? Did he ever hide his Nissan? Yes, that was a very short time. Question, but you don't recall him mentioning it there on the property? Answer, no, I don't remember him saying anything there. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Miss Doug or Dottie showed up. You recall, of course, being interviewed by law enforcement several times after this happened, correct? Correct. And in that statement, just a minute, in that statement, if you told, and there's several objections, and then it continues on 1507. My question is, did you make the statement or TBI Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction? Answer, yes. What was your understanding of the time of that post-abduction hiding?
I'm trying to catch up with you.
Just go to the bottom right and then pick back up to the top left on 1507. And while you're reading that, if the witness can be passed, Exhibit 112.
All right, I found the question. So my question is, did you make the statement to TBI Agent Trout that Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan? Yes. That's it. Okay, what was your question?
You remembered, in your opinion, that Mr. Dinsmore told Agent Trout the white truck was hidden at Mr. Dinsmore's property. Is that your understanding?
I do not remember the interview. I'm reading what the testimony, I have no reason to believe that this is not the testimony. So I don't independently remember anything about an interview with Agent Trout. I'm sorry. There were 250,000 pages. I don't know how many interviews. I don't remember all of them.
Her faces are crazy.
Do you remember when Miss Thompson was trying to bring up this recording of Mr. Booth that you?
Do you want me to look at what was just passed or the
Well, I'll
book?
tell you what, before I get to that, can you look at IR 112? I'm sorry, Exhibit 112. It was just passed to you by the officer.
It's dicey.
Do you want me to read it? So,
If you can, please.
okay.
You. If you can turn your attention to the last paragraph, the bottom of page 2.
I've read the last paragraph of page 2.
And nowhere in this statement does it say that Victor hid the truck. I'm sorry, that Zach hid any truck at Victor Dinsmore's house or property. Correct?
That's correct.
Do you, and you can now go to page 1537. You want me to come up and help?
1337 transcript.
Yes, John. First time my eyesight's been told in the help.
Is it? I could read the language, but I can't see the numbers.
This is 1537. Okay, we'll go this way, this way, this way.
All right.
At the trial, did you think the recorded conversation with Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore was damaging to the prosecution?
At the trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I think that? Was it played?
It wasn't. But did you think it was damaging if it would have been?
Not particularly.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Of course
And why
not.
did you object repeatedly to it coming up?
Because the witness was on the stand. Unless there is, the witness was there. The witness is there to ask himself. We didn't go back and play all of these recorded statements and introduce all the written statements at trial.
Bottom of page 1542, middle of page, the far right bottom.
Got it?
Question, when did you and your wife talk about the fact that the white Nissan truck was parked in your shop? Answer, before Brent came up. Question, before Brent? Answer, yeah. Now, as we're sitting there, we've listened to Victor Dinsmore and Brent Booth, and now we've read the transcript. You admit Victor Dinsmore lied when he said he remembered it before.
No, I can't. Which trip is you talking about before Brent came up? Brent was there several times.
This is the last time he's up. May 18th and May 19th, 2017. From 1536, the discussion comes up. You met him in a parking lot, the sporting goods store. Yes. You actually got in his car. Your wife got in the car. You were talking to him. Yes. So at that point, this special agent, Brent Booth with TBI, isn't it? Yes. At that point, he proceeded to tell you what? General Nichols, Your Honor, I'm going to object what Brent Booth proceeded to tell. Ms. Thompson said, I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to just, you said, she literally just said at the same time Brent Booth proceeded to tell you. If there's a question, the court said, all right, make your question be aware of the hearsay objection. So we're talking about the sporting goods store parking lot.
Is that where they met the
The first time on May
the
18th
first time?
of the May visits. The May night, the next day was in the house.
Okay.
And the question was,
You asked me if I thought if he was lying. I don't know.
well, I mean, isn't that your job? You had Victor Dinsmore under subpoena, correct?
We did.
All right. You pres-
I don't know. I honestly am confused by jumping around from Trouts to trial testimony to you having me listen to a recorded conversation. I don't know when he said what.
Ms.
So I'm
Nichols, you don't
sorry.
have to worry about being confused. The court's going to make
No.
decisions.
No,
My
I do have to.
question
Worry,
is-
I do have to worry about being
All
confused.
right. My question is, Mr. Dinsmore said before Brent Booth came up, the May 18th, 2017, I remembered the white truck being hit at my place. You would agree with me that is inconsistent with the recording of May 18th, 2017, where Mr. Dinsmore says repeatedly, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And only when Brent Booth says how important it is to the case
Okay.
does Mr. Dinsmore change his tune.
Okay. I mean, the recording is what it is. The testimony is what it
And
is.
I'm asking you, is it inconsistent?
The way you put it, it sounds to be.
And did you know it was inconsistent when you let it go unfixed?
I would never put someone on the stand and suborn perjury.
We know that's the thing
Do
you
I-
have to say you
Have
don't
I
do.
seen many times witnesses be inconsistent? Yes. He,
Of those times, how many times?
If she could finish her answer, Your Honor.
Let's look at the answers.
this witness, it should be clear to all that have heard that recording. He remembers more. He'll say no, and somebody will confront him with something, and he'll go back and say maybe. And I'll give you an example: the drugs. He's a felon. He's not wanting to admit that he sold or traded drugs. He did, and when confronted, he's like, okay, maybe. I mean, this is his lifestyle of drugs and running with people like Zach Adams. I would be shocked if there were not inconsistencies.
Untruths.
You're familiar with the jury instruction that says just because there are inconsistencies, it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's lying.
Of the inconsistencies you've presented in your past, how many times are they a reflection of the TBI officer saying, it helped me and it helped this case, if we can get this little detail tied down? Or was this the first ever?
Well, I didn't hear Mr. Booth say that, if we can just get this little detail tied in. I don't remember another case that I had with TBI where,
Let me pause you so we can make sure I'm not misleading. Let's go to minute 10 of this recording with Mr. Booth and turn the volume up, please.
He's finally said, let's just run it back. And her eyebrows are raised again.
I don't make them.
You know, we should because we didn't do it.
It happened.
It could have happened.
Okay.
It could have happened. I can't say no, damn it. I was smoking weed, I was drinking liquor, I was doing that. I just didn't want to be here.
I got
So I can't work for shit. But when I do tell them, I remember. So
It helps me, it helps this case. If you can.
Pause.
The more pressure I can put on,
All right, clear on that. Agent Booth says it helps me,
I heard him.
it helps this case.
If he could nail this down.
Now, how many times have you had a TBI or law enforcement officer change what would be an inconsistency in their testimony to make it consistent with two witnesses in your career?
I have no idea.
That many.
I didn't say it was a lot or a few. I said,
Take your time. It's important. How many?
I said, I have no idea.
Does it concern you that what you presented to the jury was the result of TBI telling witnesses what would help get a conviction?
You and I listened to that differently.
Tell me how you listen to it.
I listened to it as Brent Booth having just apparently, because I used the words rolled, Autry rolled, I think towards the beginning of this audio. Brent Booth armed with information that filled in a lot of holes, and he is going back and re-interviewing people to see whether or not if They too are armed with additional information. If it jogs their memory or if it doesn't. I know him. I mean, Brent Booth wanted to give it the truth. I worked with him for years. I saw him at work.
Holy moly.
I never saw one.
So you never
time
questioned him?
where Mr. Booth tried to have someone lie or that he covered things up. And Mr. Bates, he came back and immediately turned this audio over. He wasn't trying to get,
So we now have full memory of it.
no,
Well, how do you remember him turning it over?
because I do remember that. And I answered your question the first time. When I don't remember other things, I remember this. I remember him coming back. I remember him going up there, and I think he went on a motorcycle. I don't know why I remember that, but I do. And I know that I heard it, which means it was turned over to me and it was turned over to the defense, because that's what we did with every piece of evidence. We turned it over.
We're here because there's stuff you didn't turn over, lady. Unequivocally did not turn over.
You admit getting this white truck hidden was a central part of the case.
Do you want me to look at this? You're pointing at the whiteboard. Am I supposed to look
I'm
at
pointing at
this?
the whiteboard because it helps me. You can if you want.
Oh.
And you can, I'll orient you to it. The cell towers are in various colors, postcards with the names and cell pings, the Bobo residence in the bottom southwest. Highway 641.
Referring to exhibit 15. Go ahead.
Do you remember the need to corroborate Jason Autry's testimony that the white truck was hidden?
Do I remember the need? That characterization doesn't, isn't in play with
Okay.
what I felt like in trying to build this case.
Then why send Brent Booth up to Indianapolis if it wasn't important?
I didn't send him up there.
Who did?
I don't know. Ask him. I didn't send him up there.
The problem with this now is, like, she's acting like he did it on its own. Don't blame me, rather than just like, it doesn't matter if he went up there. What's the problem with him going up there? You just tried to bolster Brent Booth. He's great. He's only interested in finding the truth. And according to Booth, he was particularly interested in finding the truth for Holly Bobo, whereas he doesn't really think that other victims, he thinks it's rare that victims are actually innocent. But he felt very differently, specifically about Holly Bobo. But in general, she's also bolstering him by saying he's always interested in the truth, even though I would say it only seems like he's interested in the truth when he's endeared to the victim. Secondly, now she's acting like if he did something wrong, I didn't know about it. So it's not misconduct on my part. I didn't condone it. But you just said there should be nothing that we should question that Booth was doing.
I didn't TBI go here, go here. They helped me. They took me places. I think he was going up there anyway.
Did he
is
talk
what he
with you?
said. He said something about his daughter, class. I heard that in the.
Because you watched the hearing
Did he
in August.
talk with you?
You heard that? You heard what she just said? She was watching the hearings in August.
He said something about his
Or May.
daughter, class. I heard that in the.
Heard that in
Did he
the.
talk with you in between the May 18th and May 19th?
I have
This is
no
crazy.
idea.
Do you remember saying, we need to clean this up?
No.
Do you remember saying, or anyone on the prosecution saying, it seems like you might have put words in his mouth?
I do not remember saying that. I don't know whether someone else said it. If I had the discussion with him, it wouldn't surprise me that somebody thought that. I said he led, and that's basically the same thing. He wasn't asking open-ended questions.
As you reflect back on this case, do you acknowledge witnesses were interviewed until they provided what the state was satisfied with as quote unquote the truth. And then there were no other interviews afterwards.
Do I acknowledge they were interviewed by me or by TBI? Are you talking about during the course of the investigation or when I got on it, I was doing trial prep?
Well, let me ask you
It's
this.
very different.
When TBI interviewed, both before and after your case, you went through important witnesses' statements through IRs, correct?
I did my best to read as many IRs as I could.
And you're aware, like Jason Kilzer gave one statement, a year later he gives another when he's incarcerated.
I don't remember today. I would have been aware at the time.
What were the differences?
Victor
when he was
Dinsmore gave multiple
incarcerated?
statements. Correct?
I know I talked to him. It wasn't giving a statement. I was just interviewing. I know that what we played today is one. I believe they had been up to interview him another time. Whatever is in the IRs, then that's how many statements he gave. I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I know there were.
But this is a problem because we just heard testimony from Terry Dicus that he wrote up something that was supposed to become an IR and he has no idea, but his supervisor, which is the procedure, you turn in an IR and then it's put into the system by the supervisor. It never gets turned into an IR. And now we have all the IRs. We looked at all the IRs, but we know at least one time, coincidentally, something that would have opposed your theory of this case did not get published into your case file as an investigative report. Like, we are on the other side of so many trials where we have the defense attorneys asking, where are your reports? Because nobody's trying to put in reports when they're doing investigations. Oh, I don't know. I left it on the 5th floor in the Fulton County District Attorney's building. Yesterday, we hear a TBI agent saying, no, I was trying to document the things I was doing and I wrote this up. This is what I wrote up. I don't know why it never became an IR. I don't know why it never got added to the case file. And she's leaning on the integrity of this case by saying all of the IRs. Doesn't fly. Does not fly.
Then that's how many statements he gave. I'm sorry, I don't remember, but I know there were. That's 3 right there. Well, two official statements, the recorded one and then the earlier one. So yes, that's multiple.
Does it create alarm flags in you on a case largely built on what people say, what people said?
Okay.
That pressure was put by law enforcement, and after pressure was applied, statements became exactly what law enforcement wanted.
That's not my experience here.
In this case, it's not your experience.
No.
This Brent Booth is just a one-off. Or you say it's not even Victor Dinsmore, in your opinion, didn't change his testimony because of any pressure Brent Booth applied.
Yeah, I didn't consider it pressure.
What do you consider?
I considered it him trying to jog his memory. And had I been doing the interview after hearing the proffer, I would not have led.
Kind of we're at a decent stopping point, but I can keep going.
Break.
Let's go into it. You're not done.
I'm not done, no, no.
All right. There's Nichols.
After what?
We'll have to eat lunch alone.
Can I eat with,
Discuss,
can I eat with my daughter?
if you don't talk about the case, you can.
Sure.
Certainly not in your life in this thing's happening.
Right.
We're gonna take a recess, let's take a full hour, well, almost an hour. We'll come back at 1:50, let's say 1:20.
All right.
Sorry, if I'm making a screw face, it's because in my head I'm thinking, you brought your daughter to court, but you didn't bring readers, you didn't bring glasses, you didn't review anything, even though you're watching the prior hearings. You almost slipped up about that. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. Time travel, we're going to skip this break. Guys, it is 2:00 Eastern. I do have it pinned in the chat. Valhalla awaits, and I'm assuming Dolly Talk is probably over there. MLS, Making Law Simple, doing a Lego Law stream fundraising for Valhalla. So we're going to get through this riveting testimony and head over there as well. But since I'm in a time crunch, we've got to keep going today because we've got to do yesterday's hearing tomorrow and then start with day 1 of the trial rewatch on Monday. But I do want you guys to be aware that that has probably started. It was scheduled for 2 p.m. and I'm assuming someone was on time. And we will be redirecting over there when we finish Nichols' very great testimony. But we're going to time travel this break to help us get there sooner. Nice zoom in on the eagle thing. Yeah, Valhalla's great. There may be goats. There may be goats. Goats and Legos.
If you get another one, get me one. I will if I stay up here long enough. I may not need it.
Click, click, click.
Yes. Y'all ready?
Ready?
This away.
Terry, you over there?
Hey, y'all know this mic's not on?
All right.
No. One second, Judge. We're having our mic down. We didn't know until right when we were walking in. I don't know which one we did this one.
Push the battery dead on one.
On this one.
Just flip over.
Is that one? Is that the room for my book?
Oh, you mean-
Why are they panning like this? Why do they do that to this poor lady? Oh my goodness.
While they are doing that, Your Honor,
Aw,
I wanna
thank you,
report
Lock Love
that I did
Beauty. That's super
provide
kind.
reports.
Thanks for hanging out.
Admonitions. The only person I spoke to was my daughter, but there's a woman out here that was very upset to find me.
Do we need to take this up, James?
No, sir, I'm just telling you, she was upset thinking I was with the public. And so I didn't say anything, but
Okay.
the only person I spoke to was the one you told me I could.
Thank you.
What?
You're right, you're still on the. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, you gave the closing argument, the second part of the closing argument in the Zach Adams case.
Yes,
And you agree with me, closing arguments are important to connect the evidence that the prosecution thinks it's proven.
that is certainly the goal.
Okay.
Are we done with the transcript?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is important for you to present to the jury evidence that you think is true.
Of course.
And you would agree it's misconduct to state evidence that's not true, if you know it,
Right.
or if you should know it.
Well, that's two different things.
But if you should know it,
Well, if you know it, yes. If you should know it, I would say it would be subjective.
fair. And would you agree at this point that any inconsistencies, quote unquote, the closing argument is the chance to show what is the state's theory resolving any inconsistent evidence?
No,
So if it says one thing, if you say one thing, you're okay if it's the other?
that's not what I said.
Okay.
I disagreed with your premise. I believe closing argument is the opportunity to go over with the jury what the proof was.
Okay.
And you may discuss jury instructions if they were charged ahead of time, or if you have permission or so you have an understanding of what the judge will charge.
Let me ask you, you don't have to follow this. I'll read it. Page 2732, line 9. You remember the night, the 13th, the 911 call? Do you remember the heavy breathing of Dick Adams, who had to wrestle 2 guns away from his grandson? Do you remember Zachary Adams asking his grandfather as well as his brother for their vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Where was the white truck? Hidden in Victor Dinsmore's garage for a minute and then returned back to the Bells. Do you remember saying that?
I was going to ask you, are you reading, is that what I said?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't remember saying it. I've never reviewed my closing argument. If that's what the court reporter took down, I have no reason to suspect that I didn't say that.
It is a long way to say that you don't want to admit that you said that.
And you would agree that is saying your belief that Victor Dinsmore had the truck in his garage.
No, in fact, we're not allowed to give the, what I think, and I guess this and I that. You're supposed to not, that, what we're supposed to argue is what the proof was,
Right.
as opposed to our own opinions.
Well, the proof was Victor Dinsmore said in the answer that we went over before lunch, Victor Dinsmore said, no, I don't remember it. Then you clarified it. Well, sometime or other, you said that you put the garage in and after the mattress trace after the induction. We just went over that before lunch.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, I'm waiting for the question.
Where did you pull this out of to present to the jury? That what Victor Dinsmore testified or said to Brent Booth in May was somehow wrong. Where'd you get this?
Everything I said was based on what I remembered the proof as being.
Okay. Talk about the gun. That's exactly what you said, page 2734. Let's talk about the gun.
Do you want me to go to try and find that page?
You don't have to. I'll read it for you and
Thank
we
you.
can discuss. What are the
Control the
chances?
witness.
Jason Autry finally started talking. He didn't know where the gun was, hadn't seen the gun since shortly after it was used to kill Holly Bobo, and he went with his cousin Shane, traded it for drugs to Victor Dinsmore. He's done it with it at that point. He's done with it at that point. Victor Dinsmore gives it to his wife to carry. He's sitting there one night talking to somebody, and he gets worried about where the gun has been, what gun is this? I better get rid of the gun. He tells her, get rid of it. She does. He's done with the gun. That's in 2011. They left Tennessee before the end of the year. And when TBI agents go to talk to Victor Dinsmore and his wife, they tell us where the gun is. They dig, they use the backhoe, they bring him down, can't find it. Road's been regraded. It looks different. They go back, they talk to them some more. She's thought about it again. They go back to the spot. She tells them with underwater detectors, and guess what? They find a gun. I don't know why Miss Thompson is upset that it wasn't buried. Nobody said it was sitting on top. You saw the pictures. There and there, what it looked like when they raised it, it was covered in slime and rust and all sorts of crap.
Lime.
And Serving Broswell soaked it, got it off, and guess what? Guess what? It still fires. It still fires. Still loaded. Still fires. Your opinion was that was the murder weapon that was found. Correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the various statements regarding various weapons that were used, possibly used?
No. You asked me earlier about a long gun or something. I don't remember.
I hand you IR 1929 and a copy to the court. Can you identify
its entry?
No.
1929 of the exhibit.
120.
120. Great respect.
familiar with this?
No. Well, I mean, being familiar, I mean, as I sit here today, no. If it's an IR, then perhaps I was at one time.
All right, just read it.
I'm sorry, what?
Please just read it.
Okay.
So we have in January of 2014, it's a .22 rifle that may have been used. You see that? Yes.
I'm finding that statement again. I see where this person reported that that person told her that her husband bought a .22 rifle that may have been used in the Bobo case.
And are you familiar with the Victor Dinsmore, Dennis Benjamin conversation in February of 2014? Victor Dinsmore says the only two guns related to Shane Austin are a .22 rifle and a .22 pistol.
No.
Okay. Do you ever remember listening to that conversation?
Not as I sit here today.
You remember listening to the conversation where Victor Dinsmore was threatened by Dennis Benjamin in March of 2014?
I do not remember.
Okay. If Dennis Benjamin was threatening the death penalty on Victor Dinsmore, would that be important as a prosecutor relying on these witnesses?
Her face.
If a non-prosecutor was threatening someone else with the death penalty,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what your investigator did to one of the witnesses, threatened arrest and prosecution. I didn't, those
What?
people have no ability to make those decisions, so I'm not sure.
What? What?
If a non-prosecutor was threatening someone else with the death penalty,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what your investigator did to one of the witnesses, threatened arrest and prosecution. I didn't, those people have no ability to make those decisions, so I'm not sure. I don't know the context. I don't remember what was said, so I don't remember being particularly struck by it.
You don't remember if Dennis Benjamin, the man who got Dylan Adams' statement that you say I don't believe, told Victor Dinsmore, I've talked to the TBI, the FBI, the Bobo family. If you don't give us the body, you're blank.
I do not remember. But remember, Mr. Bates, we didn't prepare a trial against Dylan Adams.
Yeah, you let him take an Alford plea after you let him plead out. You roped him up on federal charges, him and Mr. Kilzer. That's when suddenly Sheila Kilzer reaches out to Agent Booth and says, hey, 6 or 7 months ago, I heard from my son that he overheard Dylan saying something about him and these 3 other guys did this thing with this Holly Bobo girl. Then suddenly, after trying to interview and get information out of Dylan Adams, suddenly he starts talking in the spring and the gears are in motion for him to have his plea hearing. He accepts a plea and then goes and lives with Dennis Benjamin, retired police officer who's also working as a private investigator for the Bobo family. And you mean to tell me that while he has a probation possible, the risk of a revocation hanging over his head, it's not important to you that the private investigator / retired police officer that he, as a condition of his probation, must live with could have been poking around and telling him, well, don't forget, you could be facing the death penalty for a separate case that we're still trying to investigate. This is disgusting, and this lady is a judge now. So imagine her rulings, her discretion on evidentiary value. And any other decision that she'd be tasked to make, which side she's going to lean to.
Now, you remember you didn't take notes during Mr. Autry's proffer, correct?
Correct.
You remember what firearm Mr. Autry said he remembered seeing on Mr. Austin's holster?
I am guessing. So take this and give it what weight you want to. I think he thought it was a 38. I don't know the most about guns. I think he thought it was a 38, but I don't.
If the witness can be passed Exhibit 61.
I'm sorry, what?
You'll be passed Exhibit 61 and look on page 2. Third of the page.
Thank you. What am I looking for?
What caliber gun?
You said focus on the top third.
Page 2.
It's on page 1. So this says 357.
Okay. Then, do you
Do you want me to
remember
keep-
in May of
Do you want me to
2007?
keep holding this?
You can if you would like.
Well, no.
Okay,
Do
you can-
you want me to hold this?
No, ma'am, sorry.
Okay.
You can get back to court officer.
Stack it up.
Do you remember on May 8, 2017, meeting with Mr. Autry and his attorney to to further the narrative about this gun and its relation to Victor Dinsmore?
I do not. I know that I met with Mr. Autry a handful of times. I'm never going to remember a date or most likely what was discussed.
Which is sometimes why notes are helpful. Would you not agree?
Yeah,
Well,
they're-
certainly why these IRs are helpful.
yeah, those are
Right.
helpful too.
Do you
Maybe
recognize
publish
IR
them.
3142?
I do not recognize it.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
While she's reading, will there be objections to this IR? We'll move it into evidence as Exhibit 121.
I've read it.
Now, would you agree that the activity date was May 8th, 2017, but the report was generated on June 12th, 2017?
That's what it says.
Would you agree that
I didn't prepare it, so.
Of course not.
But that's what it says.
you agree that the 32 revolver was found in between these dates?
I don't remember when it was found. I know that finding the gun was the basis for a trial continuance, and I can't remember the dates of those. I know that the date it was found is certainly recorded somewhere.
Okay. Would you agree with me during May, there's now this effort to go back and forth between Autry and Dinsmore, Autry and Dinsmore?
It was not where I was putting my time.
It's where Brent Booth was putting his time. Yes or no?
I don't know. I cannot tell you what part of his days he was spent on those issues.
Okay.
I'm sure if the if the IRs show what he was doing, and that's what it appears, or that's what's proven, then it is.
We're now going to play Exhibit 63. Ms. Nichols, this is the recording from May 19th, the second day of Brent Booth's trip to Indianapolis to see Mr. Dinsmore. And prior to lunch, you heard the first hearing where Mr. Dinsmore's talking about the gun that he in exchange with Shane, correct?
I heard the recording from the first day.
Okay. And now let's go to the second day, starting at minute 5, second 40.
And he said that he didn't get along over there, but I didn't trust fronting them to him, but I didn't give him any later because he'd never do that. He buy corrected from you? Yeah, he had cash, but I wouldn't let him get him a run because he never paid. He was notorious for that.
You talked about the gun. Do you remember them trading you a revolver or Shane and they trading you a revolver?
Shane, I remember now that Shane traded me a back 38 revolver. All right. That just a regular revolver, but it was only consistent silver, like 357. He came to me and wanted to get some business for it. I can't remember how many I gave him. I think I gave him some one time. The next time I said, I'm not putting him on. Go for this one. But then we started talking. Remember when Jamie Dardell moved in, was a mom and dad room out. She was carrying that, and she pulled out. He saw it. Yeah, where we got it. We said, where it came from. He told me we need to get rid of it. That's when I told her she went to the doctor. Where was it, Kendra? Yeah, I think that she was going to the doctor. I think I told her to go to the river. You know, on the way down through there. She didn't because there's too much traffic. Came back, and that's when she pulled off into all that river.
So I'm interested in keep it and hide it somewhere. And I thought, no, I have not to do that.
She was going to take it out of that boat that had me in my property to look there. But she was going to dig it up and put it in there. I kind of wish she would have. It'd be dead. So
you pulled up on that road.
And she
right there in the water.
And she laid it down. I know what she did. She laid it down. She didn't want to press on the ground. Her thought she laid down the water and she took this brushing stuff over the top of it. So she done.
Why did that mean until you knew you were
They're about to get bottom. We don't know it.
And you never loved it?
How could you consider that? That guarantee may have a lobby on it,
Yeah.
came from Hagerman.
Because they trained that him. And I remember when I told you guys about the other guy was a junky little piece of shit, 32, and I took him myself, I threw that in my cousin's farm. Okay, because I was afraid he'd find his long farm. And I didn't want to keep the bills for it. Once we got off the I traded for them bills. I had to start carrying it because hell, I thought somebody was going to snatch her. All the little stuff was going on. I was going to be protected. And come to find out the son of bitches that was doing it, that did it was hanging out in the house.
Well, I'll never forget. So now we have a 38 revolver with an interchangeable 357. And Mr. Dinsmore admits that he threw a 32 away unrelated to the Bobo case, right?
I was having trouble hearing some. I heard him talk about a 32 and I couldn't hear what he did with it.
Okay, we'll play it again. Which gun did you not hear?
I heard him say something about a 32 at the end of the interview, but I couldn't hear what he said he did with it or what happened to it.
No problem.
I heard him call it a junkie gun.
When we got off them, I traded for them bills. I had her start carrying it. And I remember.
Starting at 7:51.
Still considered 63.
Yes, John.
You get rid of that guarantee, may have a lobby on it, came from Hagerman.
Because they trained that hands on. And I remember when I told guys about the other guy was a junky little piece of shit, 32. And I did like to get myself out of that in my cousin's car. Okay, because I was Brady Locker.
Junkie piece of blank 32. I took it and I threw it in my cousin's pond.
Okay.
You heard that?
But I heard if that's what it says, I'm not disputing it. I'm having it's breaking up. I heard he threw it. This time I caught that. So I want to just trust you, Mr. Bates. That's what it says.
And you know who the cousin was?
No.
Were you not aware of that?
I don't know who the cousin was.
The Bowens?
I don't know who the cousin was.
Fair. Okay. So now I've given you the life cycle of this gun. The 22 rifle, IR 1929, the Dennis Benjamin's 22, to a 357, to a 38 interchangeable barrel with a 357. Why did you refer to it as the murder weapon of a 32 revolver? When Mr. Dinsmore told you I had a junky piece of blank 32 that I threw in the water. It's in a pond. Did it ever dawn on you? I think that's the 32 he's talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not what the proof was.
What was the proof?
That
The Autry statement
excuse me,
was-
did you ask me a question or do you not want me to answer it?
I want you to answer.
Great. The proof was that he traded drugs for the gun. He was nervous about the gun. He gave it to his wife. His wife, I think, was later told there could be a body on it, and she put it over here. And we went and looked for it. And that was the gun that was supposed to have been used.
Does it concern you, prior to pulling the 32 revolver out, that every other statement before this, a murder weapon was something different than the 32 revolver?
No,
It doesn't give you pause.
it did not give me cause.
During the prosecution,
Sir, I said no. My answer is not going to change. No matter how much you yell at me or no matter how much you argue with me, I believe we found the murdered weapon.
and that's the manner in which you prosecuted this case, right?
I don't even understand that question. That's the manner that I prosecuted this case. So I guess I would say yes. I believe that Zach Adams kidnapped, raped, and murdered Holly Bobo. He was prosecuted for it. A jury heard days and days and days of proof, and they found him guilty. Not me.
Your closing argument, page 2,733, line 21.
Am I supposed to find that page?
I'll read it for you. There was some discussions about the measurements of the ammunition. Marco Ross told you the exact measurements of the hole in Holly's skull as compared to the measurements of a .32 caliber. And then, bless his heart, the defense witness that came in with pictures of different calibers, I have no doubt that the way he measured them is the way he reported it, but he didn't know how to measure them. Didn't know that remove the projectile from the casing and then measurement. So the expert who testified about that gunshot wound to Holly's head said it matched my words perfectly, basically .32. And if you look at those measurements and you remember his testimony, it excluded a .38. Excluded it. Do you remember giving that part of your closing argument?
I do not.
All right.
As I said, I don't remember my closing argument. I have never gone back and read it, and nor have I ever gone back and listened to it.
You were the attorney in this case when the post-conviction filing brought this up.
I was.
Did it jog your memory to go back to the transcript and read it?
Are you asking me whether I actually did read it and I'm not willing to admit it?
Oh,
Because
I'm
I told
asking you what I
Mr. Bates, I did not read it.
Okay. But you were on notice this is an issue.
Honestly, I don't remember what notice I had about various issues. There were several that stood out in my mind.
And one of them was that you misstated
No.
the diameter of a .38.
I was never worried about misstating it because you're incorrect.
Okay. Well, what is the diameter of a
I'm not good with
.38?
firearms, I'm
not-
not good with math, but I
380
wasn't
all
wrong.
around.
Mr. Bates, you are wasting your time if you start asking me about various diameters.
No.
Argue with Mr. Bates.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I believe it was right. I don't know, but it's right. I'm right. I'm not wrong, but I don't know. I don't know firearms.
I don't know. I know what the expert said. I know what Marco Ross said
Well,
about
This
the
is
defect
crazy.
in her head,
right.
her
But
skull.
how many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars did the state of Tennessee have at disposal in prosecuting Zach Adams?
I have no idea.
A lot. A lot of money. Yes?
Is that a question that the state had that much money?
Yes, it is.
I mean, I don't know how much money they had to spend on it.
All right. Did anybody say, hey, how about we buy a micrometer and measure what a 380 auto round is, like the one found next to Holly's remains?
I don't know if anybody said that or not.
Did anybody, including you, go to www.google and see what various sites said?
I don't know what
www.google.
Well, then how did you say .38, which is the exact caliber of the bullet found by Miss Holly's remains, was excluded?
Okay. Marco Ross, who was the person who performed the autopsy the second time on Holly's remains. Unlike me, he measured, he knew and testified to the measurements of the defect. And he said, any caliber of gun, this level could have made the defect. Any caliber of gun larger than that could not have.
Are you familiar that a 380 round is not in size .38?
No, I'm not. I said a minute ago, I am not a ballistics expert.
Do you stand by what you said at closing argument?
Yes.
But she said she also didn't know if she said it or not. You think one of them's on google.com right now over here? www.google.
Were you in charge of the reward money getting to various witnesses?
No.
Did you have any part of that?
No.
Do you have any awareness of that?
No.
Were you prepared to prosecute Jason Autry for the death penalty?
Well, You mean instead of Zach? Or like that day, or like how
At
that,
any time when you prepared to prosecute.
we were prepared to go forward.
And prosecute him for death.
We were not, you don't prosecute someone for the death penalty. You prosecute someone for murder in the first degree. The jury has three choices: death penalty, life without parole, and life.
Have to.
And you filed aggravating statements, correct? Aggravating circumstances to justify.
Is that aggravating factors?
Yes, sir.
Just like I don't remember, of course we filed one. I don't remember filing it or what date it's filed on.
Okay.
This is already in the record, but we'll mark it as exhibit 122.
You recognize that filing?
I certainly recognize my signature at the end of the filing. I haven't read the filing. It says June the 3rd, 2015, which makes sense.
If you could just take a moment and read it, please.
While she's doing that, let me correct that. This is not in this record. This is the notice of aggravated circumstances in State versus Jason Autry's case. So it's exhibit 122 this time.
You read it?
I have.
What evidence did you have to justify these of Jason Autry?
And I'm objecting the relevance of the aggravated circumstances notice filed against a co-defendant.
All right, the objection is relevant, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this is relevant and ineffective assistance to counsel to have brought out to show Mr. Autry's bias, as well as whether the state on the Brady violations part of the petition and other parts of the evidence.
I think it fits under the IAC claim, so I'll let you present this.
So what was your question?
What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry?
Okay.
For
So
instance-
number two, Mr. Autry had one or more felonies. And I don't have it with me. I assume you have his record. We have his record. Number five, the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death.
Let's stop there. What evidence did you have that Mr. Autry committed this crime?
You're familiar with, the premise that if you, criminal responsibility, you know that, correct?
You?
Answer the question.
Well,
I am.
criminal responsibility for one thing. So if he didn't do it himself, we had,
Take out criminal responsibility.
I know, because you asked me what I had. That's what I had. I'm not going to take it out.
So what evidence did you have that Mr. Autry was criminally responsible for somebody else's actions?
Because they were together. Everybody said they were together. Their names were mentioned immediately. Their names were mentioned with all due respect to TBI. Because I have a great deal of respect for the officers who, in the end, worked this case. But they went in a direction and ignored what was right in front of their face. And if you go back and you had, you're asking me about Autry. The person I tried was Zach Adams. We had Zach Adams confessing in detail to several people, making short confessions to half a dozen others. We had a lot of proof.
Jason Autry. You had statements that later.
And I began this with they were together. Okay. Whoever ended up doing one thing or the other, they were criminally responsible for each other's actions. That's what the law says. That's not Jennifer Nichols.
They didn't start, and GV's got it. They didn't start holding this as leverage until after the Kilzer and Dylan Adams co-charging on that federal gun charge, and months passing with that. And Dylan Adams finally starting to tell some details.
So fair to say you had no evidence, in your opinion, when you filed this, that Jason Autry is the one.
I'm going to object. That's not what she's saying.
I'll let him ask the question. She can clarify this.
You have no evidence when you filed this in June 3rd, 2015, that Jason Autry was the one who raped Ms. Bobo, who murdered Ms. Bobo.
No, I'm not ever going to agree with that.
Okay, then tell me what evidence
Okay.
it was.
You know what? We have a fundamental problem because there are 250,000 pages. I can assure you that when you asked me earlier about the process we followed, we had to present to the DA what we had for every single aggravator that we were using. We just did. You didn't just go in there and check one. Okay. I don't remember the dates that we found out everything, but excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. But we knew Holly had been kidnapped, hit right outside her back door. Her blood was spattered. We knew they got her out of there. We knew that they traveled up and down. We knew where they went. She was killed. Her remains have been found. She has unfortunately, a bullet to the back of her head. Even though we didn't believe everything that Dylan said, we had Dylan admitting that they raped her. We did believe that. We thought he minimized his responsibility, that nobody can make you rape somebody. But I mean, we had a lot of proof. I will say this, Autry's case was probably the weakest of the three because he didn't talk. You know, at the time, he wasn't telling people different things.
So you did believe Dylan's video until you didn't?
Not what it said.
You said Dylan's statement said this, but we didn't believe it.
Right.
So
you didn't ask me what parts.
So you think part of Dylan's statement was true?
Yes.
Well, earlier this morning, you didn't say part of, you said I didn't believe it.
No, you didn't ask me to clarify. Nope.
I asked you the video. Did you watch the video? Yes. And I didn't believe it. Do you acknowledge that was your testimony this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't say there were some things I didn't believe. You said I didn't believe the entire, you didn't believe the video.
I'm not going to play semantics. I said what I said.
You think I'm playing semantics?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you remember?
Do you want me to put this one down now?
We can mark it. It's yes. It's.
I mean, I don't mark, but I know somebody else did.
42.
Does Amy cross her?
One for the witness, one for the court.
God, is this all direct for the rest of the day?
You recognize this document?
No.
Okay. You can review it.
Also, you can review, this should be in this record. This is a station off the front of Zachary Adams, motion number 42. The documents in the
Does this appear to you to be a motion that, a responsive pleading that state filed in this case?
It appears to be a motion that Steve Ragland, who's one of his main functions was to respond to motions.
And paragraph 5 states,
And that is his signature.
paragraph 5, the state is now unaware of any evidence which tends to exculpate Zachary Adams of the crimes charged against him. That was the state's position as of
November 8th, 2016.
Is that correct?
And that's what's wrong.
Well, that's your memory as well. That in November 2016, the state was unaware of any evidence which exculpated Zachary Adams.
I don't know of any today.
Okay.
Still.
At some point, do you remember any discussions about Dylan Adams testifying in the state of Tennessee?
Discussions with whom?
We'll start with Mr. Maddox or Mr. Bruno.
Yes.
When Were they ongoing?
No. They stopped.
When did they stop?
I don't remember the date.
Was it before or after Mr. Autry provided his proffer?
Before.
How soon after that?
I don't remember. It probably was a good while because and the discussions did not go very far.
With Dylan's attorneys?
Correct?
Then you had discussions with Mr. Autry's attorney.
I did not have discussions with them. We put it out to all that we would talk to any of the three of them that were interested. Two were interested, two defendants. Mr. Zach Adams' attorney was never interested. Again, it's difficult to guess, but if, and you're not supposed to guess, Dylan Adams was not ever going to come off of the statement that he gave. It did not appear that way to us. It did not comport with the proof that we had. So to try him first and to put on a statement or to that you didn't believe and that you were trying to, I guess, fill in other holes didn't appear to be the smart thing to do. I've already said Autry's was the weakest of the three. So we prepared for trial for Zach Adams. And once we made the decision, that's who we were going to try first. And Dylan Adams was not offering anything that we found to be reasonable. We got ready for trial. We were going to trial without Autry.
When do you remember discussions with Mr. Autry's attorneys regarding?
I didn't have a discussion. We put it out there that we would listen to anything. I'll tell you this. I remember not the day, but I got a phone call from Michael Schull. I was walking around the lake at Shelby Farms. I remember who I was with, and the phone rang. It was Mr. Schull. I answered the phone, and he said what he said. You want me to repeat it?
You can.
Okay. It's hearsay, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. You want me to say what he said?
Sure.
Okay. And he told me, and he called me before anybody else knew, that Autry wanted to talk.
All right.
And he was interested in a proffer.
And when was this?
I just said I don't remember.
Was it?
It was close in time to the proffer. I'm not ever going to be able to give you a date.
How close in time? 2 weeks, 3 months?
No. Don't know. Certainly wasn't months.
Okay.
We had a trial coming up. I
Okay.
said close in time. It would have taken a few days to arrange that and get ready and get everybody in the same room.
No.
And do you
Things
remember
take
Mr.
time.
Autry's motion to continue that he filed and was set for hearing?
No.
Okay.
There are markings on here. Are you wanting me to pay attention to the particular markings or the brackets?
No, Your Honor, no. And Your Honor, I apologize. This was a copy I probably had and make copies of markings. I can white it out and submit.
It's not bothering me. I just didn't know if you were directing my attention to this. So it's a long motion. Are you wanting me to read the whole motion?
Well, if you could just review it quickly to see if you have any memory of Mr. Schull's motion to continue.
It is a 11 or 12 page motion. I won't be able to review it quickly. I told you I don't remember this being filed. I know that there were requests for extensions. So it looks like Mr. Schull filed this on August the 12th of 2016. Although it's not stamp filed on the front, I'm assuming it was filed. But the copy you passed doesn't have the clerk's stamp on it.
You're familiar with Mr. Schull.
Yes,
He's a,
very.
you consider him a friend.
I've never socialized with him, never gone to dinner with him, never been to his house. He's never been to mine.
Did he ever have to like walk out of, some type of Department of Corrections facility and come stay at your house as part of a probation condition? Maybe.
Would you consider him a friend?
That's a stretch. I consider him to be somebody I respect as an attorney. He was known for being a very good attorney. He's beat me before. I beat him before. He was known to be ethical. Judges frequently ask him to accept difficult cases in both federal and state court.
So when he writes on page 3, lead counsel has to travel 200 miles one way to visit the client. Sometimes contact visits are not allowed, which makes the visit worthless.
Hang on, I'm getting to page 3. Okay.
Further, because of availability, all experts are at least 200 miles from the client. When a contact visit is made available, counsel is forced to sit in a room with the client, which is approximately 4 feet by 4 feet. An officer sits outside the door. There's no table, no place to write or spread out documents. Further, because of the nature of the facility, counsel is not permitted to take a computer. Therefore, he's unable to review many pieces of evidence with the client.
If she read, she could have prepared herself for where he was going to go with this. But she didn't read. And now I think she's realizing, oh, I just said what a great attorney he is and how credible he is and how he's so ethical. Trapped her because Doug's like, yeah, he is really great. So if he's going to say that these conditions that he's under to help represent his client, when you're leveraging the death penalty over his head, that's pretty significant. His word should carry weight here. All because she didn't want to take a second to read. She was playing coy.
Counsel gives the client discovery. It is often seized by the authorities, much of which is not returned. You have no reason to doubt the truthfulness of that statement, correct?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
But you trust what Mr. Schull puts in pleadings?
Of course.
All right.
I mean, as an officer of the court, he wouldn't lie to the judge.
So, what do you remember Mr. Schull telling you, hey, I don't have a copy of the cell phone records in November of 2016? And you sending those cell records via Joe Walker to Memphis to give Mr. Schull another copy?
That's not quite how I remember.
Okay, well, how do you remember?
Well,
All right, so for context, this means that they don't have a key piece of discovery in 2016. If we can draw an inference here that if Jason Autry and his defense team, Schull, were not provided a key part of the discovery, the same thing that we have Marshall John Walker telling us, I even sent TBI an email to say, look, did you guys do anything with this data, this report that I put together? Because I don't want the trial to come up and you guys have a Brady issue and someone has to ask me why we never received this when I turned it over to you guys. 2016, they're still holding the death penalty over his head. And we have correspondence documenting from Schull, attorney for Autry, that they don't have this critical piece of evidence, a critical piece of evidence that is an integral part of this petition for Zachary Adams' new trial. In addition to that, an extra layer is by this point in time, Shane Austin has already killed himself. Because again, he was given an immunity. He was promised immunity if they gave him information to help find Holly's effects, Holly's remains. He gives a whole detailed spiel. I helped him carry the body. I helped him put the body apart so we could dispose of the body. All these details. You're going to go here and you're going to find it. They go, they don't find it in that location. They rescind the immunity offer. And after that, in February 2015, he kills himself because they put the death penalty over his head again. And he had no idea when he took his life that there was this piece of evidence that seems to be make a pretty compelling case that these 4 men were not in the locations. And maybe that doesn't fully exonerate them, but it dismantles the theory of where these men were located and how the state put their story together about the timeline of the events on April 13th, 2011. So this piece of I think this is the first time we're hearing about this piece of correspondence. That's a big piece of information, and it's critical that they have some documentation on the record for a trustworthy attorney saying, hey, you still didn't turn this stuff over to me. I wouldn't be surprised if this correspondence is how Doug Bates and Zachary Adams' current team realize that this is where they should go back and look and find Marshall John Walker's work.
I think the phone records were there and he may have had trouble opening them, or he couldn't do something with them that he was wanting to do.
No, that was the ATM video.
I do remember there being phone records delivered. I couldn't tell you when. I certainly didn't remember that it was, or who delivered them. And you said what date?
2016.
November 2016. A couple of weeks before the proffer, a month and a half.
That was after Mr. Hagerman had gotten on the case. And we pretty quickly had divvied up work. I was not going to be the phone person. So I would defer to Mr. Hagerman. I mean, that was his area. There was too much for one person to do.
No reason then why the TBI said it was authorized by you.
Everything in the case would have been authorized by me.
Any reason to doubt Mr. Schull's statement in August of 2016? It is imperative that he be granted a continuance of the upcoming trial date so as to receive adequate, competent, and effective representation, and for such further relief as the court deems necessary.
Is that in this motion?
Page 12.
Okay, so your question about that is what?
Any reason to question Mr. Schull's truthfulness in presenting that to the court? It says, hey, by April 3rd, 2017, I can't be prepared on this case.
Mr. Bates, just like in this post-conviction where people have asked for resets, it is very common for defense lawyers
And you've asked for
and
continuances.
prosecutors
Yes.
to seek to push a case back. I'm not sure anybody ever feels like they have enough time.
She knows that this is important because between that time, they asked for this continuance. Trial's on the calendar for Autry. They asked for a continuance. They're holding the death penalty over his head. They want him to give up some information. Or they're working through Schull. November 2016, trial's on the calendar. Suddenly, a few months later, they're willing to offer him to plea for 8 years rather than taking the risk of going to trial. How are we about to go to trial? Attorney asked for this critical cell phone information, the cell phone data, and then suddenly Mr. Too Dangerous to Transport that we want to, put in front of a jury to say, hey, do you think this guy deserves a death penalty? Filed all these aggravating factors. Let me just give him 8 years in a plea. After we're forced to turn over a certain piece of information. And she does not want to concede that that is what made the difference between November 2016 and the pending trial date and the decision to offer a negotiated plea for just 8 years.
It looks like he'd been on this a year. Whereas for the Karen and Clint and Dana Bobo, this case had been pending for years. It's the center, but for somebody like Mr. Schull, a year is not that long for him to get up to speed.
Any reason to doubt it? First paragraph, the necessary investigation, motion filing, discovery, and defense scientific testing analysis cannot be accomplished without additional time. Counsel cannot provide competent and effective representation by April 3rd, 2017.
But you are repeatedly asking me if I believe Mr. Schull. Ask Mr. Schull if he was telling the truth. This motion, he wasn't asking me for a reset. I would have said no. We wanted to try the case.
Okay.
The TBI team at the time of trial, I think I'm correct. The main players were Brent Booth, Joe Walker, Kathy Ferguson.
Well, there were a lot more that considered themselves to be and were main players.
Okay.
and I can't name them all for
Well,
you.
fair enough.
But it's people who invested a lot of time. But in terms of the day-to-day contact that I had, those would have been the three people that I spoke to the most.
Y'all had a good working relationship. Yes,
Yes,
they had worked on the case from virtually the beginning.
I don't know when. I believe Brent Booth made the scene within a couple of hours. I don't know when Special Agent Wheeler got on the case. And it's my recollection that Kathy Ferguson got on, if not on the first day, soon.
Did you trust their analysis and their work product?
I don't really remember them analyzing things for me. I relied on their work product. So yes.
You think they're intelligent people?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
They were honest to you?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes. As far as I know.
Okay. Jason Autry testified on page 1265.
Are you done with this motion?
Yes, Your Honor, if I move
You
it.
want to move it in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objections from the state?
No, we don't know if it's been filed, but I guess the record will speak for itself.
No, this is actually in Mr. Autry's case. So we'll
Right,
go
right.
forward.
There's no set file, and I can't tell what it probably was filed. I just can't get.
It's marked as Exhibit 5 to some other pleading. We'll make sure that that is already on the face of this document. It's going to be Exhibit 123 for this hearing. And it is a motion to continue the trial set on April the 3rd, 2017, in State of Tennessee versus Jason William Autry. Go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Hey. I'll start at 1264.
Read slow if you're going to read to me.
I'll read it.
Okay.
And Mr. Autry's on the stand.
Okay.
Line 15, page 1264. You made a statement, looks like we got away with this shit. Answer, that's correct.
May I ask you, is this my questions or is it Ms. Thompson's questions? Just so I can,
Your questions.
okay.
And it, yes. You asked, what did he say? The court, I believe this was the end of the offer of proof. The court said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you the other day, this is not being offered for the truth, what he said. It's offered as follow-up response. So you shall not consider what he said for the truth of it, okay? All right. Page 32, 1265. What did Zach, or how did Zach respond? Answer, he said the real reason that we were there was to show Clint how to manufacture meth. He said we got there early. She came outside screaming and raising hell, and we took her. Did you believe Jason Autry was testifying truthfully?
About what part?
That Zach was there to make meth with Clint?
No,
Why did you present it to the jury?
because it was part of what was said. And had I not let it all go out there, as that's what it said, you'd be asking me, did you parse the statement to hide something from the jury? The jury could decide. You asked me if I thought that Clint Bobo would have taken and cooked meth at Karen Bobo and Dana Bobo's house. The answer was no. I did not think Clint was going to cook meth in his backyard at the Bobo's house.
But you submitted it to the jury.
It wasn't my statement, Mr. Bates. Yes.
11 days ago, who's the first person you phoned on 11 days ago?
Don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
How many people did you call 11
Don't
days
know.
ago? How many people did you text 11 days ago?
Don't know.
Can you start from when you woke up to when you went to sleep and remember exactly where you were every part of every minute of every day on 11 days ago?
No.
It was the last time you went to an ATM machine.
I went last week.
You know the date?
I can figure it out by looking at my bank records.
Could you have
You're
figured that out if
aware-
you looked at someone else's records?
At 8:52, Zach and Jason had a phone call, correct?
Without looking at the records, I would not be able to tell you the times. What I remember is that they were,
I'd rather listen to that than this.
Zach Adams was calling a lot of people, including them, Jane.
Do you have an answer to the question of where on April 13, 2011, Holly's cell phone was separated from her body?
Of course not. I have a theory.
What's your theory?
My theory is it was separated from her body before they headed to the river.
You told the
My
jury.
that's based on where the phone was found and where the SIM card was found, and the fact that they stopped, they being the gurus that track phones, quit picking up anything.
Okay. The state really didn't dispute the analysis of Mr. Reeves, correct?
Who's Mr. Reeves?
The defense expert at trial for the cell phones.
Wasn't my witness. What I remember about that is that Mr. Reeves did not dispute Mike Frizzell in the TBI. So I kind of look at it reverse of that. In fact, Mr. Reeves agreed with TBI's findings. I would say he was, he may have, I don't even want to use the word tweak because that makes it sound like he changed. And he didn't, but he did not agree with the main points that Mr. Hagerman was trying to make with the phone records.
And if the witness can be passed Exhibit 25.
All right, technical analysis and report, Jonathan D. Reeves.
If you can go to what's the 7th page.
We see numbers now, or are we just counting?
That's a lot of red and blue writing. Is that what you're looking at? I don't see them numbered. I just want to make
I
sure.
don't think.
Is it this page?
I'm going to approach you on it.
You may, let's clarify which page you're looking at.
I tried to count.
Have Zachary come count for you. The 1, 2, 3, 4.
So it starts. Keep coming. More.
Further, like
Well, say what? You send them to me. I'll get to them.
it's not the 7th.
I'll hand you this page, and if I do the one before, it'll be just the page before.
Mr. Bates, while you're there, it appears that they're not in the same order as what we have, so let's either hand her an initial this page, this is what she's testifying about.
Oh, they are.
Clarify,
And sir, you just want me to initial it?
just top right corner, initial please, that you're testifying about this page.
It begins call records and locates for 731-549-7352 and 731-733-70191.
0191.
0191.
From 8:19 to 9:58.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
And do you see at 8:53, there are 2 phone calls, Zach Adams, and one is from 731-733-2073. And another one is a 901 number.
I see Zach Adams on the left, 853, voice from, and two different numbers. Or that's, yeah, those. I don't know whose numbers they are.
Okay.
I see this, but you said, I think it's saying Zach Adams' name being on the left means it's from him, but I do not
Right.
remember the report. I see the two calls you're talking about.
Okay. And the next page you put a V on is Jason Autry's phone records.
So you went to the next page that says call records and locates for 731-733-0191. That page?
The one previous with
All right.
549-7356.
Right, I'm looking at a page that says call records and locates for 731-549-7352 and 731-733-2073 from 8:17 a.m. to 9:42 a.m. Is that the right page?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll initial that one.
And you see at 8:53, Jason Autry voice from 733-0191.
J. Autry 853 a.m. voice from 1731173309191.
Correct.
I see that.
All right. Oh, you agree that shows the 8:52, 8:53 phone call between these two people?
Well, I didn't go back and compare.
Okay, you can if you
Yeah,
want.
no, it's okay. I mean, the record is what it is.
Now, hey,
Do you want me to, am I going to look at something else on here?
you can put it back in the binder, or keep it just in case.
Okay.
That's okay. And you agree that Zach Adams is at 31523 and 31522, these two cell towers?
I cannot agree with you because I don't know.
Okay. You agree the proof showed they were pinging off these two towers?
Yeah, use her wording.
I'm looking at Jason Autry. You said the 853 is the last number where it says cell 31522. Is that a cell tower?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I read that's what it is. I didn't know that's a cell tower. I don't remember that. But I see that.
Is she saying that when she looked at this report, she thought those numeric designations were some other indication of like maybe some botched looking, not 7-digit phone number, or like just a line item identification number? She was looking at this, if she looked at it at all, because this is, I don't know if this is all part of the cell data that people were urging them to take a look at and turn over in discovery. But she's saying if she did look through it in preparing this case, she didn't even understand that those numbers were the corresponding cell towers. That's not
Is
good.
the last number where it says cell 31522, is that a cell tower?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I read that's what it is. I didn't know that's a cell tower. I don't remember that,
Lady,
but I see that.
now.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
Do you remember the transcript that Autry talks with Zach and then comes to Shane's house? And that's where
Preparing
he
to say no.
sees everyone.
Do I remember the transcript?
If you aren't watching, this is a good time to look at the screen. As soon as the question starts with "Do you remember?" it's like she's already framing her face to prepare to, of course I don't remember that, before she's even aware of what they're going to ask if she remembers.
Do you remember the transcript that Autry talks with Zach and then comes to Shane's house? And that's where he sees everyone.
Do I remember the transcript that says that?
Remember the trial?
Are you talking about when he went to Shane's house and the burn barrel was there and Shane was wearing a gun and Holly was wrapped up in a blanket and
That was
the
his
truck?
that was his
I
testimony.
remember that.
All right. Page 1200. in this, did it strike you when Mr. Autry was telling with pretty good detail the times he made a phone call 6 hours, 6 years beforehand? How odd that was?
No. Sort of like I remember some things 8 years ago like that, not having read the transcript or reviewed any of the testimony, but I remember bits and pieces. And I remember phone calls in my life that were really important from a long time ago.
Question, line 9, page 1200. Did you have any idea what time in the morning this was? It was after 8. Okay, probably 8:40, 8:50.
Can you tell me who's asking questions and who's answering?
You're asking Jason Autry
Okay,
questions.
okay.
Somewhere in that time frame. Question, earlier you said you wanted to kill time until you could make a phone call. Answer, that's correct. How late were you wanting to wait before you started calling? I made the first call at the river. You can't get a signal. It's pretty tough to get a signal there. It's real low. When I come out of the river, I made the first phone call at approximately 8 to Steps Palmer, 2 and Dot. So from 8 until you actually made contact, sometime within the hour, you had called both of them more than once, correct? Hadn't got a response, and then he finally called you back. That's correct. So what you did after he told you, when I get to the, I'm busy, when I get to the location, we'll contact you. I went that general way. I knew that I headed in that direction. Question, okay, I'm sorry. Nobody here but you knows in what direction you're talking about. I went in that direction. Well, I left Benton County, headed towards Decatur County down Birdsong Road. And why the Birdsong Road area? It was easiest access from where I was to get there. Plus, it would be a delay. I mean, it was just the easiest access to get there from where I was, other than going down the main road. Did you talk to him again? I did. Who? Mr. Adams. He called you, or did you call him? I believe he called me. What did he say? He said, we're at Cousins. What did that mean? That means that we're at 30 Yellow Springs Road, Shane Austin's house. Your cousin, he called him Cuz too. Was that your cousin? Correct. So did you get there? I did. How far away were you? How long did it take you to get there? Probably 20 to 30 minutes. Do you remember Mr. Autry testifying to that?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Autry saying when he got there, Dylan had his shirt off
When he got where?
to Shane Austin's house?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Autry saying when he left, Dylan was still there?
Yes.
All right. So if it's at 8:52, you add 20 to 30 minutes. That would be, the earliest would be 9:12. The latest,
8:52 plus what?
20 to 30 minutes. 8:52 is the phone call. 20 minutes to get there,
20 minutes to get where?
to Shane Austin's house.
Okay. I mean, I'm going with you, but I'm not doing the math.
Okay.
So
You know where the math is going to lead.
I'm sure I did.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, get her to say okay to this part. Because what are we going to hear about this 45-minute? I get that's where we're going. I assume that's where we're going. How are we going to fit 45 minutes from from Dylan's statements to you? Where are we going to fit that 45 minutes from that part that you thought was so true and lets you introduce an entirely new element to charge in this indictment? Where are we going to fit that in the math?
Then if it's at 9:12 to 9:22 and everybody's at Shane's house, can you explain why Holly Bobo's cell phone was still traveling south to its final ping at 9:25 by Goose Creek?
No.
You just can't explain it.
No. You have to give those times that they gave and explanations and how long you have to.
What? It's
Credit.
your job.
Memories and about what time different things were happening. I don't.
You have no answer for why you told the jury Dylan was dispatched to get rid of a cell phone if it's inconsistent with Jason Autry's testimony. You have no answer right now. Correct?
I always got an answer.
What is it?
Wow.
What's the question?
How did you tell the jury Dylan was driving to get rid of Holly's cell phone if the proof shows Dylan's at Shane Austin's house?
Because I don't believe what you just said. And I'm sure that's not what my theory was.
I just read to you what your witness.
You read to me a lot of things. And I got to tell you, after about 2 lines, you lost me.
Because you don't know your case.
You read and read and read.
Look at
Jason
it.
Autry says it took 20 to 30 minutes to get where he was from the last phone call to Zach.
Okay. Now, is this the Jason Autry that you believe or you don't believe?
You tell me.
No.
You put him onto the jury.
Yeah.
How many? Did you believe Jason Autry told you the truth? Told the truth?
But I didn't ever think that Jason Autry was Big Ben and that his times were something that should be recorded in history.
We're talking about the phone
Any more
data.
than when you went through your colloquy with me asking if I remembered times 11 days ago.
The issue is the phone
It doesn't
data.
show you're a liar if you don't remember something 11 days ago, does it? Doesn't show you're falsifying an alibi, does it?
Well, I'm not sure how I could lie when I didn't remember it. If I'd made up something and answered it, maybe I'd be lying, but I didn't. I don't understand the analysis or the analogy between that and what I said versus Jason Autry and what he said.
Who in TBI told you they believe Jason Autry raped Holly Bobo?
Who at TBI?
Yes.
The first time I heard it was from Dylan.
After the proffer. Who told you that Jason Autry's proffer was not true?
What?
After the proffer, who employed currently at the time by TBI told you they did not believe Jason Autry's proffer and that he also raped Holly Bobo?
I do not remember that. I can tell you, if you put all the players around a table today, the people who tried the case, the people who investigated the case, there would be differences in their theories, which is why we endeavored to put it all out there for the jury.
Is that why you filed a motion for protective order to prevent coming from in evidence the opinions of TBI officers?
Opinions of TBI officers would be irrelevant. I know you know what opinion testimony is admissible and what opinion testimony is not. I do not remember filing a protective order. Maybe I did it if I got wind, but that was something that the defense sought to introduce. But I know you know the rules of evidence.
Don't give me too much credit, Ms. Nichols.
Well, I mean, assuming you know the rule about what's admissible with opinion testimony.
Is this a motion you filed?
I got two. Are they the same? Is it two copies of the?
Hopefully we're the same.
This looks like a motion filed on June the 3rd, 2015, and served on Mr. Herbison, who I think we have established represented Mr. Autry.
And is that your signature at the end on page 5?
It is, and Mr. Lapone's.
And you asked that would prevent discovery, including testimony regarding reports, memoranda, or other internal state documents made by the district attorney general or other state agents or law enforcement officers in connection with investigating or prosecuting this case.
Mm-hmm.
The state also requests this court prohibit any discovery regarding confidential materials, mental impressions, or work product of state officials who are involved or have been involved with the investigation or prosecution of this defendant. Did you signed and filed this?
I already said that.
Okay. You want to move to mark this in next section?
Yes.
Mark it as exhibit.
Hey, I got two of them, so I'll give you two.
Now, 124. This is a state motion for protection. This is also in the Jason Autry case.
Any reason why you didn't file it also in the Zach Adams case?
Maybe I didn't think it was necessary.
I mean,
Given the attorneys,
Okay.
I don't remember what led me to believe that, but I would say it probably speaks well of Mr. Adams' attorney if I didn't file it.
after Mr.
So we have Ferguson, which is a different name from Schull. So was there an issue you didn't trust Ferguson and I think Lapel might have been a district attorney that was also on the signatory line. But is she saying she didn't trust Ferguson, Jason Autry's first attorney that was representing him during this 2015 time period?
Mr. Autry's plea, did a TBI officer come to you and say, I do not believe Jason Autry's proffer?
After,
After the proffer in January.
and you said after the plea, and I was
I'm
like,
sorry.
I was gone.
Yes.
And I've already answered that question. I said, I do not remember that happening.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I would think so.
Why would you have remembered that?
Why do you remember anything?
You agree that reconstructing April 13th, 2011 is important to determine if a crime took place?
No, because the crime took place. You don't need to reconstruct April the 13th, 2011 to determine if a crime took place. Absolutely not.
Did you do that to the jury in closing argument?
Do what?
Reconstruct April 13th?
I may have, I don't remember.
Okay.
But that wasn't your question. You asked me whether I thought it was.
As your role of lead prosecutor against Zach Adams,
Okay.
do you think it's important to reconstruct what happened, how it happened, and where cell phone information puts various people that day?
To accomplish what?
To determine what happened to Holly.
Okay, that's a different question than you asked a minute ago. So if we start with a crime was committed against Holly,
Yes.
if we're able to agree there, then of course it's important to try and recreate what happened to Holly.
Do you acknowledge the proof or the evidence and discovery put the defendants in different cell towers between 8:26 and 8:56 a.m. April 13th, 2011?
I cannot agree with you because I do not remember.
Okay. Do you agree that that Zach, Shane, and Dylan were in Parsons that morning on April 13th, 2011?
Together? Are you asking,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
put three people in one question. I remember the evidence. Are you talking about that morning, anytime that morning?
Anytime that morning.
Okay. And what's morning? What's the cutoff?
You remember at 11:16 a.m., Zach's cell phone was pinging on tower 12572, the south tower of Parsons.
I do not remember that his phone was pinging on a particular tower. I remember that his phone showed him to be in Parsons.
Same with Shane from 11:15 to 11:52.
I don't remember the times. I remember, or the cell tower, but I remember that sometime around that time that their phone showed they were in Parsons.
Okay. And you didn't dispute their phones were with them that morning.
I don't believe I did. But remember, Mr. Bates, I wasn't the phone person.
Right.
I didn't put on phone evidence.
Now, let's comment on that a little bit.
Okay.
When you're the lawyer, you have to have experts. You rely on the experts to form the evidence to present to the trier of fact, right?
When what? When you're the lawyer?
Right.
Of course.
Okay. Now, when do you understand the idea of starting when these three are in Parsons and working back makes Autry's alleged route very relevant?
I don't know what you're using your hands again and I can't see. I found all of their phones and where they moved to be relevant. Not just Autry's, not just Zach Adams, not just Dylan Adams, not just Shane Austin. I found all of their phone evidence to be, or their phone locations to be important.
So if Zach is at tower 31523 at 1049, having come back from the river with Mr. Autry, and he's in Parsons at 11:15 a.m. through afternoon, when was this white truck put at Mr. Dinsmore's garage?
I don't know.
You presented it to the jury.
I may have, and I'm telling you, I sit here today, I don't know. I don't know how many more times I can say, I don't remember. I didn't present phone proof. And Mr. Bates, I wouldn't lie to a jury.
You agree that
I don't know if I trust his body language here.
And Mr. Bates, I wouldn't lie to a jury.
You agree that the clockwise travel of Holly and her phone showed no personal effects, no notes, no lunch boxes, no student records, no nothing. Up until where her cell phone was stagnant for 30 minutes. You would agree with that?
Do not remember. So I cannot agree.
Would you agree that the property seemed consistent with a clockwise direction of travel from 9:03, 9:10, 9:25 is consistent of evidence being thrown out along that route?
I mean, I've said it 10 times. I do not remember. This is why I ask you, if there is something I can do to prepare that you want me to review, tell me.
It's my fault.
I would have reviewed it.
Now, you've read the petition. As a lawyer, you read this petition. Yes?
Have you filed an amended one since I left?
The ones when you were still the attorney.
I did read the ones when you were still an attorney. I don't know if that's what we're going on because you haven't asked me anything about Jennifer Thompson. I thought we were here about her representation.
Now, at what point did you realize there was an ATM device held in Alabama that you felt necessary to go and obtain?
Okay. To what point?
Yes, ma'am.
I was still the attorney on the post-conviction when I got a call from TBI that your investigator, Ms. Spirko, had served a subpoena to some bank personnel seeking this device. I don't remember when, but I remember being advised that the bank personnel had, finding her to be sketchy, called TBI and said, what do we do?
Did I discuss with you prior to issuing the subpoena whether you had any objection to issuing the subpoena for a DVD from that very bank?
I don't remember. If you say we did, we did.
Okay.
It was different. Her subpoena wanted the device, not, and so that's two different things. I remember discussing with you the like potential footage versus a machine.
A DVD was the first thing. You remember that?
I don't know if we discussed a DVD in particular. I remember you wanting to get like the camera footage. That's what I remember. I don't remember a DVD.
And you would agree, well, first of all, at that time, well, now let's hit a pause. It's May 2024.
Well, I hadn't confirmed that. I don't remember the date
Okay.
or the time.
Thank you, Tay Logan. Welcome aboard.
Do you recognize the first one is May 7th, 2024?
I'm sorry. Could I recognize? I've never seen this as far as I know, but so what do you want me to look at? It says Decatur County CB&S Bank Director, Security Mike Mayfield, ASAP. That one?
It's the one DVD labeled 4/13/2011.
I don't see anything about DVD.
It might be the second page, ma'am.
I don't have a second page, sir.
That would explain.
Yeah.
Okay, calm down.
She has a different page than was handed to me, so maybe there weren't two copies.
I
Maybe
see.
both of these were supposed to go to the witness. Let's do that. You keep what you got right now.
Okay.
So the witness has two documents.
And I'll get the court hopefully out of that. First one labeled May 7th, second one labeled May 13th.
When did they start trying to subpoena her? Dr. Spirko.
Is it your opinion you've never seen these?
I do not recall ever being shown.
Okay. Do you,
What was I aware that a subpoena had been issued, yes. But I've never, as far as I know, ever seen this document. There'd be no reason for me to see this.
And this was a subpoena. The first subpoena was from Mr. Adams in the court file. The clerk issued to Mr. Mayfield for the DVD that you received a copy of, and prior to agreed, you had no objection to.
I'm sorry, that's old. I didn't understand anything you said.
I understand. You don't understand
You
what
got a
took
copy.
place between us last May regarding evidence.
You and I?
Yes.
Okay, what's this? I thought you were asking me about the subpoena.
Right. You remember when Mr. Adams filed a subpoena contacting you, I contacted you and said, do you have any objection to the subpoena?
No, I'm not objecting Mr. Bates testifying.
It's
There's
just,
been
it's
a
just a
whole
question.
series of questions involving his actions and what he said.
If she denies it, I can't
Well, this
testify.
is a unique situation, Ms. Wyrick. Now Judge Nichols started in the capacity that you're sitting in right
Yes, sir.
now when this case started, so I'm going to allow the questions.
Do you remember that? When I contacted you, showed you a draft of the subpoena.
Mr. Bates, if you say you did, then I bet you did.
I can't testify.
But I don't remember it. I remember talking to you. I remember calling you and getting Mr. Boyano on the phone and having a three-way call with you after hours. I remember I was sitting in my house to tell you that TBI was going to get this, had issued a subpoena. Let me finish. This is what I remember about it. And you were dismayed. And I said, look, you can have it. We want to preserve it. We'll keep chain of custody. We're going to look at it. You can have it. And that's what happened.
You don't remember it was me who reached out to you and said, were you ever going to tell me that you issued a subpoena to the very ATM machine to obtain it directly without my knowledge?
You can get as loud as you want.
Who called each other first?
I don't remember. I thought I called. If you say you called,
You said
I
you
really
didn't even
don't care.
remember.
I just,
She started this whole exchange off. Like if we were to process this last 2 minutes, 3 minutes of exchange, she started off by saying she wasn't even aware of the subpoena. And then he says, well, when we saw the subpoena, you were sent a copy of it. You're copied on it. And then she's like, sorry, I don't understand your question. And now we're moving into this phone call. And suddenly she remembers everything. Like her switch up is mind blowing. I think we should run this exchange back. I know this is making this stream take longer. I'm okay with that. Let's see. This is a judge now. All right, let's get this whole exchange. This is starting when she gets a copy of the document.
Do you recognize put the first one as May 7th, 2024?
I'm sorry. I recognize. I've never seen this as far as I know. But so what do you want me to look at? It says Decatur County CB&S Bank Director, Security Mike Mayfield, ASAP. That one?
It's the one DVD labeled 4/13/2011.
I don't see anything about a DVD.
It might be the second page, ma'am.
I don't have a second page, sir.
That would explain it.
Yeah.
She has a different page than was handed to me, so maybe there weren't two copies.
I see.
Both of these were supposed to go to the witness.
Thank you, Kay, for becoming a member.
Keep what you got.
Welcome to the gang.
The witness has two documents.
And I'll get the court hopefully out of that. First one labeled May 7th, second one labeled May 13th.
And you know what? The backing context. There's a little context from the May hearings. So the first day of the hearings from May, we see Doug Bates make an argument about prosecutorial misconduct and failure to disclose certain evidence when we're talking about this video surveillance. So at first, there is a shorter video file. It's not the full and complete video surveillance. And it's turned over in a format that's inaccessible. And trial counsel Jennifer Thompson for Zachary Adams had tried to say, like, hey, this is inaccessible. We can't open this file. We're trying to get into it. Didn't get a response. Tried to file for a continuance to be able to access this information. It wasn't granted. Trial proceeded. They never got into this file. Fast forward to post-conviction, this petition for post-conviction relief. One of the issues raised is, like, we still have this issue can we get this file? And there's all this motion back and forth, these attempts from Doug Bates' office to get in touch with the district attorney's office and finally get access to this file that can't be opened. And then once they open it, they realize it's only a portion in time and they need more. So they write back, do you have anything longer than this? And Doug Bates made an argument to the court that after that question, they didn't receive anything. They didn't get anything in response from the state. They found out that the state suddenly opens a parallel investigation. Does not inform Zachary Adams or his counsel that they open this investigation. And then they issue an administrative subpoena to get this stuff themselves. To jump ahead of the gun and try to get the complete footage themselves. And then they do so and don't turn it over themselves. And Doug Bates said he had to go get a court order to compel them to turn this new information over. But they were just going to keep this all along on the side under another case number, another case filing, another investigation. That way, Zachary Adams and his team wouldn't be made aware of anything that they end up obtaining. But they wanted to see it before they got their eyes on it. So that was arguments made to the court. But now that this prosecutor, Nichols, is on the stand, since she's the one that was served the copies of the subpoena and had these conversations, now we're getting to the facts behind Doug Bates' argument that he made here. So yeah, if you missed that, I think the first stream, so this is our third stream doing a deep dive on those hearings. In the first stream, we do like a case background and we started to watch the hearings from this week. And then we went back to May. So if you didn't see those May hearings, I totally recommend going and checking those out. And now it's all coming together.
These are both TBI subpoenas for identification of the state.
Is it your opinion you've never seen these?
I do not recall ever being shown.
Okay.
Was I aware that a subpoena had been issued? Yes. But I've never, as far as I know, ever seen these documents. There'd be no reason for me to see this.
And this was a subpoena. The first subpoena was from Mr. Adams in the court file. The clerk issued to Mr. Mayfield for the DVD that you received a copy of, and prior to agreed, you had no objection to it.
I'm sorry. That's old. I didn't understand anything you said.
I understand. You don't understand what took place between us last May regarding evidence.
You and I?
Yes.
Okay, what's this? I thought you were asking me about the subpoena.
Right. You remember when Mr. Adams filed a subpoena contacting you, I contacted you and said, do you have any objection to this subpoena?
No, I'm going to object to Mr. Bates testifying.
It's just
A
a
whole
question.
series of questions involving his actions and what he said.
If she denies it, I can't
Well, this
testify.
is a unique situation, Ms. Wyrick. Now Judge Nichols started in the capacity that you're sitting in right
Yes,
now when this case started, so I'm going to allow questions.
Do you remember that? When I contacted you, showed you a draft of the subpoena.
Mr. Bates, if you say you did, then I bet you did.
I can't testify.
But I don't remember it. I remember talking to you. I remember calling you and getting Mr. Boyano on the phone and having a 3-way call with you after hours. I remember I was sitting in my house to tell you that TBI was going to get this, had issued a subpoena. Let me finish. This is what I remember about it. And you were dismayed. And I said, look, you can have it. We want to preserve it. We'll keep chain of custody. We're going to look at it. You can have it. And that's what happened.
You don't remember it was me who reached out to you and said, were you ever going to tell me that you issued a subpoena to the very ATM machine to obtain it directly without my knowledge?
You can get as loud as you want.
Who called each other first?
I don't remember. I thought I called. If you say you called, I really don't care. I just know that what I told you and we followed through with it. And I know why I was concerned that a piece of like physical evidence could be turned over to the person that you sent to pick it up.
There had been no subpoena for the machine yet.
Okay.
And your subpoena told Mr. Mayfield, don't say anything about it.
I didn't have a subpoena. I didn't issue a subpoena.
Did you tell Ms. Ferguson to?
I don't tell Ms. Ferguson to do anything.
Did you instruct her?
I didn't
Told someone to
instruct Ms. Ferguson to do anything.
You got your readers.
We had a discussion about how to handle this.
Would you agree it's potentially exculpatory evidence?
No.
At this
Are you
time,
talking about the evidence that they already had? Are you talking about the footage that was in the discovery?
did you know it existed?
Yes.
When did you know it existed?
Think about your answer.
I don't know. it would not, we knew they were in, the fact that they were in Parsons anywhere. I'm sorry, I'm still talking, Mr. Bates. You asked me a question.
You said we knew, and then you stopped.
No, you interrupted me, so I stopped.
We knew they were in Parsons, correct?
Is it my time?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You knew Shane Austin's bank records showed an ATM withdrawal.
Don't remember that.
Do you recall an IR for his judicially subpoenaed bank records?
No.
Do you recall an IR where Joe William Walker said, this transaction is not covered by our videos?
No.
All right. Then what made you look at this video?
You talking about when I was putting the case together for trial?
Yeah.
I looked at a bunch of videos.
Did you look through this?
I'm still talking.
I apologize.
Oh my
I looked
gosh.
at a lot of videos. There were a lot. I know that this particular video, I mean, they went there because, there were cameras trying to see what it caught. It didn't show a person. It didn't show, I don't think you can make any distinction about the truck. We knew they were in Parsons. So the fact, if it was them at the bank in Parsons, I wouldn't have been surprised.
So do you, prior to trial in 2017, do you remember seeing the video of the Silverado on the ATM at 1112?
I don't remember if it was the video or if there was a still shot somewhere. And I think there was a still shot, but because that's what's kind of coming to mind.
Prior to the
But
2000.
let me finish. I could no more have told you if it was a Silverado or anything else. I remember, I think there was a truck at the ATM machine.
And you saw it in 2007, prior to the trial in September 2017? Or was it after?
Well, there was no after until the post conviction was filed. I was gone, so I didn't. So if it wasn't before, it would have been after you. I seem to recall doing my best here, Mr. Bates, that I'd
Yeah.
seen it. If I didn't, I'm not trying to be deceptive. It would not have been astonishing.
You're trying not to concede to Doug Bates' argument for motion for sanctions against the prosecution team because you suddenly decided to go try and get this information when you knew the defense was looking for it in 2024 timeframe. Maybe they already knew around 2023. Yeah.
Astonishing to me. If there had been proof it was them, we knew they were in Parsons.
Then why go get it?
Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. So you
For the fourth
hired
time.
a pseudo investigator / forensic psychologist / other thing. I shouldn't. Does she still have her license? Because I know they were investigating. She intimidated a witness, Miss Britt. I don't remember her first name, who contacted PBI and advised that she'd been threatened. This is the same person who purchased domain names, my name, my election names, but you connected them to your clients.
She redirected
website.
to innocentbrothers.com.
So that if somebody looks me up and missed my actual, but it says Jennifer Nichols, judge, goes
That's
straight
great.
to the domain name. I listened and listened and listened to this person speak on jail calls. I know that she wormed her way into a federal holding facility by using her credentials,
This isn't answering the
going
question.
in, knowing that
This is all to ask. Oh, I'm glad you asked me. It was the fourth time Doug Bates has tried to ask, what made you suddenly interested in getting this evidence that you're trying to argue now at the same time out of both sides of your mouth? You knew wouldn't be exculpatory because the boys had to be in Parsons. How is this answering that question? Because the existence of Katie Spirko has nothing to do with the state's decision to open an investigation for the sake of issuing an administrative subpoena to get something that they know somebody's seeking in another case. The chat is loving the domain name parking and redirects. Good times all around. Yeah, I believe what they're referring to. And I don't think he said your client's website. I don't think that they own the site. I think Katie Spirko and her co-host for the podcast started that website, but I could be wrong. But I don't think I don't think the site is owned by the client here in this case.
A person was represented, you and I discussed this a lot, recording him in a recantation that you tried to get admitted after she knew he was high. Even ask him, are you high? This person did not need to have her hands on physical evidence. If it was something that you were going to want, there would.
Yeah. Let's talk about them wanting it and how you opened an investigation in 2024 to go get that same information that they've been looking for, and you didn't notify them that you were finally opening an investigation to go subpoena. This is ridiculous. Look at her body language. This is why victims don't get justice. This is why cases get overturned on quote unquote technicalities. This is the technicality embodied.
If it confirmed everything that you think, what was she going to do with it? Take it home and put it in her garage? And then try and introduce it at trial? The plan was, if somebody wanted it, preserve it. Just like they did 2,000 other pieces of evidence. Preserve it so that whoever wants it can have it. But Katie Spirko.
Hold on, I was covering the judge's face.
Take it home and put it in her garage? And then try and introduce it at trial? The plan was, if somebody wanted it, preserve it. Just like they did 2,000 other pieces of evidence. Preserve it so that whoever wants it can have it. But Katie Spirko did not need to be driving around with evidence. She's not law enforcement. I don't know if she's claiming to be an investigator now or a blogger or what, but she didn't need anything evidentiary that was going to be important. We know what she did. You turned over discovery to her. She released it.
You acknowledge now it is relevant for Zach Adams, where he was in Parsons that morning.
That was about 5 questions ago. Do I acknowledge that machinery picked up from the bank is somehow important to this? No.
Machinery.
It didn't change a thing.
Do you remember who you watched the video from the ATM with?
No.
Do you know how to get there, like from the file path?
No.
Do you remember where you were when you watched
No.
it? So if I'm understanding you, you don't dispute that it's consistent with the evidence as you understand it, that Zach was in that vehicle at the ATM at this time.
I do dispute it because I don't know that to be true. I don't know who was in the vehicle.
But you do know Zach's cell phone was in Parsons.
That's my belief. His cell phone was. And we thought they were.
Okay. Well, I hear what I've heard in the past. Are you saying Zach didn't have his cell phone in Parsons that morning?
I'm not saying that.
Okay. So you acknowledge Zach was in Parsons that morning?
Zach's cell phone was in Parsons. We believe that he was either with it or close to it. I don't know if somebody else used it. I have no reason to believe that he was separated from it.
Mr. Bates, Lucas has 2 documents that she had never seen before. These are the TDS subpoenas.
Yes, Your Honor. They were part of the motion for sanctions at the beginning of the case.
Objections to them being entered.
Yes, you can.
This is crazy.
Then they're part of the record already, if they need to be referenced in some other fashion. So we'll pass those back to Mr. Bates.
Is that the one that you made ID?
Yes.
I was gonna make it 125, so I didn't know that I ever did.
You said
So
that, didn't you?
it's not to be.
I don't know. I have no idea.
There is no 125 as of yet.
This one,
Well, I guess she's testified about it. We need to make a identification on.
Yes.
Objections under this.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm making a face at Your Honor because my exhibit list is off. Your Honor's on 125.
Is that correct? No,
Whichever one, the last document was marked for identification.
125. And 2
I'll get-
TBI.
I'll get reconciled later, but these are going to be 2 different exhibits.
Let's make a collective exhibit for identification on that.
Thank you.
Now, you've got 4 pages there. Let's see what they are.
Did you take the digital?
I need
Yeah.
one back.
You made it too. Sorry. I'll just leave this here.
That's fine. You're right there.
All right, let's take break on cross.
All rise.
They need a cool down moment.
Go ahead, folks. I got some questions.
You need your sure very fun. I'll let her go first.
Well, time travel. What's the phrase now the kids say? My flabbers are gasted. Yeah, we're back to the eagle. We are back to the eagle. Oh my goodness. This is a lot. This is a lot. And to think, just 2 days ago, we were like, hey, should we just watch this week's hearing? And later we'll go back and watch the others. I am so glad that we watched the previous hearings and then watched this because it's giving us the whole context. We got to see Doug lay this out. This is, and we don't usually get to see this, guys. This is a post-conviction relief hearing. We don't typically get to see prosecutors take the stand. We've seen 2 take the stand in the course of these hearings. Just really something you don't get to witness and observe. And it's very telling. It is very telling. And we're getting there. We don't have that much more to go, you guys. We don't have that much more to go. Filing back in. Where's Judgy McJudgerton? There we go. Oh, wait, and also, sorry. Let me get to this, because Amber, I wrote in the chat, but let me read this out loud. Amber says, she is physically making me ill. She can live with herself, fighting to put Zach to, and I think that's the coffin emoji. Facts, in quotes, put a jury to boom a man. Talking about Shane Austin. Shane Austin taking his life. She can't stand on business on her death penalty facts. And again, we're watching her in real time trying to downplay the role that leverage played in getting them the information that they relied upon to say they have all of the facts, they know exactly what happened. She does not want it to be apparent on this record that the reason they got the information to confirm what they wanted the storyline to paint was because they were holding the death penalty over the 4 and seeing who would speak. Not to mention, one of them, his information didn't pan out. Shane Austin's. So, thank you for the super, by the way. But yeah, I'm yelling at the computer today. I am yelling at the computer today.
All right, you still have the transcript from pass that back. Let me pass this back. Right, so let's go into the transcript.
Tristina, we are all in the void together, screaming over here. And I really, anyone new here, it does not matter to me if your personal opinion is you think somebody's guilty or innocent. What matters to me is, like, should this be the way things are allowed to go down? And how often does it go down this way, but we don't get a judge to grant and calendar these hearings where a petitioner who's looking for post-conviction relief can have their arguments be heard, let alone have the public have extended access to this. I mean, typically this is something that takes place at the appeals court more often than the trial court level. And with the appeals, you see the briefs. Maybe you see some oral arguments, but they're timed on a clock. You don't get to see everything hashed out like this. And very rarely do you get to see a prosecutor take the stand as a witness. So, but come join us over here, you guys. We're all screaming in the void together when the process just isn't going the way it should be going.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Judge Nichols, when did you start in the district attorney's office in Shelby County?
1991.
And in your course of years there, You presided over several units within the district attorney's office. You headed the gang unit, correct?
Oh
You
boy.
headed the special victims unit, correct?
Oh boy.
In your time in Shelby County, how many jury trials did you handle?
Well, I also headed the original child abuse and child homicide unit.
Yes, I'm sorry. And
That's
in
the
my
first
mind, I
special unit.
lumped that in under SVU, but for a time it was two different things. Not to mention run-of-the-mill misdemeanors and felonies and everything in between, correct?
Yes,
You worked for many years in the major violators unit.
I did.
In the course of your prosecution career in Shelby County, did you make charging decisions
Yes,
daily?
yes.
How many trials did you handle?
About 200.
And again, everything from run of
Jury trials. I
Yes.
didn't count bit trials.
No, but jury trials, 200, anything from run-of-the-mill misdemeanor on up to death penalty cases,
Very few misdemeanors, but yes,
and everything in between.
yes.
When you were assigned and asked to handle the Bobo case, had you handled death penalty cases before?
Yes.
Any idea how many?
I don't know how many I handled. I know how many death penalty verdicts I got.
All right. And how many is that?
8 men, 11 murders.
All right.
Because one of them killed 3 people and one of them killed 2 people.
All right. What was different about the Bobo case?
Well, every one of them was different. The difference in each of those cases, I was on it from the beginning, from the time someone was murdered until the trial was complete. When you assigned me this case, we were 4 years down the road. We were on our second elected district attorney. The case at that time was being handled by General Stowe, who had never had a trial, much less a murder trial.
All right.
Very intelligent person, but had never had a trial. I had so much catch up to do.
How big was the file, if you know, when you first came on the case?
I remember being told that it was close to 4 terabytes, which meant nothing to me. And then they would tell me it was like 250,000 pieces of paper. There were over 3,000 investigative reports. At that time, we started printing them. I had 30 5-inch, those big ones, 5-inch binders. And I'm not sure we got through them. So paper-wise, it was certainly more to get through. That was different.
As you worked through the case and worked with your prosecution team and the defense team, at some point, a decision was made to give the defense attorneys everything. Every document, everything that the state of Tennessee had.
I made that decision.
All right. You remember when you made that decision or
Early.
at what point?
I don't remember the time. Early.
And was part of that decision made because of the exculpatory information surrounding Terry Britt, or the some other dude did it? The investigation into Terry Britt could be viewed as, was that part of what contributed to that decision?
Of course. The other part was coming on when I did, several years down the road, I could not verify what had been turned over and what had not. So we went back to the beginning.
Shook the slate clean.
Literally went to the beginning. And a person was hired to download and copy so that I knew that the defense had everything that the state had.
And in this case, was it unusual that they had a mirror image of what you had? In other words, you didn't change the formats or change what anything looked like. You just gave them everything you had. And as things came in, they got a duplicate copy of it, correct?
That's correct.
Was it unusual for defense attorneys to ask for copies of things that they already been given and then ask for another copy of it?
Only one attorney did that.
All right. And who was that?
Jennifer Thompson.
Okay. But if another attorney, well, like Mr. Schull with the phone records, asking for those.
Right. He had them, wanted a different form or something.
All right. And when those requests were made, they were granted.
Of course. I thought you meant like routinely asked.
I'm
Other
sorry.
people asked. That was something that was more than one time.
All right. Well, let's talk about the routinely. When you came on the case, was Ms. Thompson on the case?
Yes.
All right.
Because she filed a motion seeking to vacate my appointment.
Okay.
And that was soon after the appointment.
All right. And she had been hired by the defendant and then later appointed by Judge McGinley. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then at some point she brings on Jim Simmons and Jerry Gonzalez and a team of experts. How many court appearances would you say you made on this case?
I have no idea.
Was she at every one of them?
Yes.
In between those court appearances, did you have interaction with her?
Yes.
All right. Did you set up discovery reviews?
Yes.
Talk a little bit about that. More than one?
There was discovery kept. The vast amount of it was at TBI headquarters in Nashville. There was a fair amount at the TBI office in Jackson. And then there were multiple, it was either 4 cars and a truck or 4 trucks and a car and 2 boats that were also at different locations. And I arranged discovery review days for each of those. And the process was all of the evidence would be pulled out. In the case of the discovery, the evidence at TBI headquarters in Nashville, they had to use an entire bay, rows and rows and rows of bags. And TBI had an agent that would take the first bag. Their job was to open it. The items were displayed out of the bag. The lawyers had the opportunity to touch, smell, feel, photograph every piece of evidence.
Which lawyers were there?
Well, the one in Nashville, they were all there. And that was
All?
all being lawyers for all 3 defendants were there.
All right. So Ms. Thompson
And that was the biggest one. With the exception of Ms. Thompson, they generally sat behind and watched the evidence being pulled out. And 1 or 2 times they would get up. Ms. Thompson stood at the table, took her time, which she should have, and looked at every single piece of evidence as it was opened, photographed many of them, and then the evidence would be passed to the next special agent who would repackage it, seal it, and sign it. And then that one went back, they went to the next bag.
And that process that Ms. Thompson followed, did she continue that until every bit of evidence had been viewed to her satisfaction?
Yes.
Did any of the other defense attorneys perform that thorough review?
No.
How long did that take?
I don't remember how many days. I know that a couple of other defense attorneys just decided they weren't going to come to the, one of them at least.
They were frustrated at how slow it was going.
It was slow, but no one rushed. Every bag was opened. Everything in every bag, which was sometimes multiple other bags, were opened and displayed.
Would you say that by the time the trial rolled around, or when did you first realize how familiar Ms. Thompson was with this voluminous case file?
I don't remember when I first knew that. It became clear early with the paper discovery that she was going through the hours with a fine-tooth comb. And if something was mentioned in the IR, such as another interview or a piece of evidence or a phone call that was, somewhere, she picked up on every single one of them. And she would make a list of what she didn't have there because it might not have been attached to the IR. And she would provide the list and we would provide the evidence, whether it was here's another copy or look here, because Kathy Ferguson was known as the trapper keeper and she seemed to know where everything was. So we got the list and sometimes it would be long, sometimes it would be short, but there were multiple lists. And she's the only one out of all the lawyers that was going through it like that.
Did she show up at every court appearance?
Yes.
Was she engaged in the hearings that were conducted in front of the judge?
Yes.
Did she file substantive motions?
She did.
Were they heard by the judge?
Every time.
Do you recall any situation in which she asked for something from Judge McGinley besides a continuance or something that was not based in the law that wasn't granted to her in terms of resources, extra help, extra hands?
No.
We have a new overlay.
Did she seem to have a strategy, a defense?
From the beginning.
And had you ever had a case in your years of experience before this in which the lead investigative agency had a case agent who believed strongly in the guilt of one particular person to the exclusion of any and all other suspects?
I had never had that happen.
Had you ever had a case before this in which a defense attorney called to the stand a TBI agent or any other law enforcement agency to say, I think somebody else did this besides the people on trial here?
No, I had one other case where I had to be recused as the prosecutor because a police officer said something to me that was Brady. I immediately let the defense know. So I was recused in the event they wanted to put that evidence on. So it's a little different, but that was a case involving a police officer.
Yes.
So I know that sounds like it could be a red flag that she committed misconduct, but that's not it. Just to clarify, what she's saying is, since she's the one that heard it, she would have to be the witness, and because she could potentially be a witness, she'd have to recuse herself from prosecuting the case.
But any other case in your career in which TDI and federal agencies felt that someone other than the person indicted was actually the person responsible for the crime?
I don't remember that I've ever had that.
Terry,
Shouldn't that be significant then?
He was the strategy.
when you came on the case, had his house already been wiretapped?
Yes.
All right. So you had all of that information to digest.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you look through that complete voluminous investigation into Terry Britt?
Yes.
Did you ever contemplate, maybe he is good for this. Maybe I do need to present this to a grand jury?
Terry Britt would have been an easy person to depend on. There was no proof.
What would you have had a case agent take to the grand jury?
There was nothing to take. There was nothing to take.
How long? Well, let me ask you this. Were there negotiations between the state and the defense about settlement in these cases for these defendants? For Zach Adams, for Dylan Adams, for Jason Autry?
Never with Zach Adams attorneys, because from the beginning, no, never with Jennifer Thompson.
Okay. Clarify what you mean.
She was adamant that he was innocent, and she never changed her mind. She gave up her law practice to only work on one case for a very long time.
She was relentless. Is that a word to
Yes,
use?
yes.
What about the attorneys or Mr. Maddox, who represented Dylan Adams? Did you have conversations with him about
did.
settlement?
I did. And as I said during my direct, it didn't go very far because the statement he gave was going to be his statement, and there were too many holes and things that didn't match what we knew.
Mm-hmm.
And so those talks stopped. With respect to Mr. Autry, I would say Michael Schull he and Bruno and Max, they all had a lot of experience. He kept it closer to the vest, whether any discussions, whether we were going to talk. He came on it, after I was on it, and I was not surprised that he was in the mode of getting up to speed. He's somebody that is always going to consider the options. I had seen him do that in other cases. There was never a situation where he said, my client is not going to cooperate. And that didn't happen. And we kept moving forward.
Was the first time you met Jason Autry at the proffer, other than seeing him in court?
Yes.
And that proffer took place in Shelby County or somewhere else?
Shelby County.
All right. You'd interviewed co-defendants before that time.
Yes.
How's a proffer different from a co-defendant interview?
In a proffer, the state has evidence. You're notified that somebody wants to talk to you. Their attorney is not, at least in my experience, not leading it. It's basically, like push a button.
Who asked the questions?
I can't remember whether it's Mr. Schull. I don't remember whether or whether it's Paul or myself.
All right. And did you have all of the discovery in the room with you when you're meeting with Mr. Autry?
No,
Did Mr. Schull bring binders of information
no,
with him?
no,
Did he have a laptop that he pulled up
no.
terabytes of information
No.
on?
It's sitting around a conference room table. I remember where I was sitting. I remember where Mr. Autry was sitting and him talking. And one reason I don't generally take notes or didn't in proffers is because you're watching them, you're listening. They need to know that you are laser focused. By that time, you know, you've got a handle on the facts. It's not a situation where you are confronting, arguing with, anything like that. You're listening. And the best way to do that is to keep eyes up and engaged.
And you're assessing that individual's credibility.
Yes.
How are they going to play in front of a jury?
Yes.
What is this going to look like?
Yes.
How long did that proffer take, the first interaction?
I don't remember. It was not short. Neither was it abnormally long. I mean, it would be a guess. If I gave you a time, I'd be totally guessing.
Had you ever had a situation in your years of experience in which a co-defendant was trying to get on Team America, but was not being forthcoming with you?
Many.
Wanted to be on Team America, but just couldn't quite seem to get over that honesty hurdle.
Many.
How do you assess those individuals? How do you narrow in and figure that out?
Well, you've got your evidence, but on top of that, you're listening to them. You're looking at them. I mean, just like you judge the credibility of anybody who testifies or anybody before you. I mean, we all do it every day, all day. You listen to somebody, they are judging your credibility as they speak. And you're doing that to the person that's offering a proffer.
And if you had gotten any sense in that proffer that Jason Autry was regurgitating information or selling you some party line or, I don't know, repeating things that he read in a news article, you could walk away, right?
And have many times.
Many times before. You were prepared to go to trial on Zach Adams.
Yes.
And after you completed Zach Adams' trial, who was going to be tried next? Did you know?
After Zach Adams?
Yes.
I don't know that we had nailed it down. Probably would have been Autry.
Right.
But I don't know.
But ultimately, all three have been indicted.
Correct.
All three have pled not guilty in front of the judge. And unless and until the state of Tennessee null processes the charges or they plead guilty, the only other door to go through is a jury trial, correct?
Correct.
The state of Tennessee was not about to null process these charges.
We were not.
And no firm settlement had been reached on either Mr. Autry or Mr. Dylan Adams.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did the case against Zach Adams get stronger after you talked to Jason Autry?
Yes.
How so?
There were pieces. There were holes that he filled in. You know, things that that we could not have known without one of them talking to us. There's so many, but an example of that would be, you know, what happened that afternoon when they were at Shane's trailer. Who was doing what and who was saying what.
Is it unusual that times didn't match?
No.
Were these individuals who were all lawfully employed
No.
and kept calendars? Is it fair to say that their days were spent ingesting drugs, getting off of drugs, and finding their next high?
Yes.
Day bleeding into night, night bleeding into day?
Yes.
Did you tell Jason Autry what to say?
No.
Was Mr. Schull feeding him information?
No.
Sitting here today, are there still unanswered questions about the last moments of Holly Bobo's life on earth?
Of course.
In fact, it's not unusual for prosecutors to tell victims' families to tell juries, we're not going to be able to answer all the questions, correct?
It was part of a pretty routine practice of mine to tell them that. You give the jury.
That seems inconsistent with what we heard about your closing argument, where you stated certain things with certainty. And you testified today that you said those things because you knew.
as much information as you can, but you're not going to be able to answer all of their questions. You're never going to be able to answer all of the family's questions, and you're not going to be able to fill in some of your own.
Such as?
Well, I remember Karen Bobo saying Holly would have fought. I remember it like it was yesterday, but we don't know.
We don't.
But you've made a big deal about the scratches. So you should say that you know, because you made a big deal about the scratches. And maybe Amy is about to point that out.
But we know Zach Adams was seen days following with scratches on his arms that he lied about.
Right.
See, and now this goes to why it's important if you're leading people during interviews or interrogations, because she didn't have this information. She wasn't going to answer that way. But she just got the answer because of a leading question from her colleague. Think the same thing can happen when somebody is interrogating or interviewing a witness or a potential suspect?
Right. And her mama said she would have fought. His scratches that he tried to blame on something else was the only proof we had to that. She knew it because she knew her daughter. And he bore the results of that.
He lied about it. He said he got it running from the police in Henderson County.
Right.
That was run to the ground and found to be a lie.
It was.
And then a few months later, he tells law enforcement, oh yeah, wait, I got him moving some marijuana plants. I forgot that.
There were several different versions. None of them were true. They appeared that day.
Sitting here today, do we know in all of these hundreds of thousands of pages of information that has been gathered, the countless videos that have been collected and viewed and reviewed, was there any witness that testified or came forward and said, I saw Zach Adams at this place at between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning on April 13th, 2011. There is no way he could have been raping, murdering, and kidnapping Holly Bobo because I saw him. Anybody?
Well, they tried to alibi themselves in the beginning.
The co-defendants.
The co-defendants, but so co-defendants said that about one another.
Right. Let's talk about that. As prosecutors, and you've testified to this, we work with law enforcement, but we don't direct law enforcement. They don't work for us. We work together, but we report to two different heads of agencies, and we have different standards and processes and procedures, correct?
Yes.
It's not unusual or improper for a law enforcement officer to maybe tell a half-truth to somebody that they're trying to get information out of, right?
It's not improper or illegal for them to tell them a 100% untruth.
Flat out lie.
Yep.
They can do it.
Yep.
We don't talk to witnesses like that.
No.
We like to get information out of witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Ask open-ended questions and let them talk. Size them up and assess them. So when you picked up this file and began reviewing it through the prosecutor lens, was it concerning to you that law enforcement, hook, line, and sinker, I don't know any other way to describe it, what Terry Dicus did, but hook, line, and sinker let three co-defendants literally alibi each other, nothing to see here, keep moving. Was that concerning?
Of course, by the time I got on it, they had run it down. It was shocking to me that the names that came up almost first, the names that popped up immediately during the investigation, gave an alibi and nobody checked it.
And it wasn't even really a very good alibi, was it?
No.
They couldn't even get their story straight. Did you meet with Terry Britt?
I did.
How many times?
One.
Where was that?
Lake County Prison. I don't know the name of it. It's in the northwest.
Did you go visit in there?
I did.
Somebody with you from TDI?
Yes,
Did you actually go in the middle of the trial?
I did.
Did Jennifer Thompson was going to call him as a witness, wasn't she?
She was.
Did you know that?
He was on, she didn't give us a witness list, but because that was her strategy, I assumed he was on ours as a potential, but we had not decided to call him.
You went and talked to him.
I did.
And then you made the decision to do what?
Put him on right in the middle, like the next day or the day after. I think it was the next day.
For the sake of this hearing, did you ever get a sense from Mr. Britt that he was being anything but truthful with you?
No, but
What about his confession to Johnny Walker?
there was not a confession to Johnny Walker, despite Mr. Walker trying to couch it that way.
What was wrong with what Mr. Walker had done in the name of investigative work?
Mr. Dicus had already been told to stand down by his boss. Stand down. Truthfully, Mr. Walker had been told to stand down, but Mr. Dicus had really been put off. Mr. Dicus and Mr. Walker agreed that Mr. Walker would go to the place. I don't remember where Terry Britt was being housed, but he was incarcerated somewhere. And Mr. Walker walked in, did not Mirandize him, and proceeded to ask him questions. He reduced that interview to a one-paragraph report.
A memo.
It was a memo. I think it was six lines or something like that.
In his mind, he's obtained
A
a
confession.
$60 million confession
That's
in
correct.
the history of Tennessee criminal jurisprudence.
That's right.
And he puts it in a memo and files it away.
Just puts in the file. I remember it well.
Had you, in the course of meeting with Terry Britt in prison, what if you'd gotten some uneasy feelings about him? What if in the course of that interview you had said, you know what, wait a minute, something's not right here? What's your duty?
There's issues here because part of how they compiled their case was a series of multiple interviews, but we're hearing that certain stages of interviews conducted by TBI with the different key characters, they get into read technique, they get into leveraging things like death penalty, they get things like, hey, you know, if you don't talk to us, we've got this information on you, you're gonna have to take it to a jury, all of these different things. But then we find out that for Terry Britt specifically, TBI doesn't get to employ the read technique. The interview is called off halfway through. So that means you don't have anything that the set of TBI agents could have elicited through the same type of technique they employed on other witnesses for you then to go in with your own interview and play off of and try to either get them to say it again or get them to change their statement. It's not comparable.
What's your responsibility?
Depending on what it was, if it was a feeling as opposed to something he said, if he said it and I thought it could in any way be exculpatory to the three defendants charged, immediately tell them.
Just like you did with every other bit of evidence that they had in this case.
I did.
Had they talked with him? Do you know?
Not that I know of. He seemed, I can tell you this, he seemed unaware that he was fixing to be transported to this courthouse and put on the stand once we rested our case. He seemed unaware.
He testified in front of the jury.
He did.
They heard it all.
They did.
They heard over 60 plus witnesses, correct? How many witnesses? I'm sorry. You good?
Yeah.
Over 60 some witnesses. How many witnesses did the defense call? You remember?
More than a handful. I can't tell you. 10. I'm guessing.
And the judge instructed the jury on credibility, on how to assess, on how to do their job, correct?
Yes.
Take the law, take the evidence, use your common sense, wrap it all together and come back. They were out 2 days, right?
They were out a long time.
Deliberating, thinking.
It felt like a long time.
Yep. Mr. Bates has spent some time talking about your closing argument. I just want to make sure the record is clear on this. There was not at the scene. Well, let me ask you this. How many different scenes were there where Holly's remains or where her things were found? You remember?
Her things were found in several, there were things found close to where her remains were found, as though her purse had been slung, because that's where they found her purse, her wallet, her keys, her promise ring, like those things that you would think were on her person. Other items were found closer to home. Some appeared to have been thrown out a window, and I say that because they went down the road. And those things were like her books, her study cards, her lunchbox, her phone, the SIM card, which was taken from the phone. All of these things were found in a different location.
Where was her body ultimately found?
By a cell tower. I mean, I can't tell you how many miles it is from home, but it was.
Was it near where her personal effects were found? Or was it a different location?
Well, all of those things I've named were personal effects. It was near where the purse and ring, teeth, I believe, were found.
Outside?
Oh, yeah, outside.
Did you know before her body was found that she'd been shot?
No, no one did.
Had anybody mentioned anything about a gun?
Zach Adams.
No body, no gun.
No body, no gun, no case.
When her body is found out in the elements, and this was how many years later?
She was found in September of 2014.
Disappeared in April of 2011. It's found outside. It was not found by a round.
By what?
A round. It was found by a shell casing, correct?
Correct.
Or a shell casing was found by the body, I should
Correct.
say. Not a round.
Yes.
All right. And any and all evidence that was collected out there, TDI did what forensic testing they could do to it after having been out in the elements for as long as it had been, correct?
They did. And the reason that we know about the casing is because they collected it. This,
Along with many other things.
yes, this is an area that was known to be frequented by hunters. I don't think anyone was surprised to find a casing in that area. It was in the woods, the deep woods. You had to hike down there to get to it.
So your experience as a prosecutor and now as a judge, people's memories get better or worse as time goes by?
Worse.
As a prosecutor going into a trial, you don't always know how it's going to turn out.
No.
Even the strongest of cases sometimes don't result in the verdict we were hoping for.
Correct.
But there are, at the same time, we don't just try any case.
Far from it.
We don't just submit any case to a grand jury.
No.
Talk a little bit about those standards and the process that you followed as a prosecutor before deciding to charge someone with murder in the first degree. And then the additional step of seeking enhanced sentencing.
When a case is presented to the grand jury, it requires that you have probable cause
Hey, Amy, thank you for the sticker.
enough to support guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the elements of the crime that's submitted to the grand jury. Many, many, many cases over the years. I thought somebody did it. It seemed like somebody did it. It didn't matter. You did not put those before the grand jury. And I can't, all these years later, because of course, when this case was submitted to grand jury, I mean, I cannot sit here and list item by item the things, evidence that we had against all three. If I had the right IRs in front of me, I probably could. but I've not looked at those. I didn't ask for those, but what I know 100% is, and from the beginning, you better not put it in there, and you better not stand in front of a jury unless you have enough evidence that a rational trier of fact could find that person guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
Doesn't mean we always have all the answers to all the questions, does it?
No. Honestly, if you had all of the answers, those are the cases you don't try. When you have all the answers. Because there's nothing to try.
Was it unusual in this case that, and you spoke to this a little bit earlier, things don't always add up. Things don't always line up. One witness's statements about the same set of facts would be a little bit different from some other witnesses' recounting of it, correct?
Yes, and I'm glad you brought it up. Because when people match too closely, if two people are saying the exact same thing, using the exact same words, it gives the appearance that maybe they have talked to one another when things are slightly off. And that's why juries are instructed that they are to resolve discrepancies if they occur and decide how much weight to.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna rewind at the request here. We'll replay that. I did just drop in the chat a link to the Denise Amber Lee story. Really sad abduction case. Young woman was abducted, but she was fighting the whole time she's abducted. She's coming up with really intelligent ways to try to signal to people and give clues to what she's seeing, as she's able to see road signs and try to get a clue of where she is at a certain point in time, describe where she is and what's going on. Just really, really intelligent things she made in an effort to have someone come help and find her. And after the abduction, the route of travel went across county lines. And one of the dispatch reports from the county that she was first taken from, wasn't relayed over to the next county, which could have given critical information for, it was really a multi-county effort, a community effort on the lookout to try to get to her in time before she was killed. She was alive for several hours, and they almost made it in time to save her life. They were like just barely missing it. And because of Denise Amber Lee's case, 911, the dispatch laws were changed. You know, all dispatch has to be relayed and available, passed on. It has to be notated. People need to be made aware of it because her life could have been saved. But it's a great example of she fought, and I don't think that that's that common. I really think, in a moment like that, you're told, don't try to scream for help. Don't try to do anything that's going to give away that you're in here, or we'll just kill you now. But she left so many trails. People that were driving near the car were calling 911 saying they were seeing somebody hands, it looked suspicious, banging on the car window, and that it didn't just look like a kid playing around. It looked like someone like really looking for help. Really, really, really sad story, but a good one to look into, and I think inspirational if you want some ideas on if you're ever in a situation where you think you're probably going to die anyway. I think what she did was really, really heroic, even though it didn't ultimately turn out to save her life. Did I rewind far enough? Let's see. Was it unusual? Cases that you don't try. Okay. But yeah, Denise Amber Lee, check that story out, you guys. I'm sure there's been plenty. It was a major case. I'm sure there's plenty of videos on YouTube that cover it, but there is a short write-up in the chat. Yeah, Amy, I think of it all the time, and I just thought of it because what if those different belongings that are scattered along the road, because Holly is trying to leave breadcrumbs, like a Hansel and Gretel trail, hoping to be found, leave clues for people.
To all the questions, does it?
No. Honestly, if you had all of the answers, those are the cases you don't try. When you have all the answers. Because there's nothing to try.
Was it unusual in this case that, you spoke to this a little bit earlier, things don't always add up. Things don't always line up. One witness's statements about the same set of facts would be a little bit different from some other witnesses' recounting of it, correct?
Yes, and I'm glad you brought it up. Because when people match too closely, if two people are saying the exact same thing, using the exact same words, it gives the appearance that maybe they have talked to one another when things are slightly off. And that's why juries are instructed that they are to resolve discrepancies if they occur and decide how much weight to give them. And that one person saying something that's slightly different than somebody else doesn't mean that person's lying. It can mean they're mistaken. It can mean they didn't look at their watch, but the jury hears all of it. And we don't hide those things. This wasn't a case where we only put on people that lined up perfectly with somebody else. It didn't happen. Couldn't do that. Couldn't try this case that way.
Did Jennifer Thompson do an effective job at trial?
Jennifer Thompson knew this case better than any other person involved. I'm ashamed to say she knew it better than me, but she did. And I know that because she would reference a particular IR that I was clueless about and be talking about something minute that she had picked up that helped her case. You asked me about the number of trials. I had about 200, but I tried over 50 of those were murders. I have never, and there have been some really great defense lawyers, but I've never had someone that doggedly determined to track down every single thing that could be tracked down, and she did it. None of the lawyers who were witnesses to the evidence review day, we weren't surprised at how long it took, because that's the way she had been the entire time on this case. So to answer your question, yes, she was effective. She had a strategy. She stuck to it. A strategy doesn't have to be a good one, but hers was. Hers was because she had Terry Dicus, the original case agent, who had zeroed in on Terry Britt. So there was that ally. And there were a couple of other people. There was like a little trio of them who never looked at anyone else. Just decided it was Britt and stopped there. And it's interesting because when this trial was over, one of the first texts I got was Dicus saying he was so glad that his testimony didn't derail and keep the Bobos from getting the closure they needed.
I think it's relevant.
Hearsay.
Yes, sir. I think it's relevant given the questioning and the accusations of prosecutorial misconduct and ineffective assistance of counsel and everything else that Mr. Bates has been putting proof on for the last 6 months.
Mr. Bates wants to read it.
It's still asserted for the truth of the matter.
No, it's not.
It's asserted for Mr. Dicus saying that.
It's asserted for the truth of what Mr. Dicus said.
No, it's not.
That he-
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir, John.
So in other words, it's
Hold on,
lying.
hold on a second.
Sorry.
All right, let me ask you this, Mr. Bates. For what purpose is it being asserted? For the truth. And you're saying it's not. So
Thanks.
for what purpose is it being asserted?
For her frame of mind, information that she received.
For
and what
Judge
she,
Nichols' frame of mind?
yes, he sent it to her. He sent the text message to her.
No.
Her state of mind.
If it weren't true, then it wouldn't be relevant. So it has to be true to be relevant here. Yes. And I saw objections to that.
Yes. Thank you. After the trial was over and second phase is about to begin, talk to the court about what happened. Were you approached by Ms. Thompson, Mr. Simmons? Were you gearing up for the death penalty phase? What happened?
The verdict came in. Our trial team went out to dinner together, knowing the next morning we would begin the penalty phase. I got a call from Jim Simmons at dinner.
All right. Asking to consider taking death off the table?
That's correct.
All right. And what did you do next?
I told him I was not in a position to discuss that now. I had no real inclination to do that, but that I would gather the Bobos the following morning, which we did in that file room down the hall.
And how long did you discuss that issue?
Wasn't staring at my watch, but I'd say an hour. It wasn't a short meeting because it wasn't an easy decision.
For who?
for me to even consider it, and certainly for the Bobos.
And did they finally agree to that?
They agreed to that for their family, not because they didn't think he deserved it. They did that because their son would outlive them, and they didn't want this still being on him 20 and 30 years later.
Put Simmons on the stand.
So his defense team kept him off death row.
They did.
And in fact, Ms. Thompson asked you if she could thank the family, correct?
The verdicts were in. I walked back between the center aisle. I remember hugging. Well, we prayed. A lot of us prayed. And then I was talking to Karen Bobo. Ms. Thompson approached close, looked at me and said, "May I speak to her?" And I looked at her being Karen Bobo, who nodded. And then Ms. Thompson thanked her for saving the life of her client.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
You
Redirect.
mentioned Matt Stowe was not a experienced trial attorney. Is that correct?
That's what I was told.
Do you have any knowledge of how it came to be that he recused himself from this case?
I'm not the person to ask because I wasn't present when that was done. He would be the better person to answer that. I know there was friction between him and local law enforcement and state law enforcement. I think
You aware if anyone in TBI tried to get him removed from the case?
no,
You said
I
that
don't know about that.
you provided open file discovery and am I correct? You knew there was exculpatory information, so it's just easier to say, here's everything.
I don't agree with that.
What did you testify to just now about why you did open file discovery?
Ms. Wire,
I think the issue being cleared up here is when you have information that's exculpatory, especially someone discloses a statement to you, the way you notify the defense needs to be more specific than just lumping it into a giant dump of discovery. So pointed question, and she's not going to concede. She's not going to give him the answer that he's getting at.
asked me whether I took into consideration that there could be evidence in there that someone would find exculpatory, whether it was or whether it wasn't, because that's what we generally try and turn over, because you don't know for sure what everybody's
Generally
saying.
try.
But what I added, she was asking a leading question, of course, that was something we considered. But the thing that concerned me the most when I came on is because discovery had been like coming out from the state, and I didn't know what they had and what they didn't have. So I developed a system. I made them all bring hard drives and additional hard drives. And I would put in a letter to each of them, here is this, and it contains this. And I hand delivered it. Now sign here. And they would sign as receiving that piece.
Okay.
And I followed that and was not happy when anybody else turned over something and also didn't do that. But when Ms. Thompson would present her list of things that she couldn't find or didn't know where the attachment was, those things would just be given to her without that list, without that letter being given.
And you're aware in that discovery was sworn affidavits from various law enforcement stating there was probable cause to arrest Terry Britt.
I don't remember. It would not surprise me because Terry Dicus was very focused on him.
Hansel McAdams, prior prosecutor, district attorney general.
So he was off before I came on the case.
Right. Did you see his letter to Judge McGinley saying there's probable cause to prosecute Terry Britt?
I don't.
I don't think that's what's in the record. I think it's probable cause for a search warrant.
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember.
Search warrant.
Mr. Bates, I believe that's an accurate reflection. It was maybe an affidavit or letter.
Or search warrant.
That was a
Sir,
letter.
perhaps, but it was all relative to a search warrant, not for arrest or prosecution.
To answer your question though, Mr. Bates.
Let's vote on this
Oh,
first.
I was like, no, let me hear.
It was one of the early exhibits, I think. But, Mr. Bates, let's let her answer the question. If we need to go back to it, we will.
Do you remember a letter from the prior district attorney general regarding probable cause regarding Mr. Brett?
Well, that's a different question. Your question was probable cause to charge or arrest Mr. Britt. No, I don't. And as for any other letter from Hansel McAdams, I do not remember seeing it.
Exhibit 79, do you remember Hansel McAdams' letter? I've carefully reviewed the information concerning the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo. I concur there's probable cause to believe that Terry Britt and Janet Britt committed these crimes.
Yeah, I already answered. I don't.
Okay.
And again, for the record, that was a letter from Hansel McAdams ending the wiretap. But again, it has to do with the search of the wiretap, not.
I don't know what that was. The record speaks.
I don't know what that was. Before they get this answer, I want to take a detour before I lose it. I pulled up the transcript of, not an official transcript, it's like YouTube's transcription of Jerry Gonzalez's testimony about the coming to an agreement about the penalty phase. So the question was, did you have any occasion to interact with that? Or let me read one thing back further. One last thing I'd like to ask you about after the guilty or the verdict was rendered and you guys moved into litigation. Did you have an occasion to interact with that? Yes, that's where he sort of came alive. I think I had I think it was Mr. Hagerman after that. I kind of mentioned to him, this should not be a death penalty case. And that's started the idea of, well, if he agreed to a settlement for the sentence, then we can resolve the penalty phase and we can finally reach an agreement on the life plus 50, I think it was. And so it was me, Mr. Hagerman, and Simmons. So Jim Simmons in the judge's chambers working on the judgment. So they hadn't even left court. This is all happening like after the verdict comes in. Let's see. Working on the judgment, forms, filling them out, and I made it very clear that the settlement to Mr. Hagerman, I made it very clear that the settlement did not include any waiver of appellate rights, and he agreed. So we were in the hallway here, and we had said, okay, let's let the judge know what the agreement is. And so we're in the hallway here with the judge. It's me, Jim Simmons, Jennifer Nichols, and I think Jennifer Thompson was there, although I can't remember for sure. And I told the judge, as we're announcing the agree to the sentence, I just want to make sure you understand this does not waive any appellate rights whatsoever. You can appeal the verdict, you can appeal the sentence, anything. And Jennifer Nichols, who was standing right next to me, balled up her fist, looks at me and says, I'm going to punch you. I've never had an attorney, opposing counsel, or co-counsel ever threaten to assault me over something I said that was clearly part of the understanding of the agreement. Yeah, and I don't know. Then it just goes on with that. So yeah, that we have two very different stories there on the approach to taking the death penalty off the table.
Did you complain about the manner in which Ms. Thompson wanted to review the evidence to Judge McGinley?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember a motion hearing where
I complained to the judge?
Ms. Thompson complained of how it was happening, and you said, well, the other attorneys are fine with it?
Well, the scenario you just laid out is completely different than your question. You said, did I complain to the judge? I didn't complain to the judge.
And in response, you attacked what Ms. Thompson was asking for.
That's a strong word, attacked. If it's in the record and there were court reporters at all, I have no recollection, but if I said it, it's recorded.
Do you recall complaining about Miss Thompson recording?
Me? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What unethical or illegal act was she doing by recording conversations she's a part of?
Okay. So the answer to the question is yes, I complained. I found it unethical that we were sitting in a TBI office where
Unethical? It's one
undercover
party state,
officers were
lady.
coming in and out all of the time, and she was recording without people's knowledge, both audio and there was some contraption. She was apparently like recording us. I was shocked. I know today it's a different day. Maybe, I mean, social media is bigger and all that, but at the time, the idea.
Would you have changed the things that you guys were saying if you knew, if you were put on notice that someone was listening? You know, just like someone who might have known they were being wiretapped. Is it significant that they might have known they were being wiretapped? What is so shocking?
Idea that Jennifer Thompson had this secret pen and she was like recording everything that we said was shocking to me.
What rule of
Okay,
conduct?
I don't have the rules in front of me. So how about if I just say, I don't know, I didn't like it. No, it'd take me, you need to spend 2 hours looking at that?
You tell me what you complained to Judge McGinley.
I don't remember
There's the
complaining.
rules of conduct.
I don't think I complained to Judge McGinley.
You didn't complain to Judge?
I said, I don't remember. I don't think I did.
You don't remember.
I said, I don't remember. I mean, asking me again, asking me louder is not going to change it. What I said is,
You answered the question. Thank you.
You were asked there was no evidence of anyone who saw Mr. Adams except for the people who alibied him, correct?
I mean, I'm sorry, I was still thinking about. So what did you say?
You were asked in cross that there was no evidence of people who saw Mr. Adams that morning.
That wasn't exactly what the question was.
Do you have any explanation for why Mr. Adams' phone calls were taking place in different cell sectors than where Holly's phone was prior to 8:56 a.m.?
No. Other than we don't know if Holly was with her phone.
You stated in your motion, in one of your motions, that you were not aware of any exculpatory evidence.
I don't remember reading one of my motions. You're talking about the motion that Mr. Ragland filed and signed?
Correct. State's
Okay.
motions. Do you disagree there was exculpatory evidence in the file?
No, because I don't know what they find to be exculpatory. We never do.
But the statement that John Walker listened to Terry Brett, you don't think that's exculpatory?
No,
And
no, in no way do I believe that the statement Terry Britt said when Johnny Walker goes in there and tells him la 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 la, and he lays out Terry Britt's, and Terry Britt, who is a very cagey, not unintelligent person, says to him, "You got it all figured out, don't you?" And goes from there. It was not a confession. And Mr. Bates, you and everyone else knows it's not, because of what he didn't think it was a confession. He didn't do anything with it. He didn't come back and tell TBI, "Hey, I got a confession." He didn't. It's there. It's something that came up and the defense could jump on it and say, "Look, this guy said you got it all figured out." I've read a lot of confessions. I've heard a lot of confessions. That's not a confession.
you opposed Luke Evans being appointed as a third attorney.
Yes,
And
100%.
you acknowledge Ms. Thompson stated she needed help with an additional attorney.
Well, she would have him to be on it, and then she ended up getting somebody else on it.
You said that where the remains were found, there were hunters back there. What
What are you reading? When did I say that?
in cross-examination by Ms. Wyrie,
I said that area was known to be an area where people hunted. Yes.
and a 14, are you aware that it is a shotgun?
Do what? No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Do you know of what animal anyone hunts with a 380 pistol?
No. My dad shot a squirrel off our deck with a 380, he says, if that's any indication.
You said that if stories
first she says, no, I don't know anyone that hunts with that. And then she wants to find a way to say somebody hunts with that. And we get a squirrel story. Why do we have a squirrel side story?
Yes.
And a 410, are you aware that it is a shotgun?
Do what? No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Do you know of what animal anyone hunts with a 380 pistol?
No. My dad shot a squirrel off our deck with a 380, he says, if that's any indication.
You said that if stories of witnesses match up, it sometimes gives the appearance they talk to one another.
No, I didn't say it just like that. I said if they matched word for word, I mean, every single thing matched. I was using my hands. It's like going back and forth. You said that it could give the appearance. I didn't just say matched, because people that see the same thing, may say the same thing in different ways.
The phrases I've heard, the worst of it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was right there under their nose. You remember talking of this phrase?
I literally don't know what you're talking about. Is that a question?
You said something interesting, I think. We'll see. That based on your experience as a prosecutor, witnesses' memory gets worse over time.
I think I was thinking about my own today.
Okay. Well, what do you make of your witnesses who denied certain things as soon as they were asked about it? Like Victor Dinsmore.
Okay.
And then his testimony changed over time to match what other witnesses were going to say
So you want to know what I think about it?
about it.
So I'm asking you, is that the question? What do I
That
think?
concerned you.
Okay, well, your question was, what do I think about it? So what I thought about it is what I already told you. It appeared to me to be a person who, one, would deny criminal activity if he could, based on his own history. An example of that is not owning up to, at least at one point, like buying and selling drugs. I thought he was a person who, by his own admission, was doing a whole lot of drugs during that time period. He said meth. I think it was morphine. I don't know what else. He was doing a lot of drugs. And I think he's a person that when confronted with something, that his memory was jogged.
6 years later.
Was it 6 years? Huh.
Well, 2017.
I mean,
Let me guess, you don't remember. Do you recall the informant?
can I object to that? Can I object to that? I mean, is that professional? I'm just curious.
It says smooth along his face.
Do you recall the informants and how their testimony matched up with shared phrases?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Shared phrases and an informant. You'll have to give me more.
Well, that's a great question, because if you're saying like somebody getting their story straight, the idea that, people that conspire together, commit crimes together, they get their story straight, they start using the same phrases, things are too much of an identical match. Well, then why also isn't it a problem if somebody's using leading questions and they're giving you information and then suddenly somebody else is using those same phrases? Something's filling the gaps, but it's not necessarily coming from an authentic firsthand knowledge.
You don't recall the informants from jail and how some of their phraseology.
Okay, are you talking about your client and the statements he made? Oh, yeah, I remember that very well. You want to know what I think about that?
Well, according to your analysis, it could give the appearance it was shared information.
Could be.
Okay.
But you know why it wasn't? Because they were in different locations, didn't know one another. There was one instance where he was bragging about, you got to kill a bitch to get a $2 million bond. That was overheard by a couple of people. And both of them reported it. They didn't know one another, but they reported it. So that didn't surprise me. And the interesting part is they still phrased it a little differently. The report that he sent a message to Obion County to his brother. Tell my brother I'm going to bury him next to her. That even had different language, but it was overheard by the one he was talking to and another person. Does that help?
Why do you remember that so well, but you don't the cell phone records?
Oh, because those were my witnesses, a lot of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
Your
really
case.
good reason for that.
you acknowledge Ms. Thompson you feel like she knew the case well.
There's no question.
Did she present that the 380 rounds diameter was under 0.36?
I don't remember.
Did she present those three in Parsons at 11:16?
I don't know what you're talking about. What three? What three of what?
Shane, Dylan, and Zach.
3 people. I thought you were talking about casings or guns or something.
Apologize. Did she present that?
Ask again. Now
Did
I
she
know.
present the importance of the 3 in Parsons, Shane, Dylan, and Zach in Parsons at 11:16?
I honestly can't remember. I mean, Mr. Bates, you had the transcript. So this testing my memory is not going to help you. I don't remember. But if it's in the transcript, she did. If it's not in there, she didn't.
Did she present the May 2017 conversation between Brent Booth and Victor Dinsmore? And then the next day on May 8th?
I'm going to have to give you the same answer. We need to look at the transcript.
And the transcript shows you cross-examined, on your response, you objected to that evidence coming in, correct?
I think I just said I don't remember.
Very well. Do you have any memory regarding Terry Brett's alibi being proven false?
No. In fact, his alibi was proven correct. He had 2 receipts. He had a receipt from a place where he bought a bathtub insert. And he had another receipt, maybe from a gas station or a convenience store. And what I also remember is that
From the same day?
the bathtub insert that when they got to his house, it was in his truck. It was there. So here's the receipt saying where he was, and look, and there's what he was buying.
Explain the phrase bacon alibi.
I can't.
You don't know what it is.
No.
How many years did you work with Miss Lyra?
Well, we began working together in 1991. I stayed there until 2003. I left for 6 years while my daughter was in middle school and high school. And then I came back in 2009 and she was still there. And I worked there until I was appointed to the bench by Governor Haslam in January of 2018.
That phrase has never been used.
I'm not going to say that. I said, I don't know what it means.
Okay. Have you ever used it?
Vacant?
Bake an alibi.
Bake?
Bake an alibi.
No. Bake?
Yes.
I thought you said vacant the first time, but I don't know either one.
All right. When you say Ms. Thompson unethically recorded, do you have any idea what rule of professional conduct she was violating?
No.
All right. I'm gonna have my green book back.
Just being dishonest with us.
Being dishonest?
Yeah.
How was that dishonest?
Because we were in a meeting where I think generally in these kinds of cases that you believe you can talk to the other side freely and not record. Like I never would have recorded anything she said, would have never used anything she said, in a situation like that.
Did she ever say she wasn't recording?
No, she didn't walk in and say, I'm not recording. She did turn off her magic pen though. She said.
What was my question?
Sorry.
No, sir.
Just like for your testimony, step down.
Is that it? Any housekeeping?
I think,
Not for the second.
All right, so that's it. She is ready to get off that stand. Get gone. Tomorrow, you guys will be getting together to watch yesterday's hearing, so Friday's hearing. We're going to see what Jennifer Thompson has to say. So trial attorney, a different Jennifer. I don't know if it's going to be any better than this. Almost a Jennifer double feature here going on. Trikisha's relieved. Trikisha is relieved. That was a time. That was a time. And again, very glad that we saw the context from the earlier hearings to help contextualize this, because even though I think some of this wouldn't have come off as like the most well-meaning prosecutor, whether I knew the background context or not, having the context to be able to follow the players, the names, the incidents, the perspectives of the prosecution versus the defense's theory has been really helpful to watch this now. Oh yeah, let me get the Discord link, you guys. Okay, so Discord link is in the chat. Should also be in the description. But I don't know if there's a cap, but if we set up a room and I share a screen, I think we can all watch things together and react as like a more casual chat room, rather than powering it through YouTube or Twitter or anything like that. So we'll see. I think I really want to look at the 2020 episode as well as some of the coverage from, I closed it. Let me get the link again. The Katie Spirko podcast. And they have no search trial and error podcast. Couldn't remember the name. But there are the links if you guys want to like dive into that and look at all that stuff. I haven't looked at any of it yet. But they've got like 24, maybe a dozen, just over a dozen videos that they have all in relation to this case. So tons to check out there. And again, since we're going to be going back on Monday and starting with day 1 of the trial, but we've already seen this post-conviction stuff, this is the type of trial rewatch that I'm going to go into knowing a ton of background context. I'm not just going to watch it as if I'm a juror. Some of the trials we look at, I block out inside information to try to sit and act like I'm a juror myself. This will obviously be a different kind of approach, but I'm looking forward to it. That's going to be Monday. And let's see. Yeah, GB says, well, Zach had a way better demeanor than the prosecutor. Isn't that crazy? But at the same time, there's no jury here, but people could interpret the demeanor totally differently. I'm sure there are plenty of people that think that the demeanor we had on the stand was great advocacy for victims, for Jennifer Nichols here. I'm not of that opinion. I don't think the majority of this chat is of that opinion, although I'm sure it's not like the same level of that vibe, that pulse. I'm shocked also that she made judge. That's scary to me. That is scary. Hinanu says, so the judge granted a new trial. So they still have 2 sessions of calendar dates for this. So December 29th and 30th, there's going to be more hearings, and then January 7th and 8th. So this has been like one long extended hearing on the petition for a new trial and post-conviction relief. We'll see a lot more of the state's rebuttal on those calendar days. So yeah, it won't be like right now that we get the judge making a decision. Probably got to wait till February timeframe for that. And again, if he grants the new trial, don't expect the new trial to start right away. So this is the scary part when we talk about post-conviction processes taking time. This is a direct look at how long it can take. So yeah, Old Line Rose says it's genuinely shocking behavior from someone who should know better. What's shocking to me is we watched Boswell yesterday, and she had me raising my eyebrow a little bit, wondering about like, man, these poor cases that go through this district attorney's office. Like, what's really going on? And then I think this was just so much worse today from Jennifer Nichols that Boswell, what was making me cringe or raise my eyebrow about Boswell, seems kind of like minimized in comparison. That's 2 prosecutors from this same office. Although Boswell has moved on, she's in a different position now. She's an AUSA, if that's any better. I don't think that that's actually any better. But yeah, so with that being said, you guys, this should be redirecting us over to Valhalla Awaits. Let me get the link that way in case the redirect, or if you guys want to click on your own, no one gets lost along the way. They started quite a bit ago, so I hope they're still going. Yes, they're still going. Let's get over there and show some love. It is a great panel of guests. Real quick. So this is going to be, they've got a whole panel going. And the main cause is it's a fundraiser for Valhalla, who has to deal with an 8-year probate case that closed with a big laundry list of mess. And they have to reopen and fight that. And that is not a very cheap thing to do. So here is a link. Since they're still live, we'll be able to redirect over there. Go say hey in the chat. Hit that like button. If you are so inclined to hang out with us, I'm going to be in the chat. Is Nick wearing a duck suit? Nick has a bunch of ducks on his shirt. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so obviously if you're wearing a duck shirt, it's a good time over there. And I set the redirect up earlier, but I'm paranoid that I didn't do it right. I did not do the redirect correctly. I didn't save the window, so I'm glad I checked. All right, that is now confirmed. So we should travel correctly, anyone over on YouTube at least, over to Valhalla OH channel. Again, the purpose is a fundraiser, but come hang out, come join the conversation. They've got a great panel of guests over here. If not, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. See you tomorrow if you want to come tune in for our catch up on Friday's hearings, the hearings from yesterday, or join us on Monday for the day one of the throwback to the Zach Adams trial. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one.